then she had looked at the notes she had recorded after leaving Dean Wexler's classroom. Says that he's not the fucking father. Admitted he picked me up at the party. Said Nardo called him to take me home. Said I was fighting with Clay by the pool when he got there. He promised he would hurt me if I ever publicly accused him. He grabbed my wrist. It really hurt. Emily had sat in the library staring at the lines, trying to divine a meaning. Her normally good handwriting was almost illegible in parts because her entire body had been trembling when she transcribed the conversation. One thing had become immediately clear. Cheese had been right. She had missed an important detail. She had written a question at the bottom. He could be telling the truth about not being the father, but that doesn't mean he didn't do something, right? For the rest of the school day, Emily had been haunted not only by the conversation with Dean, but by what Dr. Schroeder had called a looseness that he would expect to find in a married woman. Mrs. Brickle had said he was lying, but she was only a nurse. Surely a doctor would know better. Surely there were rules against lying. Emily closed her notebook and slipped it back into her purse. She looked up at the sky as she walked down a lonely stretch of road. She had no idea what time it was or how long she'd been outside. Since yesterday morning, she had been losing time. The rest of the school day had passed in a fog. Art, band, chemistry, English. She'd talked to Ricky at PE and learned the important thing Ricky was going to share was that she was over Nardo, which had lasted until the end of PE when Ricky saw Nardo in the hallway and completely forgot that Emily was standing beside her. Could she tell Ricky what had happened? Did she even want to? Emily was fairly certain that Mr. Wexler would keep his mouth shut. She imagined he assumed that she would do the same. Her hand went to her neck where he had grabbed her. Choked her, really, because she hadn't been able to breathe. She still winced when she swallowed, though hours had passed since the confrontation. Confrontation? Had it really been that bad? Before Emily had left school, a quick look in her locker mirror had shown a thin red mark on the side of her neck, not the handprint she had been expecting to see. What lingered more was the memory of his anger. Not angry like when he talked about Reagan exploiting his assassination attempt to help him gut the social safety net. Angry like his life was on the line. Dean Wexler acted like his world travels had turned him into an iconoclast, but, progressive politics aside, he was still the same hateful type as her father. He cataloged women as either attractive or fat, intelligent or stupid, worth his time or completely useless. It was easy to see the world in black and white when you controlled everything. Emily should have known better than to believe Wexler was something that he was not. She retrieved her impromptu detective's journal in her purse. Emily selected the correct page for what she had titled her Columbo Investigation. She reviewed the summaries of her interviews for the 100th time. Nardo had called Mr. Wexler to pick her up. That sort of made sense, as Nardo was the captain of the running team, so he had Mr. Wexler's phone number. Everyone at the party had all been high. Mr. Wexler wouldn't penalize them, let alone report them. He had a car. He could get Emily out of there, especially if she was arguing with Clay. The alleged argument with Clay was another lost memory. While there were constant spats among the clique, Emily was seldom at the center of them. She was generally the peacemaker, the one who smoothed things over, especially where Clay was involved. Emily could count on one hand the number of times she'd challenged him, and only about something very important. Her refusal to continue stealing from out-of-state cars. Her insistence that they treat Cheese better, or at least ignore him. The time she got furious at Clay for pushing her into the swimming pool. Emily tried to force memories of the party into her consciousness. Had Clay pushed her into the pool again? Emily was a good swimmer, but she hated feeling as if she had no control over her own body. The sensation of walking along the coping one moment, then flying through the air the next, had been terrifying. Her head started to shake back and forth because Ricky's green dress had not been wet. But maybe Emily had stuck it in the dryer. And maybe, possibly, she had taken it out of the dryer and been in such a rush that she'd accidentally put the dress on inside out and forgotten to put her underwear back on. It was her panties that were missing, not her bra. And her thighs had felt sticky. If she thought about it long enough, she could feel the same chafing sensation as she walked. Emily's stomach stirred. She looked down at her notebook again. The first word she'd written was at the top of the page. Clay. Columbo would be heading to the Morrow house at this very moment. But even at school that day, Emily had found herself incapable of talking to Clay about anything, let alone something this crucial. If her plan was to trick someone into confessing, she would be better served doing what Cheese had advised: talk to the people who were there. If their stories didn't match up, someone was lying, and if someone was lying, that meant they were hiding something. Ricky was the obvious starting point. Blake was always teasing her about having no filter. Whatever came into her mind came out of her mouth. This time last week, Emily would have said that Ricky was her best friend in the world.
Now, she knew instinctively that Ricky would do everything in her power to protect her brother and Nardo, but maybe not in that order. A car horn beeped behind her. Emily was surprised to see Big Al behind the wheel. Her watch told her it was nearly 5 o'clock. Al was late for the dinner rush, and Emily had been so distracted by her own thoughts that she had walked right past the Blakely house. She turned around and headed back up the street. Her feet felt heavier as she got closer to the dark brown split level that had belonged to Ricky and Blake's parents. Big Al had moved in after the boating accident that had killed his son and daughter-in-law. He hadn't been close to either, and the transition had been difficult. Emily was always struck by the fact that they acted more like reluctant roommates than a family. Not that her own family was a shining example. The Blakely house was at the top of a steep hill. The climb had never bothered Emily before, but now she found herself winded when she got to the garage. Then she made the turn and started the climb up the crazy steep stairs and had to stop on the second landing. She realized her hand was pressed to her back like an old woman, or like a young pregnant woman. She hadn't yet felt a connection to what was going on inside her body. Before Dr. Schroeder's diagnosis, Emily had thought she'd had a stomach bug or eaten something that was off. She had made up all kinds of excuses. There would be no more excuses now. She looked down at her stomach. There was a baby growing inside of her. An actual human being. What in God's name was she going to do? Ricky held the screen door open. She looked as horrible as Emily felt. Tears formed a river down her face. Snot dripped from her nose. Her cheeks were splotchy red. Emily felt ashamed that her initial reaction was anger. The thought of listening to Ricky sob over something inconsequential Nardo had done to hurt her feelings while Emily's life was crashing down around her was too much. It was also incredibly selfish. "Ricky," she said, "what's wrong?" "Al," Ricky's voice choked. She grabbed Emily's hand and pulled her into the house. "Al just told us," she said. "Oh God, Em, what are we going to do?" Emily guided her to the overstuffed couch under the bay window. "Ricky, slow down. What's going on? What happened?" Ricky fell into Emily. Her head ended up in Emily's lap. She was shaking. "Rick!" Emily looked up the stairs into the kitchen, wondering where Blake was. "It's going to be okay. Whatever it is, well, it won't be okay," Ricky muttered. Her head turned to look up at Emily. "The money is gone." "What money?" "From the lawsuit," Ricky said. "It was supposed to be held in a trust for us to go to college, but Al spent it." Emily shook her head, disbelieving. Al was blunt and often rude, but he wouldn't steal from his own grandchildren. "We're going to be stuck here," Ricky said, "forever." "I don't." Emily tried to understand what had happened. It didn't make sense. She was a judge's daughter. She knew that trusts were very structured. You couldn't raid them on a whim. And also, not to be rude, but the house the Blakeleys lived in was hardly grand. Al drove a truck that was older than the twins. She asked Ricky, what did he spend it on? The restaurant. Emily leaned back into the couch. The restaurant had nearly burned to the ground a few years ago. Al had managed to rebuild. Now she understood how. Ricky said, "Al told us that the restaurant was our legacy. He thinks we want to work at that stupid place, Em. That's all he thinks we're good for is slinging milkshakes for fat, rich assholes from Baltimore." Emily chewed her lip. Maybe she would have agreed with Ricky's disgust last week, but now she understood what it meant to have someone else depending on you. Every choice Emily made for the rest of her life would be either to the benefit or the detriment of the child growing inside of her. The diner was a viable business, even successful. College was important, but so was having money for food and a roof over your head. "It's too late to apply for scholarships," Ricky said. "We can't get financial aid because Al makes too much money, at least on paper."
Emily didn't know what to say. She was slightly horrified to find herself siding with Al. "I'm sorry, Ricky. He loves that stupid restaurant more than us." Emily tried. "You could work for a year and save up." Ricky looked aghast as she sat up. "Work at what, Em? Are you kidding me?" "I'm sorry," Emily apologized instinctively. Ricky had always been mercurial, but her fury was head-turning. "You want to go into journalism? You could find an internship at a newspaper or—" "Shut up," Ricky screamed. "You're worse than Al. Do you know that? You want me to fetch coffee for a bunch of cranky old jerks who look at me like I'm a child?" Ricky demanded. "I need a journalism degree, Em. No one will respect me if I'm just the errand girl. I have to have an education." Emily didn't know what journalism schools taught, but she couldn't see that it was a bad idea to have some experience at an actual newspaper. "But you could work your way up to—" "Work my way up?" Ricky's voice was shrill. "My parents died, Emily. They were killed because some fucking charter service broke the law." "I know that, Ricky, but—" "There's no but about it," Ricky screamed. "Jesus Christ, Em. They didn't die so that I would be forced to choose between taking shit from old farts and taking shit from tourists." "But you'll take shit no matter what." Emily was surprised to find herself screaming. "They won't respect you either way, Ricky. They just won't." Ricky had been shocked into silence. "No one will respect you." Emily heard her mother's sanguine warning echoing in her head. "You're a townie from a beach resort with okay grades and a big pair of breasts. None of those things command respect." Ricky's shock did not abate. She looked at Emily as if she'd turned into a stranger. "Who the fuck do you think you are?" "I'm your friend," Emily tried. "I'm just saying that you can get through this. It's going to take hard work, but—" "Hard work?" Ricky laughed in her face. "Like the hard work you do, judge's daughter? Is that silver spoon gagging you? I'm not spoiled fucking bitch. That's what you are." Ricky had her arms crossed. "Everything comes so fucking easy for you. You don't know a damn thing about living in the real world." Emily felt her throat work. "I'm pregnant." Ricky's mouth dropped open, but for once she was silent. "I'm not going to college either. I'll be lucky if I'm able to finish my senior year." Emily had thought the words before, but hearing them out loud, even in her own voice, sounded like a death sentence. "I won't be able to get a congressional internship. I probably won't be able to find a job because I'll be home changing diapers and taking care of a baby. And even when the baby is old enough to go to school, who's going to hire an unmarried mother?" Ricky's mouth closed, then opened again. "Do you remember the party last month?" asked. "Someone did something to me. Took advantage of me, and now I'm going to pay for it for the rest of my life." Ricky's head started shaking back and forth. She was having the same initial reaction as Emily. "The boys wouldn't do that. You're lying." "Then who was it?" Emily asked. "Honestly, Ricky, tell me who else it could be." Ricky kept shaking her head. "Not the boys." Emily could only repeat herself. "Then who else? Who else?" Ricky's head stopped shaking. She looked Emily in the eye. "Anybody, Em. It could literally be anybody." Now it was Emily's turn to be without words. "You don't know that you got pregnant at the party." Ricky's hands went to her hips. "You're just saying that because you want to trap one of them." Emily was stunned that Ricky would even think such a thing, let alone say it out loud. "I never. You talk to other guys all the time," Ricky said. "You and your broken toys. You went to band camp with Melody 2 summers in a row. Debate club, art shows. You disappeared all day yesterday."
"You could be screwing half the town for all I know. I saw you with Cheese this morning and he ran off like a scared rat. You think Cheese and I? You act all high and mighty, but who knows what you've been doing when we're not around?" "Nothing," Emily whispered. "I haven't done anything." Ricky got up and started pacing the room, working herself up more and more with each step. "You think you can make Nardo or Blake take the fall for this? Or Clay? God knows you'd love that, wouldn't you? Clay's ignored you for 10 years, and now you've figured out a way to trap him." "Stop saying I'm trying to trap someone." Emily stood up too. "You know that's not true." "I'm not going to lie for you," Ricky said. "If your plan is to drag Clay down with you, then you're on your own, and the boys won't support you either. Emily had to stop to swallow. I don't want to marry Clay. That's not why. Bitch, Ricky spat out the word, and then something like recognition flashed in her eyes. She'd thought she'd figured it out. You're going after Nardo, aren't you? What? You always take the easy path, Emily. You don't give a shit who gets hurt so long as it's easy. What? I said you're fucking easy. Ricky was so mad that spit came out of her mouth. I bet your dad's already worked out a deal with them. Rich people always bail each other out. How much money changed hands, Emily? Or was it entree into DC society? Maybe your mom will throw a case his way. What kind of bribe did your dad give to ruin Nardo's life? Emily couldn't believe what she was hearing. That's not going to happen. My parents wouldn't. You're such a fucking Pollyanna. Of course they would. You just float along through life with fucking bluebirds on your shoulder, completely oblivious to all the people your parents screw over to keep everything nice and easy for their precious, good little girl. Ricky looked maniacal. What they say when they found out you're not their virginal angel anymore. Emily opened her mouth to answer, but Ricky beat her to it. Lemme guess. Daddy glowered and grumbled, and Mommy came up with a plan. Emily felt the sting of betrayal. Ricky's guess was only accurate because Emily had shared with her the many times it had happened before. You can't get rid of it, right? Not with your mom on Regan's short list. That'd give the game away, wouldn't it? Ricky gave a bitter laugh. They'll probably use you as an example, right? Like some poor, pregnant black girl in the projects should follow the Vaughn's righteous lead because their spoiled whore of a daughter is in the exact same situation? The words stung because they were so close to the truth. Brave Emily is pro-life. Ricky was using the tone they used to mock Franklin's country club friends. That's easy to say when your life comes with a nanny in $1 million estate 2 miles from the beach. Emily found her voice. That's not fair. You think what's happening to me and Blake is fair? And now you come along with even worse news? Ricky demanded. I've got the solution, Emily. This will fix everything. Just find an internship in Go Fuck Yourself. The last words echoed in Emily's ears like a siren. She had seen Ricky furious before. She knew how cold her friend could be. Ricky cut people out of her life like a cancer, and she was doing the same thing to Emily now. You stupid bitch, Ricky muttered. You've destroyed everything. Ricky, Emily tried, but she could feel the finality of her words. It was over. The clique was gone. Emily's best friend was gone. She had no one, nothing, except for this thing that was growing inside of her. Get out! Ricky pointed to the door. Get the fuck out of my house, you stupid slut! Emily touched her cheek. She expected to feel tears, but what she felt instead was the heat of shame. She had done this to herself. Ricky was right. She had ruined all of their lives. The clique was over. All she could do now was try not to drag them down alongside her. Go! Ricky screamed. Emily ran toward the door. She stumbled down the steep stairs, and then she stopped. Blake was sitting on the bottom stair. He held a cigarette between his fingers. He glanced back at Emily. I'll marry you. Emily didn't know what to say. It won't be so bad, right? He stood up and looked at her. We've always gotten along. Emily couldn't read his expression. Was he joking? Was he making an admission? Blake read her mind. It wasn't me, Emmy. Not if it happened at the party, or any time else. I think I'd remember where my dick has been. I'm really quite attached to it. She watched a bird land in one of the trees across the driveway. This was what she had lost with her chastity. Before, no one directed rough language at her. Now, everyone seemed to. Anyway, I was completely wasted at the party, Blake said. I zonked out in the upstairs bathroom. Nardo had to break the lock to get to me. I'd pissed myself like a baby. Can't for the life of me remember why. The John was right there. Emily pursed her lips. She thought about her Columbo investigation. Mr. Wexler had said that Blake and Nardo were still inside the house when he'd arrived.
Blake was saying the same thing. If their stories matched, then they were likely telling the truth, which meant that Clay was the only boy left alone with Emily. Come on. Blake dropped his cigarette into a coffee can. He nodded toward the garage. Emily felt powerless to do anything but follow him inside. Rock posters hung on the unfinished walls. There was a ping-pong table and an old couch and a giant hi-fi system that had belonged to Blake and Ricky's parents. The clique had spent countless hours in the garage, smoking and drinking and listening to music and talking about how they were going to change the world. Now, Emily was going to be trapped in Longbill Beach forever. Thanks to Al, Blake and Ricky weren't even going to college. Nardo wouldn't last a year at Penn. Only Clay would get away from this claustrophobic town, which seemed as predestined as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. She told Blake, "I can't marry you. We're not in love. And if you're not I'm not." He sat down on the couch. "You know I've never thought about you that way." Emily knew the opposite to be true. He had kissed her 2 years ago in the alley downtown. She still caught him looking at her sometimes in a way that made her uncomfortable. "Sit down, okay?" Blake waited for her to perch beside him on the couch. "Think about it, Em. It's a solution for both of us." She shook her head. She couldn't think about it. "You get respectability and—" He held out his arms in an open shrug. "I assume your parents will want their son-in-law to go to college." Emily felt the hairs on the back of her neck go up. Nardo's father was the banker, but Blake had always been the one who was the most transactional. He kept a running score in his head. "I'll do this for you, but you're gonna do something for me in return." She asked, "What about me? Do I just stay home and bake cookies?" "It's not a bad life." Emily laughed. It wasn't the life she had planned. She was going to live at Foggy Bottom. She was going to intern for a senator. She was going to become a lawyer. If she made cookies for her husband and child, the baking would take place between arguing in a courtroom and preparing a motion for the next day. "Be reasonable," Blake said. "I mean, you can go to college. Of course you can go to college. But you can't really have a career, not with the kind of future your folks will expect me to have." Emily was struck by his cold calculations. "What kind of future is that?" "Politics, of course." He shrugged. "Your mom's going to be tapped for something in the administration. Why not ride her coattails into a better life for both of us?" Emily looked down at the ground. He had clearly thought about this before. Her pregnancy was nothing but an opportunity. "You're forgetting my parents are Republicans." "Does it matter?" He shrugged again when she looked at him. "Political ideology is nothing more than a fulcrum to pry open the levers of power."
Emily had to sit back on the couch. She couldn't take this in. "So I'm one of those fulcrums you're manipulating?" "Don't be melodramatic. Blake, you're literally talking about marrying me, being a father to my child, as a way to launch your political future." "You're missing the upside," Blake said. "We're both in a bad way. We both want better lives for ourselves. And I don't find you entirely repulsive." "That's romantic. Come on, Emmy." Blake stroked back her hair. "We can make this work. No one has to get hurt. We can all stay friends." The word friends gave her tears permission to fall. What he was offering was actually a solution. They would keep it in the clique. Ricky's anger would burn out easily against Blake's logical explanation. Nardo would make a joke about dodging a bullet. Clay would slink off to his new, exciting life far away from all of them. And Emily would be married to a boy she didn't love, a boy who saw her as nothing but a means to an end. "Emily." Blake moved closer. His breath was in her ear. "Come on, would it be so bad?" Emily closed her eyes. Tears seeped out. She saw the next year, the next few years, open up like a flower. She could go back to being the good girl everyone admired. Blake would get his college and his career and access to a political future. It would be just as Ricky had predicted, the Vaughn family money buying Emily's way out of a bad spot. Easy. "Emmy." Blake's lips brushed her ears. He took her hand and placed it on his thing. Emily was paralyzed. She could feel the hard shape of him. "That's good." He moved her hand. His tongue was in her ear. "Blake!" She screamed his name as she pulled away. "What are you doing? Jesus!" He sat back on the couch. His legs were wide. The front of his pants stuck up like a tent. "What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?" she demanded. "What were you doing?" "I think it's pretty clear what I was doing." He found his cigarettes in his pocket. "Come on, it's not like you can get pregnant twice." She put her hand to her throat. She could feel her heart pounding. He flicked his lighter open. "Let me be clear about this, my girl. I'll buy the cow, but I expect to get more than my fair share of milk." Emily watched him light the end of his cigarette. She had given him the Zippo lighter for his 16th birthday. She had paid extra to have his initials etched into the side so that Ricky wouldn't steal it. She said, "You're a monster." "What I am is your second best option." He saw her confused expression and coughed out a laugh. "Don't be obtuse, Emily. Your best option is to flush it down the toilet." 6. Andrea sat on the edge of the bed in her motel room, staring down at the photograph that Star Bonaire had taken. The woman had used her finger to carve a single word in the white flower: help. Andrea had waited until she was alone with Bible to show him the photo. He hadn't said much beyond telling Andrea to get showered and be ready when he called. That was well over an hour ago. Andrea was showered, she was ready. Bible still had not called. Help. How terrified would a woman have to be to do something like that? Andrea swiped back to the photos of Alice Powson. Her throat tightened over the ravages by starvation. Anorexia was about control, but then, to some degree, so was suicide. You were literally taking your own life into your hands. Alice Powson had walked into that field and known that she would not turn back. What kind of nerve did that take? What kind of desperation? The same type of desperation Star Bonaire had probably been feeling when she photographed her cry for help. Andrea couldn't look at the photos anymore. She tossed her phone on the desk. She stared all of her helplessness into the black television screen across from her bed. The curtains were drawn. The lights were off. Her left wrist ached where Wexler had grabbed her. Stray memories flashed through her mind. Wexler's face pressed against the steering wheel. Nardo lighting a cigarette. Star's ghostly presence as she moved around the kitchen. The two women who'd walked out of the barn. The yellow dresses. The long hair. The bare feet. The attenuated limbs. The matching ankle bracelets. Victimized. Tagged. Degraded. Cult. 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 Stilton was right. There was no federal or state law that said you couldn't be in a cult. Nothing could be done to save those women. Star Bonaire's mother had already tried the most extreme version of a rescue. She'd ended up arrested and hit with a restraining order barring her from seeing her own child. Andrea stood up. She started pacing. She felt so fucking powerless. She had all this training and none of it, not one piece, could help Star Bonaire. Or anyone else for that matter. She looked at her phone, willing Bible to call her. He was probably hitting the same dead ends that she was. Her eyes darted to the notebook and pen she'd placed on the desk. She'd been so filled with purpose when she'd started an internet trawl for all the dirty laundry on Dean's Magic Beans. An hour later, the notebook pages were still blank. She mentally reviewed what little she had learned about the operation. Dean's Magic Beans had been a registered Delaware corporation since 1983. Andrea had found the original articles of incorporation. Dean Wexler was listed as the president. Bernard Fontaine was vice president. Which was interesting given the fact that Nardo was only 19 in 1983, around the same time that his father had been arrested for bank fraud, but not interesting in any way that could move an investigation forward. Also interesting, but ultimately useless, was that Bernard Fontaine was listed as secretary of BFL Trust, a charitable organization established in Delaware in the fall of 2003. The IRS listed the nonprofit as a 501c3 in good standing, though Charity Navigator, a ratings agency that collected information about how donated dollars were used, had no information on the organization. Googling Dean's Magic Beans cult had brought back an avalanche of fan pages curated by health nuts and fava bean lovers,
But nothing, not one site, mentioned the fact that the women who processed the beans were literally starving. The intern sites, the College Board postings, the Facebook pages dedicated to finding fun summer work, all talked about Deans in glowing terms. Even the one-star reviews on Amazon had been overshadowed by glowing recommendations. Not one post or page mentioned Dean Wexler by name, nor did they mention Nardo Fontaine. Stilton had said Wexler had a lot of lawyers on speed dial. It made sense that an overly litigious cult would be very good at keeping negative shit at the low end of the search results. Barring that, Dean had up to 20 volunteers who could sit at their respective laptops all day scrubbing the internet. It's not like the women were stopping for lunch breaks. One of the few sites that you couldn't scrub or buy your way out of was Pacer, the public access to court electronic records, which provided a searchable database of legal filings, motions, and transcripts. Fortunately, she had Gordon's login credentials. Desperation hadn't led Andrea to the webpage. She'd had a hunch. Back at the farm, she had flagged it as unusual that Wexler kept referring to the women as volunteers instead of interns. A court case from 20 years ago had provided an explanation. In 2002, the Department of Justice had sued Dean's Magic Beans under the Fair Labor Standards Act for failing what was called the primary beneficiary test. There were 7 criteria for judging the legality of an unpaid internship, most of them having to do with furthering academic coursework, offering college credits, and following the academic calendar. In other words, the internship had to benefit the intern, not just the sponsor. If they were going to be exploited, they had to volunteer for that. Everything had gone downhill after the Pacer hit. Andrea had forced herself to take a break when the motel room had started to feel like a prison cell.
She'd ended up buying an egg salad sandwich from the vending machine, then gone back to her room where she'd wasted half an hour scrolling through the Sussex County Register for marriages, divorces, and deaths. She had found records of Ricky and Nardo's marriage and divorce, but nothing returned on Eric Blakely when she searched death certificates. If Bible took much longer, she'd probably end up scrolling through rabies tag registrations for domestic household animals. Her phone pinged. She reluctantly dragged it off the desk. Mike had texted her again. She recognized the animal in the photo this time. The dick was a tiny antelope that stood about a foot high. Andrea didn't have it in her to find a clever response to the dick pic. Instead, she let her thumb hover over the call button. Mike could be an incredibly good listener once you cut through the bullshit, but he'd also been an adult when she had ghosted him exactly 1 year and 8 months ago. The least Andrea could do now was be an adult and stand by her decision, no matter how much she wanted to hear his voice. She was swiping away his info when her phone rang. Andrea closed her eyes. This was the last thing she needed. She tapped to answer. "Hey, Mom." "Sweetheart," Laura said, "I won't keep you long. I know you're busy, but I was just thinking I could help you find a place." "A what?" "You'll need a place to live, my darling. I can go online and set up some appointments for you to look at apartments." A curse bubbled its way to Andrea's lips. That would actually be a really helpful thing, if not for the fact that she needed a place in Baltimore, not Portland, Oregon. "You don't want to make a quick decision," Laura said. "Tell me a neighborhood and I'll go online. It's better to go through a broker up there, that way you have some protections." "I don't know." Andrea was desperate to get off the phone. "Laurelhurst? Laurelhurst? How did you hear about it? Do other marshals live there?" Andrea knew about it because she'd read in Rolling Stone that Sleater Kinney had played at a bar there. Someone mentioned it at the office. They said it's nice. "My God, I should hope so. You should see these prices." Laura was clearly using the desktop computer in her office. Andrea could hear her typing on the clunky keyboard. "Oh, here's one. No, it says you have to have a pet. What sort of landlord wants you to have a pet? I don't understand Portland." "Oh, here's another one." But Andrea listened to Laura's streaming commentary about a 1-bedroom basement apartment that was clearly a studio and perhaps had a Wiccan altar in the bathroom, but either way was overpriced. "Okay," Laura continued. "Laurelhurst spans the northeast and southeast part of Portland. Oh, one of the parks has a statue of Joan of Arc.
But these listings are so expensive, darling. You can't just pop next door and steal peanut butter out of my pantry. Andrea sat on the edge of the bed as Laura started looking for cheaper areas. Concordia? Hosford Abernathy? Buckman neighborhood? Andrea put her head in her hand. The worst hood she had ever lived in was adulthood. She had to stop this. "Hey, Mom, I need to go." "Okay, but I'll call you later. Love you." Andrea ended the call. She fell back onto the bed and stared up at the popcorn ceiling. A water stain had left a brown cloud. She felt disgusted with herself for carrying on this stupid Portland charade with her mother. For 2 solid years, Andrea had punished Laura for being such a damn good liar. The apple had fallen right on top of the tree. "Oliver?" Bible banged on her door. "It's me, partner. You decent?" Finally. Andrea pushed herself up. She opened the door. Bible had changed into jeans and a USMS t-shirt, identical to what Andrea was wearing. They both had their guns on their belts, which made the tiny woman standing behind him in a Navy power suit and very high heels look even more out of place. "I got a confession," Bible said. "I made an executive decision to bring in the boss. Deputy Chief Cecilia Compton, this is Deputy Andrea Oliver." Andrea tucked in her shirt. "Ma'am, I thought you were in Baltimore. My husband works in the area. Mind if I come in?" Compton didn't wait for an invitation. She walked into the room. She looked around, taking in all the things that Andrea did not want anyone to see, let alone her boss. Her duffel hanging open, all of her underwear disgorged onto the floor, her running clothes wadded up beside the mini-fridge, her backpack tossed onto the bed. Thank God her mind had been too consumed by Alice Polson and Starbonaire to take out Emily Vaughn's case file. "All right," Compton sat on the edge of the desk where Andrea's half-finished egg salad sandwich was molting. "Bible told me about the farm. What were your impressions?" Andrea hadn't prepared for this. The fact that Cecilia Compton was one of those scary, intimidating women who clearly had her shit together did not help matters. "Take a breath, Oliver." Bible was leaning against the closed door. "Start with Star." "Star," Andrea said. She was really thin like the rest of them, but older, maybe late 20s. Barefoot, long hair, wearing the same yellow shift as the rest of them. "Do you think she's been there a while?" Chief Stilton made it seem like it's been at least 2 years. "I guess you could infer something from the fact that she was in the house rather than doing manual labor on the farm. She was on a first-name basis with Wexler. Stilton says her mother lives in town. I heard about the mother. Can't fault her for the kidnapping, though. Her execution was flawed," Compton said. "What about Alice Polson? Did it look like suicide to you?" Andrea felt ill-equipped to answer her questions. She decided to be honest. "I've only ever evaluated 2 dead bodies as an investigator, ma'am. Both of them were at the morgue back at Glencoe. So to answer your question, yes, based on my limited experience, it appeared to me that Alice Polson committed suicide." Compton wanted more. "Go on." Andrea tried to gather her thoughts. She had newer-looking scars on her wrists where she'd tried to kill herself before, which is backed up by Chief Stilton. There was an empty bottle of pills at the scene. She had dried foam around her mouth. There was no petechia in her eyes indicating strangulation. She didn't have defensive wounds or ligature marks. There was some bruising, particularly around her wrist, but nothing that looked like an attack. "It sounds like you made a very thorough assessment," Compton said. "May I see the photographs?" Andrea unlocked her iPhone and handed it over. Compton took her time with the pictures. She studied each one, zooming in and out, going back and forth to make comparisons. She even studied Starbonaire's photo, asking for help. She didn't speak until she had examined them all. "Alice Polson is a Danish citizen. The State Department will coordinate with their embassy. I'm here to handhold with the locals. We don't want the Danes to think we're not taking this seriously." She handed the phone back to Andrea. "We've scheduled an autopsy, but based on what I've seen in these images, I concur with your opinion." "What about the last image?" Andrea asked. "Starbonaire asked for help." "She's asked before," Compton said. "I visited Chief Stilton before I came here. He was very candid with me." Andrea felt her teeth set. She doubted Stilton had called Cecilia Compton sweetheart. Compton said, 2 years ago, Star Bonaire slipped a note to a delivery driver at the warehouse. She wrote the same thing she wrote today, help. Stilton went out to talk to her. He got her alone. There was nothing else he could do but leave. Andrea felt her head shaking. There was always something more you could do. The second time was more of the same, Compton continued. Star telephoned her mother in the middle of the night. She asked for help. Stilton went out to the farm again. Star denied making the call. Andrea kept shaking her head.
She had seen firsthand how Jack Stilton talked to women. He was the exact wrong person for the job. Hey, partner. Bible seemed to sense her frustration. It's not illegal to slip somebody a note, then deny you did it. Hell, it's not even illegal to call your mama one day, then the next day tell her to go away. She didn't ask her mother for help, Andrea insisted. She asked me for help. She used my phone to take the photo. Play that out for me, though, Bible said. We go back to the farm. We ask to talk to Star. Then what? Andrea said. We talk to Star. Okay, but what do we do when she denies taking the picture? Andrea's mouth opened, then closed. What if Bernard Fontaine jumps back in with his Twitter law degree and tells us to leave? Or they sick the lawyers on us for harassment? Bible held up his hands. We're the po-po, Oliver. We gotta play by constitutional rules. If I could get Star alone. How? He asked. Not like we can catch her out at the grocery store. Stilton says Star is the only girl who's ever off the farm, but she's always got Nardo or Dean with her. And don't forget her own mother tried to break her out already. She landed in the shit. It's only luck and lawyering that kept her out of the pokey. Andrea couldn't accept what they were saying. They were United States Marshals. There had to be other options. Deputy Oliver. Compton reached into her purse and took out her phone. Tell me how to legally help Star Bonaire, and we'll do it right now. Andrea felt like her brain was spinning inside of her head. She'd already tried to find a solution. They were the experienced ones. They should be coming up with a plan. Oliver? Bible prompted. All that Andrea could come up with was the truth. This just sucks. It does, partner. It really and truly does. Bible let out a long sigh. Times like this, I usually ask my wife, Cussie, for help. She's a pretty smart lady. She understands the politics behind these types of tricky situations. Compton huffed out an exasperated breath. Go fuck yourself, Leonard. Now, Cussie, fuck off. Compton crossed her arms. I'm not gonna flush everything I just told you down the shitter. Your wife agrees with your goddamn boss. Andrea sat down on the bed. You're married? To each other? We keep it separate from work, Compton said. Leonard, you've had barely more than one goddamn day with this woman, and you're already coaching her up on breaking the rules? You sound a lot like my boss. Fuck you. Compton leaned down and slipped off her heels. You're making life pretty shitty for both of us right now. I'm sorry for that, darling. Bible patted his hands in the air to calm her down. But tell me now, if you were in my boots, what would you do? Well, first, I'd transfer myself the hell away from this girl. She's obviously got a bright career if you don't fuck it up. Andrea tried to disappear into the pattern on the bedspread. Good note, Bible said. Appreciate it. Then what would you do? Compton looked at her watch. You've got 2.5 hours before you're due at the Vaughn estate. Did you forget you've got an actual assignment, Marshal? Esther's received credible death threats. I didn't send you out here for a beach vacation. Understood, boss. He smiled. But I was asking my wife. Fuck. She seamlessly switched back into the role. Okay, but just humoring your stupid ass here, what you need is somebody who's willing to feed you information. Someone on the inside who will make them nervous enough to make a mistake. I hear ya, Bible said, but none of those girls has ever squeaked a peep. And my boss just made it clear we gotta stay away from Star Bonaire. We need someone who's left the group, someone who's willing to talk. Bible shook his head. I'm not betting on them keeping a list of ex-volunteers around. I know somebody who might talk. Andrea was as surprised as anyone that the words had come out of her mouth, and that her 20 minutes of scrolling Sussex County public records had paid off. The woman who owns the diner, Ricky Fontaine.
She was married to Bernard Fontaine. I'm assuming the divorce was acrimonious. And, Compton prompted, and Andrea wondered if they could see the light bulbs popping on over her head. Nardo had told her that Ricky was his ex, but the county records had provided the date their divorce was finalized, August 4, 2002, which was very close to another important date in the farm's history. She told Compton, I'm not sure one has anything to do with the other, but in 2002, around the same time as the Fontaines' divorce, the farm was sued by the Department of Justice for internship violations. According to the DOJ's affidavit of facts, the tip came from an anonymous female using a payphone located on Beach Street in Longbill Beach, Delaware. Bible said nothing, but his jaw had clenched. Well, damn, Compton said. Bible, you should talk to your partner more and leave your wife out of it. A woman scorned is the easiest play in the book. What's this Ricky person doing now? Bible's attention was on Andrea. How is it that you know all that? Andrea shrugged. How is it that anybody knows anything? Great, Bible. She sounds just like you. Compton was done with the teasing. She asked Andrea, tell me about Ricky. Do you think you can get her to turn on her ex? Andrea couldn't help the panicked look she gave Bible. This wasn't the deep end. This was the middle of the ocean. I'm not sure Ricky is the woman who made the phone call. I mean, when I read about it on Pacer, I thought maybe one of the girls on the farm called in the tip. Either way, maybe Bible should. The smeller is the feller. Bible looked at his watch. The lunch rush should be over. I'll call down at the diner and make sure Ricky's there. Andrea didn't get a chance to equivocate. The door rattled from 2 hard knocks. Bible's hand rested on the butt of his gun. You expecting company? Andrea's hand had gone to her weapon too. No, probably the goddamn maid. Still, Compton slipped back into boss mode, silently checking with Bible before swinging open the door. Andrea wanted to scream when she saw who was standing outside. Hey, baby! Mike flashed his big, stupid grin. Surprise! Andrea waited until she and Mike had walked around to the back side of the motel before she threw her hands into the air. What the fuck are you doing here? Whoa, he said, like he was soothing a wild horse. How about we don't you dare try to de-escalate me? You're not my fucking boyfriend, and you're sure as hell not my fiancé. Fiancé? Mike laughed. Who told you that? Bible, Compton, Harry, Crump. She threw her hands into the air again. What the fuck, Mike? He was still laughing. Ah, honey, they're just messing with you. I never said we were engaged. Did they bring up the rumors? Because those are true. Stop laughing, damn it. Andrea realized that she had stamped her foot just like her mother did. This isn't funny. I'm not kidding around. Look, don't look me, asshole. What the hell are you doing here? This stalking shit with all the texts and just showing up at my door in front of my boss is not okay. I have a job to do. All right, that's a lot to unload. His voice had gone soft. He was doing the fucking thermometer. Do you remember that I have a job to do too? I'm an inspector in witness security, which means that the entire purpose of my being is to assess and prevent threats against my witnesses. I know the job description, Mike. I just spent 4 months of my life learning all about it. Then answer your own goddamn questions. Mike's thermometer broke. Why did I text you? To get your fucking attention. Why did I tell everybody we're together? So they would keep a fucking eye on you. Why did I end up knocking on your door? I've got a volatile witness whose ex is a psychopath, and now her daughter is in his hometown kicking every hornet's nest she can find. Andrea pressed together her lips. What's the threat assessment here, Deputy? You've got 4 months of school under your belt. Tell me, is my witness safe? Of course she is.
Andrea didn't remind him that Laura had never needed his help before. She's fine. She thinks I'm in Oregon. Oh, that makes it all better, Mike said. Here I was all worried that some local jackass would call up Clayton Morrow and tell him you're in town asking questions. But that's cool. Laura thinks you're in Oregon, so it's all fine. He's an inmate in a federal prison, Andrea reminded him. You're supposed to be monitoring his correspondences. I hate to break this to you, baby, but cons get their hands on cell phones all the time. They spoof the caller ID and reach out to witnesses and drug dealers, and sometimes they put out hits on people they want to shut up. He repeated the question, "Is my witness safe?" Andrea's flash of anger had melted into a burning anxiety. Her father could be a very dangerous man. Why didn't you say all this 2 days ago? You set up the meeting with Jasper. What did you expect? Not this shit show, Mike countered. Jasper told me he was going to put you in Baltimore so you'd be close to the action in D.C. Compton's a rock star. Bible is a legend. I didn't find out you were in Longbill until Mitt Harry hit me up on Slack at 10 this morning. Andrea didn't ask why Mitt Harry was talking to Mike about her. They were like a bunch of high school girls. You thought Jasper was trying to help me? Why wouldn't I? He's your uncle. Her uncle was a duplicitous cocksucker, but Mike had a weird blindness when it came to family. She asked him, "What do you want me to do? You clearly came here with an agenda." Transfer the hell out of here. Go out west like you wanted. Compton won't ask questions. She knows I'm in WITSEC. It won't take her long to put together the pieces. Are you kidding me? Andrea was incredulous. You're literally telling me to run away? Andy, listen to me, okay? Because you really need to hear this. I'm not the same helpless little girl I was 2 years ago. I'm Laura Oliver's fucking daughter. I don't run away from things, and I don't need you to rescue me. Mike looked like he didn't know where to start. Helpless little girl? That's right, she said. I'm not the same person. The sooner you realize that, the better it'll be for both of us. Mike looked confused. Andy, I'm not here to save you. I'm here because your mom will rip apart the world with her teeth if Clayton Morrow comes near you. Andrea shook her head, though she knew that Mike wasn't exaggerating. He won't hurt me. He's not Hannibal Lecter, Clarice. He doesn't have a code. Andrea didn't have a comeback for him. She was suddenly so damn tired. Every step forward felt like it was followed by 2 steps back. She couldn't help Starr. She couldn't find Emily Vaughn's killer. If Compton sent Andrea to get details from Ricky about the farm, she would probably fail at that, too. Andy. She shook her head, silently begging herself not to cry. Tears would cancel out everything she had just said. The last 2 years would have been for nothing. Pushing Mike away would have been for nothing. Baby, talk to me. No, she shook her head. I can't do this with you. He reached for her hand. Andrea flinched when he accidentally tweaked her wrist. Andy? She turned away from him, silently running through a string of expletives. Fucking job, fucking farm, fucking Wexler. She should have punched him in the fucking throat, broken his fucking hyoid and sent him to the fucking hospital. Andrea. Mike was standing in front of her. His chest was puffed out, fists clenched. Did somebody hurt you? She couldn't stop herself. She pressed her forehead to his chest. The relief was immediate, an almost weightlessness as she let him take on some of the load. His hands lightly cupped the back of her head. She could feel his heart pounding. He was waiting for a sign that it was okay to hold her. I'm okay, really. She lifted her head. I took care of it. I don't need you to save me. His hands fell away. Why do you keep saying that? Because I need it to be true. Andrea felt tears well into her eyes. She wiped them away with her fist, furious with her body for betraying her. I'm not your bossy older sisters who constantly need you to bail them out, or your mom who expects you to wait on her hand and foot. I'm a 33 goddamn year old woman. I can take care of myself. Sure, he stepped away from her. Her shitty words had the intended effect. He took another step, then another. His head was nodding, his arms were crossed. I get it, loud and clear. Andrea swallowed down the apology that rushed into her mouth. She could say just about anything to him, but his sisters and mom were way too far over the line. There was nothing to do but twist the knife. I'll see you around. You bet. Andrea walked away. Her back could feel the heat of his glare until she turned the corner. She couldn't imagine what Mike was thinking right now, but for her part, Andrea's only thought was that she was turning into her mother. For all of Laura's darlings and my loves, she could sometimes be a stone-cold bitch. It made sense considering how she'd grown up and especially considering how Clayton Morrow had damaged her. Over the years, Andrea had watched her mother switch the coldness on and off like a freeze ray, one day celebrating Christmas with the family, the next day telling Gordon it was over. This was how her mother protected herself. When people got too close, she pushed them away. If Andrea was going to keep claiming her mother's steely resolve, she had to claim the damage it left in its wake. 2 years of fighting to become a stronger person wasn't going to change the basics. Wherever you go, there you are. Mike's rental car was parked in front of her motel room door. She knew it was Mike's because he drove so many different rentals that he always hung a rabbit's foot from the rearview mirror to help him remember which car was his. We good? Bible was leaning against his SUV. We're good. She grabbed the bag as she climbed into the Explorer. It took all of her willpower not to look back for Mike. I called the diner. Bible kept it professional as he pulled out of the space. Ricky's at home right now, lives a hop and a skip away. It's always good to talk to somebody on their home turf. She'll be relaxed and comfortable. Me, I'd approach it like, hey lady, I'm trying to help you here. Tell me what you know about your ex so we can lock up that fella and throw away the key. Andrea doubted it would be that simple, but she said, easy peasy, lemon squeezy, Bible finished. Excellent, partner. I know you're going to knock it out of the park. Andrea appreciated the sentiment, but she wasn't so sure. Mike had shaken her. He had also lied to her. He told Andrea that Mitt Harry had sent him a message through Slack at 10 this morning. That was the first time Mike had learned that Andrea was in Longbill Beach. Yet the timestamp on his goddess text was 8:32 this morning, which meant that Mike had not been reaching out to Andrea for work. He was reaching out to her because he'd wanted to reach out to her. The dick picture had been sent when he was 15 minutes out from the motel. The timing didn't add up for the relationship gossip either. Andrea had known Bible less than 5 minutes when he'd congratulated her on the engagement. Mike had no reason to worry about Clayton Morrow yesterday afternoon. As far as he knew then, Andrea was in Baltimore. He hadn't started the rumor to mark her like a fire hydrant or make her life difficult. He had started it because he wanted his name in Andrea's mouth. She had hurt him. Why had she hurt him? You know, Bible said, my son's about Mike's age. Andrea took the opening, though it felt strange that he was choosing now to tell her about his personal life. I didn't know you had a kid. 2. My girl's a doctor over in Bethesda, super smart like her mama. Bible's smile was filled with pride. My boy, well, don't get me wrong. He's a good kid, got a full ride to West Point.
Ended up getting his law degree from Georgetown. Andrea sensed a but coming. Me and Cussy, we don't tell many people this, but he came out to us his second year at G-Town, told us he wanted to work in criminal defense. Andrea reluctantly smiled. Cops despised criminal defense attorneys, until they needed one. Don't worry, I'm good at keeping secrets. I picked up on that. As usual, Bible's words had an alternate meaning. He was giving Andrea the opportunity to explain why she knew so much about Dean Wexler, Nardo Fontaine, and Ricky Fontaine. She couldn't explain it. Alice Polson and Star Bonaire had to be the focus right now. If she let herself get caught up in Emily Vaughn, she would lose any chance she had of talking Ricky Fontaine into turning on her ex-husband. Compton had made it clear this was their only opportunity to stop the madness at the farm. Bible said, I started out in drug enforcement. Mike tell you that? Andrea guessed Bible was going to tell her another story to try to get her to open up. She only half played along, staring out the window as she said, Mike hasn't told me anything. Well, them WITSEC guys are squirrely. Bible cleared his throat before continuing. What happened was, I was sitting at my desk one day. Got a call from the big boss in D.C. He tells me that the DEA needs a fresh face down in El Paso to drive a truck back and forth across the border. Little hokey pokey. You put the heroin in, you take the money out, and that's what it's all about. Andrea knew the marshals were often pulled onto various task forces. Bible would have easily blended in with his military tattoos and thick Texarkana accent. So I report to El Paso, and we're trying to nab some narcos bringing coke up from Sinaloa. You ever been there? He waited for Andrea to shake her head. Damn beautiful state. You got the Sierra Madres, the Baja California Sur, salt of the earth people down there, Friendly as all get out. And the food? Bible did a chef's kiss as he slowed for a turn. Beach Road disappeared in the rearview mirror. There were no McMansions at this end of town, just a blue-collar residential area with small houses and older cars. Anyways, Bible said, I get the official invite down to Culiacan, which is a very big deal. I play it cool, drink some beers, talk up my bad boy bona fides, make it clear I'm easy like Sunday morning. Andrea felt a shift in the air. Bible wasn't spooling out a story. He was telling her that he had infiltrated the higher echelons of a Mexican drug cartel. She looked at the long, thin lines that scarred his face. She had never noticed before, but they skipped down his neck and disappeared under his shirt collar. She turned to face him, to let him know that she understood he was telling her something that he didn't usually share. He nodded, acknowledging the stakes. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Couple of months go by, I start working this informant on the inside. At least I thought I was working him. Let's just say the fellow was not my amigo. Shit goes down. Next thing I know, I'm tied up to a chair and they're playing pin the tail on the marshal." Andrea couldn't take her eyes off the scars. "Yeah, it's everywhere." Bible rubbed his face. She had never seen him look unsure of himself before. Even the tenor of his voice had changed. "That fella who went after me, they called him El Cirujano. You speak Spanish?" Andrea shook her head. "The surgeon," Bible said. "Only I don't think that dude learned how to slice up people like that in medical school." Andrea felt a tightness in her chest. She had an oblique reference to that kind of fear, but she had fortunately been spared the excruciating pain. "He tortured you?" "Oh, hell no. With torture, you want information. I told them everything they wanted to know right off the bat. This guy just wanted me to hurt." Andrea didn't know what to say. "So, this was 6 years ago," Bible said. "I know it don't seem that way, but I was still a young man back then, still wanted to be a marshal. But my wife, Cussie, she put her foot down, wanted me to take retirement. Can you see me fishing off a pier for the rest of my life? Taking up macrame? Learning how to craft?" Andrea still couldn't speak, so she shook her head. "Damn straight," Bible said. "But then Judge Vaughn walked into the hospital. Did I mention I was in rehab a couple of 6 months?" Again, Andrea shook her head. She knew from Laura's work what rehab looked like. They didn't keep you there for 6 months unless you needed a hell of a lot of help. So there's Esther Vaughn walking into my hospital room like she owns the place. I'm not ashamed to say I was feeling awful sorry for myself. That lady, she struts right up to my bed and doesn't say hello or nice to meet you or sorry you're shitting in a bag. She says, "I don't like the marshal they assigned to my courtroom. When can you start?" Andrea asked. "Did she know you?" "Never met her before in my life. Nodded to her in the hallway, once, maybe twice." Andrea knew the marshals worked out of the federal courthouse. "Did your wife, your boss?" "Nope. The judge showed up on her own. Trust me, no one tells Esther Vaughn what to do." Bible shrugged it off, but clearly the meeting had made an impact. "Took me another 2 months to get back on my feet, and I spent the next 4 years sitting in her courtroom. Some of the judges like having a marshal there, especially the older ones. Lifetime appointment. They tend to piss people off." Every time Andrea thought she'd figured out who Esther Vaughn really was, someone came along and changed her mind. "Esther's not well," Bible said. "Her throat cancer is back. She's not going to beat it this time. The lady is tired of fighting." Andrea could only think of Judith and Guinevere. They were going to lose someone else. "Esther Vaughn saved my life. I want to find out who killed her daughter before she dies. That's why I know so much about the case." Andrea tried to deflect. "Does the judge know you're looking into it?" "We keep the professional stuff professional and the personal stuff personal," Bible said. "The judge knows how much power she has. She'd never use it to ask for a personal favor. The lady's mindful of appearances." Andrea wondered if pride had more to do with it. "Have you interviewed suspects or—" "Not yet, but I'll get to it. You don't start knocking down doors unless you know what's on the other side." He paused a beat. Now this is the part where you explain how I've been looking into this thing for 2 days, and you just got here a hot second ago, but you know about as much as I do about the case. Andrea felt caught out, which was exactly where Bible wanted her. She desperately wanted to tell him the truth, but she knew that she could not. Mike had made fun of Andrea's 4 months at Glencoe, but the first rule of witness security was that you never, ever talked about witness security, even with another marshal, even when that marshal had somehow, in one day, made you think that he was the most trustworthy person you had ever met in your life. She hated herself for saying, "What makes you think I know anything?" "You gotta work on your deadpan, partner. I near about saw the brick drop out of your shorts when you realized you were talking to Dean Wexler and Nardo Fontaine at the farm a while ago." He paused a beat. "And then, out of nowhere, you throw out the date of Ricky Fontaine's divorce, alongside details from a 20-year-old court case nobody's ever heard about?" Andrea's throat felt very dry. If her expression couldn't lie, her mouth could. "I found it on the internet. About Emily being murdered. My flight got delayed, so I had a lot of time on my hands." "And Mike knocking on your door has nothing to do with it?" The Mike of it all felt too close. Instinctively, Andrea pushed back. "My thing with Mike is complicated. That's what my children say when they don't want to talk about it." Andrea let her silence be his answer. "All right," Bible finally said, using the now familiar tone that said it wasn't all right.
He pulled the SUV to the curb, put the gear in park. "Here we are." Andrea looked up. A split-level house was perched at the top of a steep hill. The steps to the front porch zigzagged up 3 flights because the pitch was so severe. The garage door was open. Cardboard boxes and storage racks filled both bays. Ricky was clearly using the area as overflow for the diner. Piles of dirty aprons and bar towels were stacked around an ancient-looking washer and dryer. Bible said, "I'll stay down here in the car. Before you go, I'll give you martial rule number 5. You can't ride 2 horses with 1 ass." That sounded more like one of his foghorn leghorn homilies, but Andrea had already figured it out on her own. He was telling her to put Emily Vaughn out of her mind. "We need Ricky to give us some actionable information on Wexler, Nardo, or the farm. That's how we help Starbon and Air." "Exactly." Andrea opened the car door. She rubbed her sore wrist as she started the vertical ascent to the house. A bruise was starting to come up. She had no idea why she was being so precious about the injury. After a kidney punch at Glencoe, she had literally pissed blood. She'd gotten a black eye and a split lip, both of which had felt like badges of honor. She supposed the thing that made her wrist different was Dean Wexler. He had meant to hurt her. He'd wanted to put Andrea in her place, the same way he had put Star, Alice, and all of the other women at the farm in their place. Though marshals didn't generally investigate, several hours of Andrea's training had been devoted to interviewing, questioning, and interrogating. Ricky Fontaine wasn't a suspect, but she was a possible witness to whatever was happening at the farm. Barring that, she might know some women who had gotten away. Andrea would need to establish a rapport to make Ricky feel comfortable, all while projecting competence so that Ricky felt that any information she provided would be thoroughly investigated and, if criminal violations were found, acted upon. Andrea let go of her wrist as she walked past the green Honda Civic parked in the driveway. She glanced inside. The car was a mess, papers and trash scattered everywhere. She looked up at the house, which was probably the same house Eric and Erica Blakely had grown up in. Andrea couldn't help but wonder if Clayton Morrow had ever made this same arduous climb up the 3 flights of concrete stairs. She could be about to place her feet in the same footsteps that her father had made 40 years ago. "Hey, hun, sorry about the stairs. They're murder on your calves." Ricky had thrown open the screen door. She was in shorts and t-shirt. Her ankles were bare, but her Madonna bangles were on full display. She had added a few ribbons to break up the color of the black and silver bracelets. Andrea took a turn on the second landing and climbed the last flight of stairs. Her first impression was that Ricky's efficient, maternal vibe was gone. This was the exact opposite of an Esther Vaughn-like transformation. The woman looked completely drained of energy, which made sense, considering the restaurant was open 7 days a week from 6 until midnight. Ricky said, "They called from the diner to tell me you were looking for me. Do you want some soda?" "That'd be great." Andrea's instructors had taught her that the easiest way to put someone at ease was to let them serve you. Thanks for talking to me. I'll try not to take up too much of your time. Hope you don't mind me working while we talk. I've got my timer set for the dryer. If I don't keep the laundry going, I'll never get it done. This way. Ricky led her through the living room. Clean towels and aprons filled 3 baskets on the floor. The couch and chairs looked new, but the tan carpet had to be original. The art on the pastel walls had probably been advertised as couch-sized on the banners inside the flea market. Andrea saw a bunch of framed photographs on a console table near the hallway. 2 narrow drawers were under the wooden top. Ricky had stacked oversized books into the open space below, using the cross-bracing between the spindly legs as a platform. There was no way to get a closer look. Ricky was already walking up a single flight of open-backed stairs. Andrea could smell a mustiness in the kitchen, probably because of the clutter. An oval table was piled with yellowing bills and paperwork that probably dated back to Andrea's birth. A small, sad section was carved out where Ricky clearly ate her meals alone. Andrea guessed at some point the woman had taken an interest in decorating. A light blue pendant lamp hung over the sink. The countertops were black quartz. The cabinets had been painted bright blue. All of the appliances were white except for the fridge, which was black. Postcards and save-the-dates and photographs and the usual kinds of crap peppered the doors. "Don't get old, hon." Ricky was twisting the cap off a prescription bottle. Andrea recognized the red Clear RX bottle from Target. Ricky tossed back 2 pills while Andrea watched. There were at least a dozen more pill bottles on the counter. Ricky called them out. Blood pressure, cholesterol, anti-inflammatories, shit for my thyroid, my acid reflux, my back pain, my nerves. "Pepsi okay?" Andrea took a second to realize she was talking about the soda. "Yes, thank you." Ricky opened the fridge. A faded Polaroid of a teenage boy in cut-off shorts caught Andrea's eye. His hair was shaggy in a distinctive late 70s style. He was shirtless, his skinny chest and awkward elbows putting him on the cusp of puberty. Eric Blakely. Andrea remembered what Nardo had said about Ricky's brother back at the farm. Dead as a doornail, poor old thing. Okay. Ricky had filled a glass with ice. She popped the top on the can of Pepsi and poured it with an expert flick of her wrist. "I'm guessing you're here because of the judge." Andrea was mindful that her deadpan needed practice. She worked to keep her expression neutral. "Why do you say that?" Ricky took the chewing gum out of her mouth and wadded it up in a napkin. "Judith hasn't said a word, but it's gotten around town that the judge's cancer is back for real this time. Poor thing probably won't make it to the end of the year. If it was me, I would want to know what happened to Emily before I died." Andrea took a sip of Pepsi as she thought about how to handle this. She had explicitly told herself that she wasn't going to talk about Emily, but she was also mindful that showing empathy in front of a witness was the quickest way to build trust. She told Ricky, "I think it would give the judge some peace to know the truth." Ricky nodded, like the confirmation was all that she needed. "Follow me." Andrea left the glass on the counter as she trailed Ricky back down the stairs. Ricky stopped in front of the console table by the hallway. She picked up one of the framed photographs. The picture was familiar. Andrea had seen a copy in Judith's collage last night. Except this one was folded accordion style to crop Emily out of the group. Sorry, it's still hard for me to see her face. Brings it all back. Ricky flipped the frame over and opened the back. She unfolded the photograph and showed it to Andrea. She was pretty, right? Andrea nodded, trying to pretend like she had never seen the picture before. She randomly pointed to Nardo. "Who is this?" "My asshole ex," Ricky muttered, but she didn't sound bitter. She pointed to Clay in the photo. "That's Clayton Morrow. You're a cop, so you probably know more about him than I do. That's me, of course, back before my tits dropped and my hair turned gray. And that's my brother Eric. We called him Blake." Andrea saw an opening. "Called?" Ricky carefully refolded the picture. He died 2 weeks after Emily did. Andrea watched Ricky put the frame back together. There were more photographs on the table, a kind of shrine to Ricky's youth. Clay and Nardo smoking in the front seat of a convertible, Blake and Nardo dressed up as Al Capone-era gangsters, Blake and Ricky in matching tuxes. If you didn't know Emily Vaughn was part of the group, you would never miss her. Ricky said, "About a week after Emily was attacked, Clay told us he had enough credits to graduate early. He was going to head out to New Mexico to find a job before college started." Andrea looked down at the oversized books stacked under the 2 wide drawers. Yearbooks. Dozier Elementary, Milton Junior High, Longbill Beach Senior High. Blake offered to help Clay with the drive. 2,000 miles was a lot different back then. No cell phones if you broke down. Long-distance calls were astronomical. We didn't even own our phone. We rented it from CP. Ricky carefully placed the framed group photo back beside the others. She touched her finger to her brother's chest. "I can't blame him for wanting to get away," Ricky said. "Things were so tense between all of us, even me and Blake. He was my twin, you know?" Andrea shook her head, though she knew. "Did Emily ever tell you who the father of her baby was?" "No." Ricky's voice had filled with regret. "Emily wasn't talking to me at all by the end. I had no idea." Andrea considered what Wexler had told her in the truck. Emily had been raped at a party. Andrea had to assume Ricky had been in attendance. And Eric, and Nardo, and Clay, and maybe Jack Stilton and Dean Wexler. There was a psychiatric syndrome called folia plusieurs, a shared psychosis, where a group of people together commit bad acts that they wouldn't otherwise commit on their own. Andrea had no problem buying that her father had taken this otherwise disparate group of people and given them permission to let the worst of themselves come out. Then he had left town, and Dean Wexler had stepped in to fill the role. She tried another avenue. "Did you have a theory about who could have killed Emily?" Ricky shrugged, but said, "From the beginning, the cops were laser-focused on Clay. That's why he wanted to get out of town so badly. And Blake, well, he wanted to leave for his own reasons. Things weren't good with my grandfather. There was a blow-up about money. It was a really bad time for both of us. We weren't really talking." Andrea cleared her throat. She knew that she had to be careful. Ricky didn't keep a shrine to her friend circle because she thought they were terrible people. Why were the police focusing on Clay? Stilton despised him, Ricky said. Both Stiltons, actually. Clay was different. He was brilliant, sarcastic, good-looking. He was too much for their little brains to understand, and they hated him for it. Andrea didn't remind her that Clayton Morrow was also a psychopath and a convicted criminal. "I shouldn't say this, but we were all a little in love with Clay. Emily adored him. Nardo wanted to be him. Blake thought he hung the moon. We were such a special little clique." Ricky looked down at the photograph of Clay and her brother. They were hiking in the Sandia Mountains just outside of Albuquerque. They went for a swim near Tejadas. Blake ducked under the falls, but he didn't come back up. He was never a strong swimmer. They found his body 2 days later. At least that explained why Eric Blakely's death certificate wasn't registered in Sussex County. He had died in another state. Ricky turned away from the photo. Her arms were crossed. "Clay must have been the one who killed her, right? I mean, that's what makes sense." Andrea thought it had made more sense before she'd witnessed for herself the cruelty that Nardo Fontaine and Dean Wexler were capable of. "I was so horrible to Emily when she told me she was pregnant." Ricky's gaze went to the couch under the window. "We were both right here in this room, and I said so many nasty things to her. I don't know why I was so angry. I guess I knew that it was over, you know? Our little clique. Nothing would be the same ever again." Andrea had let Ricky get comfortable enough. She tried to gently take back control. "The way you talk about her is so different from the picture Dean Wexler painted." "Dean?" Ricky looked surprised. "Why would he be talking about Emily?" Andrea shrugged. "He told me she had some problems with drugs and alcohol." "That's not true. Emily didn't even smoke." Ricky was suddenly agitated. "If you talked to Dean, then you talked to Nardo. What did he have to say about Emily?" "He didn't mention her," Andrea said. "Marshall Bible and I were at the farm because of the body in the field. But you knew that already, right? You're the one who told Bible about the girl." Ricky tucked her chin into her chest. "It's what I said before. Cheese is a worthless drunk. Sometimes I wonder if Dean has something on him. All that craziness going on at the farm for years, decades, and Cheese sticks his thumb up his ass and looks the other way. What kind of craziness? The volunteers?" Ricky's agitation was ramping up. "You want to know the history on that? You should look up the court case from 20 years ago. They're exploiting the hell out of those girls." "I've read the court case." Andrea kept her voice calm because Ricky's was not. An anonymous caller tipped off the feds. She made the call from a public payphone on Beach Road. Guilt flashed across Ricky's face. She took her phone out of her back pocket. She checked her timer, which showed another 4 minutes. "My dryer's about to go off." Andrea wasn't going to let her go. "The girl in the field probably killed herself, I heard. She was gaunt, almost starved to death." Andrea watched Ricky check the timer again. All of the women on the farm are starving themselves. They look like they're living in a concentration camp. I pray for them. Ricky used the tail of her shirt to wipe the screen. I pray for their parents. Dean has a battalion of lawyers on standby. They're not going to get anything out of him. He always wins. Andrea could tell she was losing Ricky. Do you know any girls who aren't there anymore? Maybe they'd be willing to talk. I barely have time to do laundry. Do you really think I've kept up with anyone from that period of my life? Andrea tried again. If you had any information, it could be an anonymous tip. Or, hun, get the wax out of your ears, okay? I don't know anyone. I haven't stepped foot near the farm in 20 years. Ricky was finally satisfied that the phone was clean. I've got a permanent restraining order against me that says I can't go within 20 feet of Nardo without being arrested. During the divorce, Dean came after me so hard that I barely held on to the diner. Thank God the house was in a trust, or I would have been homeless. Andrea could see that she was scared. Dean helped Nardo finance the divorce? Dean helps Nardo with everything. He lives on the farm rent-free. Nardo doesn't even get a paycheck, which, believe me, fucked me over real good during the divorce. Ricky sounded more bitter about Wexler than she did about her ex-husband. That farm is a gold mine, and all Dean does with the money is use it to buy people or to fuck them over. He runs it like a dictatorship. No one tells him what to do. Andrea could tell Ricky was just getting started. What Dean is doing to those girls, I promise you on my life, it wasn't like that when I was there. Nardo's a sick fuck, but he's not that sick. And I never saw anything beyond exploited labor. I assumed that ended when Dean negotiated a settlement with the government. Ricky used her sleeve to wipe her eyes. She had started to cry. I know I said I'm a coward because of how I treated Emily, but if I had seen something so disgusting, evil, whatever you want to call what they're doing over there, there's no way I would have kept my mouth shut. I believe you, Andrea said, but only because that was what Ricky needed to hear. As a woman, I'm outraged, but as a marshal, I need a legal justification to open an investigation. Ricky wiped her eyes again. Jesus, I really wish I could help you. Andrea could feel the woman's helplessness. I heard the mother of one of the girls attempted a rescue. Crazy bitch tried to kidnap her own daughter. Ricky forced out a laugh.
I don't know what I'd do if my kid was living at that place. Not that we ever had kids, thank God. The only reason I married that asshole was because he had money. And then a year later, his father lost it all, and he's wrapped up in the cult of Dean. Jesus, if I didn't have bad luck, I wouldn't have any at all. Madonna's Holiday started playing on Ricky's phone. She tapped off the alarm, but she didn't move. Instead, she wiped her eyes again. Her jaw worked. She was weighing her options, trying to decide how much was too much to say. Finally, she told Andrea, I've never really thought about it before, but maybe because you brought up Emily, and then we started talking about Dean and... In the silence, Andrea could hear the dryer beeping to signal the end of the cycle. Ricky must have heard it too, but she was clearly still debating the risks. The woman was 20 years out from her divorce, and yet part of her was still afraid of what Dean Wexler could do to her. Ricky wiped her eyes again. She cleared her throat. I never looked at it this way before, she said, but the shit that's happening at the farm is the same shit that happened to Emily Vaughn 40 years ago. October 21, 1981. Emily sat on the floor in the very back of the school library with her forehead resting on her knees. She could not stop crying. She had a pounding headache. She hadn't been able to sleep the night before. Her legs kept cramping. Her stomach kept turning. Her thoughts kept ricocheting between Ricky calling her that their friendship was over and Blake placing Emily's hand on his thing. Had the twins always been that cruel, or was Emily simply stupid? She found a tissue in her book bag and blew her nose. Laughter filled the front of the library. She hunched down against the wall. She didn't want anyone to find her back here. She'd skipped chemistry. She never skipped class. Not until this week. Not until her entire life had been thrown into turmoil. It was the stares of her classmates that Emily could not abide. In the hallway. From the back of the chemistry lab.
Some of them had been pointing and giggling. Others had looked at her as if she was the most disgusting creature they had ever laid eyes on. Ricky had a big mouth, but Emily knew it was Blake who had started the rumor that she was pregnant, because the pointers and gigglers and most of the blatantly hostile stares had come from the boys. Not that Emily's current state was a rumor, because the word rumor implied an uncertainty or lack of truth. No matter the source of the salacious information, whether it was Blake or Ricky or even Dean Wexler, Clay clearly knew that she was pregnant. Emily had seen him this morning as she was walking past the row of downtown shops. Clay was alone, smoking one last cigarette before heading across the road to school. Their eyes had met. There was no mistaking that he had seen her. Even from a distance, there was the flash of recognition in his features, the twist of his mouth into a quick grin. Emily had started to wave her hand, but his grin had melted away. He tossed the cigarette into the gutter, then turned on his heel like a soldier on the parade field and walked in the opposite direction. So much for Clayton Morrow styling himself as a rebel who shirked the norm. Maybe Clay had been so stoned that he'd given in against his better judgment. Her father had said that teenage boys had a hard time controlling themselves. Emily had been thinking all along that she was somehow the victim, but maybe she was the aggressor. Was that possible? Emily used the back of her arm to wipe her tears. Her skin felt raw. The bruise on her neck where Dean Wexler had grabbed her had started to turn an angry dark blue. She took a deep breath. She found her Columbo investigation tucked deep inside her purse. The notes she had recorded from her interaction with Ricky and Blake yesterday were smeared by her own tears. They had both been equally disgusting in their own unique ways. Emily shuddered when she thought about Blake moving her hand to his lap, his slick tongue in her ear. She shuddered a second time, her hand going to her ear as if his gross tongue was still there. Emily closed her notebook. She had practically memorized the 3 different transcriptions. Dean Wexler had said that Nardo and Blake were inside the house that night. Blake had also told her that he and Nardo were in the house. Using Cheese's Columbo logic, she had 2 people telling the same story, which likely meant that they were both telling the truth, which meant she could eliminate Dean and Blake, right? She wasn't certain. Dean and Blake could be telling the same story because they had previously agreed to a story. Seeking out a third confirmation from Nardo was a non-starter. In fact, his response to Emily's pregnancy was the only one that she did not find surprising. Yesterday, Ricky had railed against Esther and Franklin Vaughn for being rich assholes who bought their way out of trouble. But this time, the Fontaines had beaten her parents to the punch. A hand-delivered letter had arrived before breakfast this morning. Gerald Fontaine was putting the Vaughns on notice that Emily was not to speak to, or more importantly, speak about Bernard Fontaine in any false, negative, or inflammatory manner, unless they wanted to be staring down a very expensive lawsuit for libel. What a ridiculous buffoon, Esther had pronounced when she'd read the letter. Libel pertains to written or printed statements that are found to be either false or defamatory. Slander is oral or spoken defamation. Her mother had seemed to triumph in scoring a rhetorical point, but Emily was the one who was paying the price. Em? She looked up. Cheese was leaning his shoulder against one of the long bookshelves. She had chosen to hide in biblical references because she knew that no one would accidentally wander by, except for the people who knew that Emily always hid in biblical references. He asked, "Are you okay?" She shook her head and shrugged at the same time, but the response that came out of her mouth was the God's honest truth. "No, I'm really not okay." Cheese glanced over his shoulder before joining her against the wall. He slid down beside her, their knees almost touching. He asked, "Anything new going on?" She laughed, and then she started to cry. Her head went into her hands again. "Oh, Em." His arm wrapped around her shoulders. "I'm so sorry." She leaned into him. He smelled of Old Spice and camels. "It's gonna be okay." He rubbed her arm, holding her tight. Will your parents let you?" She shook her head. Her parents had already decided this was going to happen. "Okay." His chest rose as he took a deep breath. Well, if you wanted me to, I could
"Thank you, but no." Emily looked into his big cow eyes. "Blake already asked me to marry him." "Oh, Jesus." Cheese pulled away from her. "No, Emily, I wasn't going to ask you that. I was going to offer to beat up whoever did this to you." Emily wasn't sure she believed him, but she chose to take him at face value. "That's all I need is for you to get suspended. You're not going to marry Blake, are you?" Cheese looked concerned. "Em, he's the worst of all of them." She almost laughed. "Why would you say that?" "He's devious," Cheese said. "Not like Nardo, who's just mean."
Or Clay, who's just bored. When Blake takes against you, he really takes against you. Emily felt her own concern bubble up. "Blake hasn't done something to you?" Cheese shook his head, but she didn't believe him. "You know, you could do something for me if you want. I know I have no right to ask, but—" "What is it?" Emily couldn't recall him ever asking her for anything. "I don't want you to call me Cheese anymore." He saw her face. "It doesn't bother me when you say it, but it's what they say, so—" "Okay, Jack." The name sounded funny. She had known him since he'd eaten one of her crayons in kindergarten. "Nice to meet you, Jack." He didn't smile. "You're not alone, Em. I'm here. Your parents are probably mad, but they'll get over it. And people at school, well, they're all a bunch of rejects anyway. What do you care about what they're saying? This time next year, we're all going to be out of this insane asylum anyway, right? Who cares?" Emily had to swallow before she could speak. "Tell me what they're saying." "That you're a dirty, dirty girl," Nardo said. They both flinched at the sound of his snarky voice. "What are you two lovebirds doing over here in the corner?" Nardo was leaning against the bookshelves. "Is this where you made your illicit love child? Fuck off." Jack struggled to stand up. His fists were clenched. He was bigger than Nardo, but Nardo was far too cruel. Jack barely glanced back at Emily before stomping away. "Well," Nardo said, "such a drama queen, our Cheese. He wants to be called Jack now. I want to be called Sir Dix-a-lot of cunt-fuckery." Nardo sat on the floor with a flourish. "Alas, we can't always get what we want." The only consolation in this entire ordeal was that she would never have to pretend to ignore his snide remarks again. "Your parents made it clear that I'm not supposed to talk to you." "Where's the fun in that, Emmy M?" Nardo knocked some books off the bottom shelf. "I hear you've been searching for the baker who put that bun in your oven." Emily wiped her eyes. She no longer cared about her Columbo investigation. She wanted desperately for Nardo to leave. "It doesn't matter, doesn't it?" Nardo asked. "You could do worse than Blake." Emily didn't see how. "It's always been his dream to marry a rich woman he can control." Nardo gave a sharp, sinister laugh. "Just like your father with your mother, right?" Emily wiped her eyes again. She hated that he could see her crying. "That's not funny. Come on, kid. You know I'm just teasing you." Nardo paused, probably expecting Emily to say it was okay. Emily did not. It wasn't okay. He said, "I guess you're going to get really fat and disgusting now. Dean says that's going to be the worst part. You'll blow up like a balloon." Emily hadn't let herself think past a few hours at a time. She put her hand to her stomach. She had never been beautiful, but she had always passed for okay looking. What would men think when they saw her 8 months from now? Or a year from now when she had a screaming baby on her hip? "You'd better plan on starving yourself the second you squeeze that thing out," Nardo advised. "You're lucky you've started out with a good figure. Look at Ricky. If she ever gets pregnant, she'll turn into a blimp, and that will be that for the rest of her life. The same thing happened to my Aunt Pauline. She's disgusting to look at." Emily didn't think Nardo had any room to talk. He had always been plump, but boys could get away with that. "What do you want, Nardo?" "Just making conversation." Nardo knocked another book onto the floor. "Ricky will come around, you know. She's got that weird, sniveling rivalry with Blake, but she'll miss you eventually. She's not like you. She doesn't have any other friends." Emily had never heard it put so succinctly, but of course he was right. The question was, did Emily want Ricky back? How could Emily ever forget all of the awful things that Ricky had said? She would never be able to trust her again. Unfortunately, Mummy and Daddy have made it clear that I can't do the gallant thing and fall on my sword for you. Nardo chuckled to himself. Can you imagine us getting married? Ricky would slit both of our throats before we made it to the honeymoon. Emily was so tired of useless boys talking uselessly about marriage. I can't say I haven't thought about it, though. Nardo knocked over another book. You and me. There are worse things. Though, of course, that's not an option now. Spoiled goods and all that. Another book hit the floor. He was trying to act casual, but Nardo always had an agenda. He asked, "You're sure it was the night of the party?" Emily felt her body tense. Yes. And you don't remember how it happened? Or who it happened with? Emily's throat strained as she tried to swallow. Ricky had really told him everything. No, I can't remember. Jesus, Nardo said. Well, I don't recall much from that night myself, so I suppose I should cut you some slack. Emily looked at him for the first time since he'd shown up. The usual snide curl to his lips was gone. He seldom let his asshole persona slip away. This was the guy Ricky saw when she thought about how much she loved him. And in truth, it was the same guy Emily saw when she thought about Nardo Fontaine as one of her closest friends. She asked, "It's all a blank?" Most of it. But Blake was absolutely out of his mind, I know that much. Nardo stooped up one of the books he'd let fall to the floor. He picked at the edge with his thumbnail. I was face down on the couch watching two dust bunnies dance the opening scene from the Nutcracker, and then I heard this bleating upstairs, like a sheep. It was Blake, if you can believe it. Emily shook her head. She wasn't sure what she believed anymore. I go upstairs, and he's locked himself in my parents' bathroom, of all places. I had to break the lock to help the old boy. Nardo turned over the book and examined the spine. He was on his knees, hands out like he was holding his pecker, but his pants were still zipped. And he was about 3 feet from the toilet. I have no idea what he was thinking, but for God's sakes, what an idiot! His first acid trip is thinking he's taking a piss? The entire front of his jeans was soaked in it. And don't ask me about the bleeding. What a loon. Emily watched Nardo's toothy grin come out. At least I saw an actual unicorn, Nardo said. What about you? Emily tried to swallow again. I really don't remember. Anything? Nardo asked the question for a second time. Like not even getting there? Yes, Emily admitted. I remember walking to your front door, taking the tab of acid from Clay, and then the next thing I know, Mr. Wexler is driving me home. Yeah, well, Nardo rolled his eyes. That part I remember. You were hysterical over something. I couldn't drive you home. I could barely see my hand in front of me. Blake was covered in piss. I had to bribe the old fuck with the rest of our acid just to get him to come get you. Emily listened to the cadence of his voice. There was a practiced tone to it. All of his usual vitriol stripped away. What about Clay? Nardo lifted one shoulder in a shrug. Fuck if I know. You were screaming at him about something or the other. Then you ran into the house. You were actually a bit mad. I was afraid you'd break Mother's good china. And you were partaking of rather too much of Father's scotch. They were going to be very pissed when they got home. Emily had never seen Nardo's parents get pissed about anything. Well, it sure as hell wasn't Dean who knocked you up. The man's balls got fried when he was a kid. He couldn't make a baby if he wanted to. Emily looked down at her hands. That wasn't the kind of information that Dean Wexler would randomly throw around, which meant that he had talked to Nardo already. Nardo dropped the book back onto the floor. Do you think it could have been Clay? Emily stopped herself. She silently ran through the list of questions Nardo had thrown at her. He was Columboing her. All that was missing was the one more thing. She cleared her throat, trying to keep the shake out of her voice. It wasn't only Dean and Nardo. They had all strategized. Blake, Ricky, Clay, Nardo, and Dean. They were all in this together. And they had all agreed that Nardo was their best hope of shutting this down. She asked, Do you think it was Clay? Nardo shrugged. I don't want to hurt your feelings, old girl, but Clay has been very clear that he doesn't see you that way. Acid doesn't make you do shit you wouldn't do when you're sober. And frankly, he's got a better selection at his hands, doesn't he? No need to fish in the little pond. Emily stared at her hands. Come now, old girl, you don't want to fall into wishful thinking, do you? Nardo waited for her to look up. An allegation like that could ruin Clay's life. Yet again, they were circling the wagons around Clay. Emily wondered why no one ever really worried about her life being ruined. Even Ricky had focused only on the boys, what Emily's pregnancy would do to them, how it might ruin their lives. You need to be careful, Nardo said. You've said yourself that you're not sure who did it. You might even have the wrong night. I mean, who knows? You certainly have an expanded group outside the clique, with all your practices and debates and whatnot. She borrowed a line from Blake. I know where my vagina has been, Nardo. I'm very attached to it. He looked surprised by her coarseness. She put it to him plainly. You claim that you were in the bathroom with Blake. Mr. Wexler is sterile. Who else could it be? What about Cheese? She laughed for the first time in days. You can't be serious. Of course I'm serious. He wasn't even there. He was standing right in front of you when you walked into the house, Nardo countered. Jesus, Emily, who do you think sold us the acid? 7. Andrea watched the screen door close behind Ricky Fontaine. The only way to access the laundry in the garage was via the outside stairs. Ricky's sandals slapped the concrete as she walked down the zigzagging flights to get the towels out of the dryer. The shit that's happening at the farm is the same shit that happened to Emily Vaughn 40 years ago. As a parting line, it packed a punch, but it didn't hold up under scrutiny. Emily Vaughn hadn't been starved nearly to death. She was 7 months pregnant on the night of her attack. She was wearing a turquoise or teal prom dress, according to the witness statements, not a yellow shift. Her shoulder-length hair had been permed, not long and stringy to her waist. She was barefooted, but maybe Andrea's southern roots were showing, because she assumed that a lot of people on farms ran around barefoot. So how was one like the other? Andrea thought back to the beginning of the conversation. Ricky was the person who had told Bible about the dead body at the farm. But a US Marshal had knocked on her door 4 hours later, and all Ricky wanted to talk about was Emily Vaughn. It was the same thing Wexler had done in the truck, but he'd been such an obvious asshole that Andrea had seen right through him. Fuck, Andrea muttered. She went to the screen door. Ricky had made it to the first landing. Bible was still in his SUV on the street. Andrea found his contact info in her phone. He answered on the first ring. Yup. Tell me when she's heading back up. Will do. Andrea shoved her phone back into her pocket. Her nerves were jangling. Ricky had invited her into the house, which meant the woman had consented to entry and waived her Fourth Amendment rights. The house was fair game. Andrea's phone came back out of her pocket as she headed to the console table. She took photographs of the framed photos. Then she knelt down and found the 1981-82 Longbill Beach Senior High School yearbook. The printer had left the first few pages blank so that classmates could sign them. Ricky hadn't had a lot of friends, but Andrea took photographs of the signatures and short notes. There were lots of KITs for Keep in Touch and several Go Longbills. She looked at the closed drawers. Her heart ticked like a stopwatch. The scope of Andrea's authority was limited to what a reasonable person would think they were consenting to. Was it reasonable for Ricky to believe Andrea would open the drawers where they had just been standing? Ricky had freely talked about the group, the photos, Emily Vaughn, her brother. The justification felt shady, but it was still a justification. The left side drawer took some work to get open. Andrea found scraps of paper, old receipts, a snapshot of Ricky and Blake blowing out candles on a birthday cake, another of Nardo and Clay sitting at the counter at the diner. Andrea documented as much as she could. She clocked the time on her phone. She had no idea when Ricky had gone downstairs, but it didn't take hours to unload a dryer, load it back up with wet towels, fill up the washer, and walk back up the stairs. Andrea's hands were sweating when she jerked open the right side drawer. More memories. Some wedding snapshots showing a much younger Ricky and Nardo. A silver Zippo lighter with the initials EAB on them.
a New Mexico death certificate for Eric Allen Blakely, a burial policy for Al Blakely, a $200 receipt from a Longbill Beach funeral home with ashes in the description, a receipt from Maggie's formal wear marked with a faded red paid and the clerk's initials. Andrea reached into the back of the drawer and felt a flat metal box that was slightly larger than her hand. She pulled it out. Andrea had no idea what she was looking at. The metal case was around 4 by 6 and painted a cheap brown. She thought it might be meant to hold smaller cigars, but there was a thermometer-looking window cut out of the top. Instead of numbers, there were paired letters of the alphabet on a white background. A silver metal pointer slid up and down the window. Andrea was still clueless. She turned the box over in her hand, trying to find a clasp or a button or a logo or even a serial number. Her phone rang. Bible said, "Heading back up the stairs." Fuck. Andrea took 3 quick photos from different angles before dropping the metal case back into the drawer. She had to use her hip to slam it shut. And then she sprinted across the room so she could meet Ricky at the front door. "Let me help," Andrea offered to take the basket, but Ricky pulled away. "I've got it, hun." She was chomping on a wad of chewing gum again. Her entire demeanor had changed. Andrea wondered if Ricky had made a call in the garage, or maybe she'd realized that she'd said too much. "Sorry, I need to ask you to leave. I'm already late for work." Andrea wasn't going to leave. "What you said about the farm, that the same thing that happened to Emily is happening there? What did you mean?" "Oh, I don't know." Ricky dumped the towels onto the couch and started folding in syncopation with the gum popping and the clanging of her silver bangles. "Honestly, you caught me at a bad time. It's obvious that I can't stand Dean and Nardo. I'm not what you'd call a reliable witness, especially considering the restraining order." Andrea watched her quick, practiced movements. Ricky was talking faster than before. Maybe she hadn't called someone. Maybe the 2 pills she had dry swallowed in the kitchen had finally kicked in. "I wish I could be more helpful." Ricky snapped out a towel and folded it in thirds. "What you said about Esther, you're right. She deserves some peace. I can only tell you what I told Bob Stilton 40 years ago. I saw Clay in the gym dancing with some cheerleader most of the night. I can't even remember her name now." Andrea pretended that she hadn't read the exact opposite in Ricky's witness statement. Emily's best friend had claimed that she'd skipped the prom altogether. "Who else do you think it could be?" "I mean," Ricky plucked another towel from the pile. "People will do anything to protect their children, right?" Andrea felt a warning flag go up. "Right. You're not getting it, are you?" Ricky snapped out another towel. "Emily had a hard time being mean to people, even when they deserved it."
Clay called them her collection of broken toys, and She's was the most broken of them all. He was always hanging around her, sort of like a sad little puppy. And she was nice to him, but not like that. Andrea wanted to make sure she understood what Ricky was saying. "You're telling me that Jack Stilton, the current chief of police, killed Emily Vaughn? I'm only saying it could explain why no one was ever charged. The old man was protecting his son." Ricky looked up from her folding. "Don't listen to me, hun. I watch too many murder shows on TV." Andrea figured she'd heard enough. "Thank you for your time. Let me know if you think of anything else." Ricky took a break from the gum smacking. "I'll do that." Andrea walked out the door. She felt her tongue finding the ridge inside of her cheek as she walked down the steps. She tried to wrap her brain around what had just happened, if only because Bible would have questions. He waited until she had closed the car door and put on her seatbelt. "What you got? You ever hear the term goat rope?" "I certainly have, partner." Bible pulled away from the curb. "Generally, that kind of animal clusterfuckery is marked by human error, and I have a hard time believing you made some kind of mistake in there." He had no idea. Ricky thinks Stilton killed Emily Vaughn. Bible gave a surprised laugh. "Junior or senior?" "Junior. Senior covered it up." "Well, ain't that something?" Bible didn't sound convinced. "But what I'm hearing is your ass kind of straddled 2 horses in there." Andrea felt the rebuke, but she continued the metaphor. "Ricky led me by the reins. Right out of the gate, she brought up Emily Vaughn. I didn't even get to drink my Pepsi. Dean Wexler did the same thing earlier in the truck. It's like they were both reading from identical scripts. First they bring up the judge, then they bring up Emily, then the goat rope commences. Bible frowned. Be more specific about Ricky. Andrea tried to bullet point it. She talked about how her brother drowned in New Mexico 2 weeks after Emily died. She told me that she was a shitty friend to Emily, and then when I finally pushed her onto the subject of the farm, she went after Dean Wexler. What about Nardo? She says he's not into whatever Dean is doing, but I don't know. He has to know it's happening. Then again, he's clearly a sadist. Maybe he likes to watch? Andrea felt like she needed to write all of this down in her notebook so she could keep it straight. Ricky claims that none of the culty stuff was going on when she lived at the farm. Do you believe her? I don't know. Andrea should get a tattoo of the words on her forehead. She's scared of them, I think. Definitely more Wexler than Nardo. Makes sense. He controls the money. He's in charge, Bible said. Keep going. Dean pushed through a permanent restraining order against Ricky. Can we look that up? I'll get Lita on it. Bible typed on his phone as he drove. He asked Andrea, "Permanent? Throw up a flag for you?" "Yes," she said. With a temporary order, the judge usually signs off on a sworn statement, and the order expires in a few months or a few years. To make it permanent, there's a hearing where you have to present a statement of danger, show evidence of violence or abuse, and give graphic details that persuade the judge to make the order indefinite. Correct, Bible said. I guess the weirdest part was Ricky told me that whatever is going on at the farm is the same shit that happened to Emily. Bible considered the statement. That don't make sense to me. You press her for an explanation? I tried, but the buzzer went off for the dryer. When she came back upstairs, she brushed it off. Well, he said, what about your little Fourth Amendment foray? Andrea slipped out her iPhone. She was going to have to organize her photographs into albums so that she didn't accidentally send her vacation photos to the USMS cloud. She swiped through the pictures as she talked. There were a bunch of yearbooks going back to elementary school. A lot of group photos, but Emily was cropped out. A Zippo. Eric Blakely's New Mexico death certificate dated June 23, 1982. A death certificate for Al Blakely from 1994. I guess that's Big Al. There was a burial policy for him, too. Huh, Bible said. Andrea had found the picture of the metal case. She showed it to Bible. Is this a small cigar case or a business card holder or... He laughed. That's a pocket index. I have no idea what that is. It's from the Stone Age, back before people carried their lives in their pockets. He pointed to the window with the letters. The little slider there, you line it up to the corresponding letter. Like for Bible, you'd point to AB. Or Oliver, you'd slide to OP, Andrea said. It's an address book. You got it, partner, Bible said. So, if I wanted to look up your number, I'd slide the pointer to the OP, then click a button at the bottom of the case, and the top pops open and shows you all the OP pages. Andrea zoomed in on the photo that captured the bottom edge. The button was nothing more than a sliver embedded in the case. How do you press it? With your thumbnail. If you weren't careful, you'd end up with a bruise under your nail. Very uncomfortable, Bible said. You kids don't know how good you have it. Andrea's life would be 2,000% less stressful if she didn't have a phone. The address book must have belonged to Ricky's brother or her grandfather. Everything else in the drawer had their names on it. Drawer? The way Bible said the word felt different. You have probable cause to look inside a drawer? Andrea's face turned red. I've got a justification. Partner, for future reference, justifications don't work for me. I need it by the book. You don't do right by doing wrong. His tone was soft, but the rebuke was firm. Understood? She forced herself to look him in the eye. Understood. All right, lesson learned. You can put that away. Andrea clicked off her phone. She hadn't realized how much she wanted to impress Bible until she had disappointed him. It was for nothing. I didn't get any information that would help Star Bonaire or any of the girls at the farm. Ricky played me. I'm sorry. Lady, you need to stop running down my partner. Bible pulled the car over to the curb again. He unclipped his seatbelt and shifted to face her. I want to tell you something, partner. There's two kinds of types you'll meet during what I am certain will be your long and successful law enforcement career. People who want to talk to you and people who don't. Okay, Andrea said. Obviously, she needed more training. With each type, you gotta ask yourself, why? If he clams up, that don't always mean he's a bad fella. Maybe he's seen videos of people who look like you hurting people who look like him. Or maybe he just wants to go about his business and keep his dang mouth shut. And that's fine, because not talking to the police is your inalienable right as an American citizen. Hell, you ever read your employment contract? Every law enforcement union makes them put it in writing that you cannot interview an officer unless that officer has a lawyer present. That's some real goose-gander irony right there. Andrea chewed the inside of her cheek. Ricky definitely wanted to talk to me. That's the other type, Bible said. Sometimes, straight up, they just want to be helpful. Sometimes, they don't know squat, but they want to be in on the action. Or maybe they're trying to bend your thinking in a direction that's better for them. Or maybe they're guilty as hell and want to know what you know. Or maybe they're a spoon, always stirring up shit. Ricky could be any of those things, Andrea admitted. I don't know what her agenda is, but by the end of the conversation, my gut was telling me that she's hiding something. For once, Bible was the one with the phone in his hands. He squinted as he tapped, but he quickly found what he was looking for. He passed his phone to Andrea. She didn't know what she was expecting to see, but it wasn't a scanned letter. 12-point type, Times Roman, black on white.
One sentence, all caps. How would you like the world to know that your husband physically abused you and your daughter, but you did nothing to protect her? Andrea looked at Bible. He said, keep going. Andrea paged to the next scan. You sacrificed your child for your career. You deserve your cancerous death sentence. Again, Andrea looked at Bible. Are these the threats that were mailed to the judge? Yup. She felt her eyes narrow. Then the first one claimed that Franklin Vaughn abused his wife and kid. It did, Bible confirmed. Keep going. She paged again. You're dying of cancer and your husband is a vegetable, but all you care about is your so-called legacy. Andrea remembered Bible telling her there were particular details about the judge's private life that had made the death threats credible. She told him, Ricky said the judge's cancer is an open secret. Everyone knows it's terminal. Keep reading. Andrea loaded the next scan. You are going to die, you arrogant, needy, and worthless bitch. Everyone will know what a fraud you are. I will make sure you suffer. Then the next. You deserve to die a slow, painful, and terrifying death for what you did. No one will care when you are a rotting corpse in your grave. I am going to kill you soon. Watch your back. Bible provided, judicial security screens every piece of mail that every judge receives at the courthouse. That first one didn't seem like anything, so it got filed. Then the second one came the next day, and it flagged the judge's cancer. So they talked to her about it, offered her security, and she said it was no big deal. Then number 3 and 4 came in on day 3 and 4, and the judge waved them off too, which is her prerogative. We can't force her to take security. But then the rat got mailed to her personal residence in Baltimore along with letter number 5, and that's when I came in. That sounds like manic behavior, Andrea said, sending them so close together. It does. Did Esther ask for you? She didn't have to, Bible said. The boss, she kept me in the loop about the letters from the get-go. And my wife, Cussie, she keeps an eye on Esther because she's grateful for what she did for me a few years back. Andrea was finally figuring out the code. And both your boss and your wife agreed that you should work security until the threat was investigated and neutralized? See, I told you you're smart. Andrea didn't want a participation trophy. Did the judge admit that she and Emily were abused by her husband? The judge don't answer questions she don't want to answer. That sounded like Esther Vaughn, but it was hard to say whether her silence was a confirmation of the abuse or a denial. That's what being imperious got you. Andrea paged through the scans, reading all 5 letters again. As death threats went, they were fairly tame. Andrea had faced more vitriol when she'd casually weighed in on the Philip Guston discussion on the SCAD Facebook page.
She didn't know of any woman on the internet who hadn't been subjected to at least one violent rape threat for simply expressing her opinion. The phone vibrated. Bible had gotten an email. Andrea couldn't help but read the notification. Lita responded to your query about Ricky's restraining order. Take a look. Andrea tapped open the email, then the attachment, which showed the actual judge's order against Ricky Joe Blakely Fontaine. You, the adverse party, are hereby notified that any intentional violation of this permanent order is a criminal violation that will result in your imminent arrest. Damn, Andrea muttered. That was crystal clear. She bypassed the legal boilerplate and located the original request for a restraining order. She scrolled down to the meat of Bernard Fontaine's complaint and read it aloud for Bible's benefit. On several occasions over the last decade, my ex-wife, Ricky Joe Blakely Fontaine, has shown up at my house and the house of my business partner, Dean Wexler, and verbally threatened me. On the last occasion, she was intoxicated and left a pile of vomit on my doorstep, photo attached. Throughout the previous 6 months, her attacks have escalated. She punctured all of the tires on my automobile, photo attached. She threw a rock through my bedroom window, photo attached. She threatened some of the workers at my place of employment, affidavits attached. She has written anonymous letters to various government agencies telling them that my business partner, Wexler, and I are operating outside the law, copies attached. She came to my place of employment last night brandishing a weapon, knife, and threatening to kill me. The police were called, report attached. During the process of her arrest, she verbally threatened to kill both me and Dean Wexler. She is currently in jail, but I am in fear of my life should she be released. Well now, that ticks all the boxes, Bible said. Sounds like old Ricky Joe's got a wild side. When did all this happen? Shit, it was only 4 years ago. Andrea had nearly dropped his phone when she saw the date. This wasn't a goat rope, it was a goat massacre. At the house, Ricky had made it seem like she had been destroyed by the divorce and terrified of Nardo and Wexler. You didn't slash someone's tires and puke on their doorstep 16 years later if you were terrified. You did those things because you wanted their attention. Andrea looked at Bible. He was waiting for her to figure something out, and it had nothing to do with the restraining order. She said, I was talking about Ricky, and you showed me the death threats that were mailed to the judge. That is an accurate sequence of events. Andrea took an educated guess. You think that Ricky wrote the death threats. He looked very pleased. Accurate again, partner. Shit, she whispered, because she hadn't been sure at all. In retrospect, that would explain the absence of sexual violence in the threats. And the rat. There were traps all along the boardwalk. Ricky wouldn't have to go far to find one. Not to mention that the stamped letters had been dropped in the blue mail collection box at the end of Beach Road. She asked Bible, why? What did the judge ever do to Ricky? Round about 50 years ago, the diner burned down. Andrea remembered reading about the devastating fire on the RJ's Eats website, but unless Esther Vaughn was an arsonist, she didn't see the connection. And Big Al raised the kids after Ricky and Eric's parents died in a boating accident. Bible was watching Andrea carefully, taking in her reaction. There was a legal settlement with the boat operator of $200,000 that was put in a trust to take care of the kids. Big Al was the trustee. The kids knew about the money. They thought they were set for college, maybe a new car and a down payment on a house. Used to be that kind of money, even split down the middle, could buy you a hell of a lot of things. 2.5 years at SCAD had cost Andrea almost the entire amount. But then the diner burned down. Right, and Big Al, as trustee, felt that it would be for the benefit of the kids to use the money to rebuild the diner. The restaurant had been in the family for years. He petitioned the court. The court was persuaded, and the money was spent. Petitioned the court, Andrea echoed. The Delaware Court of Chancery adjudicates civil rights, real property, guardianships, trusts, that kind of thing. At the time, Esther was chancellor. She granted Big Al's request to use the money to rebuild the diner. Even said something about how a college education was all well and good, but the diner would supply a reasonable income for both kids for the remainder of their lifetimes. Andrea tried to think how she'd feel if the entire course of her adult life had been changed by one person. Actually, it didn't take a lot of imagination.
She told Bible, "I am assuming there's no proof, otherwise Ricky would be arrested. Has anyone interviewed her? You don't go straight on at a rattlesnake. You grab that sucker by the tail."
Andrea had heard the phrase before. The best way to break a suspect was to surprise them with information they didn't know you had. That was where the inspector with judicial security probably came in. Andrea and Bible were babysitters, not investigators. She asked, "Does the judge know Ricky wrote the threats?" "Indeed she does," Bible said, "but it's a theory, not a provable fact. The marshals are keeping the Vaughns safe on the outside chance I'm wrong. And I know this is hard to believe, partner, but I have been wrong before." Wait a minute. Andrea saw a gaping hole in his explanation. "You told me last night that the profile for a person who threatens a judge is a suicidal middle-aged white male." "That's true, which would make Ricky an outlier. Marshal rule number— oh, come on. All right, you got me." His shit-eating grin reminded her of Mike. "I could have told you Ricky was on my radar straight out of the gate. I was screwing with you, partner. You're hiding shit. I'm hiding shit. We gotta build trust, right? We good?" Andrea forced her molars to unclench. "We're good." "Fantastic," Bible said. "So here's something else you should know. Ricky's only an outlier because she's female. That I know about. She's attempted suicide at least 3 times over the years." Andrea felt her lips part in surprise. First time was a single-car accident when she was in her 20s. Second time she OD'd in the middle of the street on her 40th birthday. Pretty spectacular. She stopped traffic. Third time was in custody at the jail. Tried to hang herself in Stilton's holding cell after Dean had her arrested on the restraining order. You asked Stilton about suicides and he left Ricky completely out. "Yup, which means he was lying," Bible said. "The first 2 I could see slipping his mind, but the last one was 4 years ago and happened inside his own shop." Andrea had to take a moment to think all of this through. There was a glaringly obvious reason that Stilton was trying to keep away 2 US Marshals. "You laughed when I told you Ricky said Jack Stilton killed Emily. Not gonna say Jack ain't on my list, but there are much better suspects. Clayton Morrow, Jack Stilton, Bernard Fontaine, Eric Blakely, Dean Wexler." "This is a crazy question," Andrea warned, "but could the lost trust fund money be a motive for the attack? Obviously, Ricky is still pissed off about it. I can see where both she and her brother would blame the judge for ruining their lives." "Didn't witnesses place Eric in the gym during the time of the attack?" Bible asked. "And nobody saw Ricky there. But witnesses aren't always reliable. Everybody in Emily's friend group has some kind of alibi. They can't all be telling the truth." "That's true, and people generally only say what they think you want to hear." "I think I've answered my own crazy question," Andrea said. "This wasn't about the judge and the trust fund. Whoever killed Emily wasn't mad at Esther. They were mad at Emily. Her face was beaten to a pulp. 2 vertebrae in her neck were broken. She was stripped out of her clothes. She was thrown away in a dumpster. Why do all that instead of dropping her in the ocean, which was 20 yards away? You do all that because it's personal," Bible said. "And you're not really good at murdering," she said. "So that brings us back to the motive everyone assumed from the beginning. Emily was going to publicly name the father, and the father shut her up." "Right." Bible had clearly reached the same conclusion as Andrea. 40 years ago, Wexler took himself out of the running, claimed he was sterile. Andrea knew this from her reading. Bob Stilton took him at his word, but there was no medical record or doctor's affidavit in the file? Bible was grinning again. He'd gotten her to admit that she had read the Emily Vaughn's investigation file. He said, "You got anything else to tell me?" Andrea had one more detail, but it hadn't come from Emily's file. "Dean Wexler told me that Emily was drugged at a party. That's how she got pregnant. He told me she never found who did it." Bible didn't seem surprised by the news, but he had talked to more people than Andrea had, including Emily's own mother. He said, "I'm guessing you've got a theory on what happened that night." Andrea guessed she did. Emily Vaughn was attacked sometime between 6 to 6:30 on April 17, 1982. The sun set around 7:42. Bible started nodding, like this was what he wanted. The violence of the attack points to a known assailant.
The weapon was already in the alley, so it was probably spur of the moment. Some black threads were found on the pallet, but all of the boys were wearing black that night. After the attack, the assailant likely hid Emily behind a pile of trash bags and waited until it was dark to move her. What else? The witness statements. Stilton said he left the prom early and watched TV with his mother. Clay was seen dancing with a cheerleader, but the times are spotty. Nardo's the same. People saw him, then they didn't. Ditto with Dean Wexler, who was there as a chaperone. He was seen, and then not seen. Eric was at the prom. Witnesses saw him have an argument with Emily moments before the attack. Then they saw him walk away. In his statement, Eric claims he left early and spent the rest of the night watching movies with his sister. Andrea had to stop for a breath. She also had a new detail. At the time, Ricky's witness statement backed up Eric's story, but just now at her house, she told me that Clay couldn't be the killer because she saw him at the prom dancing with a cheerleader all night. Sandwich the before and after. Bible's poker face had cracked. Take yourself back to Ricky's house. How was she acting when you first got there? What was she like by the time you left? Then drill down to the middle. Was she nervous? Was she looking you in the eye? She looked exhausted when she opened the door, like she hadn't slept all night. And then when she returned from the garage, she was manic, and she stayed that way the rest of the time. Andrea had already guessed the probable explanation. When I first got there, Ricky knocked back 2 pills from one of her prescription bottles. I think when she returned from the garage, the drugs had kicked in. She went off script. She accidentally put herself near the crime scene when she clearly wasn't there. Worse, she exonerated Clay Morrow. Why is that worse? Well, Andrea shrugged. For once, her personal relationship to Clay felt immaterial. It's not smart. Everyone in town assumes Clay killed Emily. Why volunteer an alibi for him? If you're trying to pin a murder on somebody, pin it on the guy who's already in prison. Bible didn't respond. He stared out the window, scratching his chin in thought. Andrea let out a long breath. The tightness in her chest had gone away. Giving herself permission to talk about Emily Vaughn had lifted an anvil off her back. Though the relief was small consolation, considering she was no closer to finding out whether Clay Morrow was already a sadistic murderer before he met Laura, or if that had come afterward. "Partner, I'm going to tell you something you won't often hear," Bible said. "I was wrong. We got us a 2 asses, 1 horse situation here." Andrea laughed. "I'll agree to being one of the asses if you drop the horse metaphor." "Fair enough," he said. "We've got Stilton, Nardo, Dean, and Ricky. What do they have in common? They are all either directly or indirectly connected to both the activities at the farm and Emily Vaughn's murder." Andrea nodded, because they were all somehow linked together. He asked, "You ever hear of a Saudi defense?" "Some other dude did it," Andrea said. "Most criminals were gladly willing to turn on other criminals, especially if making a deal kept them out of prison. But how does that help us? We don't have leverage against any of them. You can't pin the death threats on Ricky. We don't have anyone inside the farm who will flip on Nardo or Wexler. Eric Blakely is dead.
Clay Morrow will fuck around with us because he's bored, and he can fuck with anybody. Stilton can say he forgot about Ricky's suicide attempts, or that he was embarrassed to bring them up because she nearly died in his custody, which is fair because he should be embarrassed. Bible waited to make sure she was finished. Ricky was so shaky that she had to pop some pills when you showed up at her door. Wexler tried to scare you off by assaulting a US Marshal. Nardo invoked his right to silence, then he chased you down for a chat. Stilton could be the worst cop in the world, or he could be trying to keep us away from the farm because he's afraid we'll find out something. The car turned silent again, but this time it was Andrea who was in thought. They're all freaking out, she realized. Stilton didn't call you about Alice Polson's suicide. Ricky gave you the details in the diner, but only after she, Nardo, and Wexler had time to get their stories straight. We've got 'em right where we want 'em, Bible said. In my experience, people who freak out tend to make a lot of mistakes. That's when you ramp up the pressure. Pressure sounded like something that happened very slowly. Andrea felt like every second of time since she'd left Glencoe had been spent trying to surf a wave that she couldn't quite catch.
As good as it felt to talk out the Emily Vaughn case with Bible, they still hadn't reached a resolution. Meanwhile, Alice Polson was still dead, and Star Bonaire was a walking corpse who, for all intents and purposes, was slowly digging her own grave. The why of Andrea joining the Marshal Service didn't have a definitive answer, but she sure as hell hadn't gone through more than 4 months of absolute hell to end up sitting on her ass when a desperate young woman begged her for help. She asked Bible, "What can we do?" "It's 5:15, partner. What do you think we're going to do?" Andrea swallowed back her disappointment. What they had to do was relieve Mitt Harry and Brian Crump. The 2 men had been patrolling the Vaughn estate since 6 this morning. Andrea and Bible were expected to report for duty in 45 minutes. "Marshal rule number 3, Bible said, always do your job." Andrea leaned against the wall as she waited for her order to be called at McDonald's. Both she and Bible had agreed the diner wasn't the best place for dinner tonight. He had driven to a fast food joint just outside the town limits. And then he'd grinned at Andrea when they'd pulled into the parking lot because the address put the restaurant in exactly the same spot that Skeeter's Grill had occupied 40 years ago when Emily Vaughn's body was found inside their dumpster. She looked at her phone, mindlessly scrolling through Insta because there was literally nothing else she could do. The last 24 hours had finally hit her like 12 tons of bricks. 4 hours of sleep was not enough for an adult woman. Every single nerve in her body felt raw. Every emotion felt drained. If she ran through the Emily Vaughn case again, her head would explode. If she thought about Alice Polson and Star Bonaire one more second, her heart would probably explode too. To punish herself, she opened her texts and reviewed Mike's attempts to get her attention. The gnooze, the dick pic. He might honestly believe that he'd taken the first plane to Delaware in pursuit of his job, but he could have made a phone call. He had wanted to see Andrea in person. He had wanted to know that she was safe. And she had kicked him in the teeth for his troubles. She stared at the blinking cursor in the message panel. Mike was probably on a plane back to Atlanta by now. She needed to apologize to him. She had to apologize to him. She had been so damn shitty. Why had she been so shitty? A notification banner dipped into the screen. Laura had sent a link to crime statistics in the metropolitan Portland area broken down by neighborhood. She'd added, "Can do a deeper dive when you tell me in which areas you would like to live." Andrea clicked off her phone. She wanted to live in a pineapple under the sea. 36? Andrea jumped like she'd won at bingo. She grabbed the bags and drinks off the counter. Bible was on the phone when she opened the door to his SUV. "I hear you, boss." He winked at Andrea. "We're heading over to the judge's place now, running a little late. Don't think I'm going to have time to call my wife. I hope she understands." Compton ended the call. Bible pulled out of the parking space, telling Andrea, "The boss figured our pressure campaign could stand the heat getting turned up a little." Andrea couldn't do any more riddles. She jammed their Cokes into the cup holders and opened her Happy Meal. Bible said, "She had the press office grant an interview with a couple of reporters from one of the largest newspapers in Denmark. Over half the country reads it. Granted, that's maybe 200 people and some of the more socially engaged hedgehogs, but the story might stir up some interests elsewhere." Andrea chewed her fries. "The reporters are flying over first thing. Should be in Longbill Beach by late afternoon. I don't know about you, partner, but I'm guessing Ricky will start sweating when she sees 2 reporters poking around town. And Dean Wexler sure as shit won't like a couple of nosy Danes knocking on his door asking why something is rotten in the state of Delaware." She appreciated the Hamlet reference, but Andrea could not follow him down the path of hopefulness again. European libel laws are even tougher than ours. They're going to run into the same problem we have. The girls at the farm aren't talking. No one is talking. Marshal rule number 16, slow and steady wins the race. Bible was smiling as he unwrapped his cheeseburger, but he seemed to pick up on her mood. He clicked on the radio. Yacht rock trilled softly from the speakers. He drove with one hand as he took tiny bites of his burger. Andrea finished her fries. She felt bad for her deflated mood in the face of Bible's relentless positivity. Given the fact that he had endured unspeakable torture at the hands of a Mexican drug cartel, she should have been impressed that he managed to get out of bed in the morning, let alone joke about hedgehogs. Now she found herself content to listen to the sound of his chewing over Toto's Rosanna. There was only a couple of hours of sunlight left in one of the longest days of her life. She was looking at 12 hours of walking the Vaughn estate because of a threat that wasn't exactly anonymous anymore. To keep herself from spinning the magic dial of her thoughts from Mike to Emily to Alice to Star to Ricky to Clay to Jack to Nardo to Blake, Andrea stared out the window. They were in another residential neighborhood, this one not upscale but not blue-collar either. The town of Longbill Beach was basically one giant circle with a state forest in the middle. Ricky's house, the downtown area, the Vaughn estate, and the farm were spokes on the wheel. You could probably walk from one side to the other in 20 minutes. "Hey, partner," Bible turned down the radio. "I got a confession." His confessions so far had been more like shocking revelations. She told him, "I don't think that word means what you think it means." He laughed good-naturedly. "Don't tell the boss, but I cleared it with Harry and Crump that we're gonna be a little late. We're only about 3 minutes from the judge's house as the crow flies. Figured you wouldn't mind if we made another stop." He didn't wait for her opinion. The SUV slowed. Bible pulled to the side of the road. Andrea looked at the small cottage they were parked in front of. Gray asbestos tiles, black trim. Seashells had been glued all over the mailbox. A converted attic with an eyebrow dormer in the shingled roof. The yard was overgrown, but not with weeds. The natural low-water consumption landscaping reminded her of Laura's yard. Bible provided, "This is where Star Bonaire grew up. Her mom's living there now."
Thought we'd drop in for a chat, see if Melody Brickell knows anything about her daughter's situation at the farm. Andrea caught the sly look he gave her before opening the door. Bible knew that Andrea recognized the name. She should have been surprised by the revelation, but it made a certain kind of sense that Melody Brickell was Star Bonaire's mother. She glanced around the street before following Bible up the walkway. The houses were tidier and farther apart than the ones in Ricky's neighborhood. A yellow Prius was in the drive. A long cord plugged into the car and snaked into an outlet inside the carport. There was a water collection tank to catch the runoff from the gutters. Solar panels stood proud on the sway-backed roof. Andrea's small-town experience told her that the copper rain chains alone could make the locals think that Melody was crazy. Bible said, "Guess old Star gets her green thumb from her mom." Andrea doubted that was something Melody was happy about. She stopped at the bottom of the steps and let Bible go ahead of her to the front door. She didn't think Melody Brickell would greet them with an AR-15, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Sometimes a crazy bitch was really a crazy bitch. Bible gave 2 soft knocks. The door opened almost immediately. An older woman with short, shaggy dark hair peered at them from the other side of the screen. She had to be Ricky's age, but she could have easily passed for 10 years younger. She was also incredibly fit. Her tight black top showed sculpted arms and shoulders. A colorful tattoo of a butterfly was on the back of her right hand. Her left eyebrow was pierced with a small silver hoop. Bible asked, "Melody Brickell?" "The one and only." Melody looked at Bible's shirt. "USMS? If the M stands for Mormon, you're barking up the wrong tree." "United States Marshal Service." Bible gave her one of his better smiles. "I'm Deputy Bible. This is Deputy Oliver." Well. Her arms crossed over her chest. She glanced back at Andrea. "Let me feed my cats before you take me in, please. I know I violated my restraining order. I'm not going to tack on lying to a police officer on top of everything else." Bible asked, "What kind of cats you got?" Melody's eyes narrowed, but she said, "A bushy little calico and a very talkative Siamese." "I got a Siamese called Hetty," Bible said. "My wife calls her my girlfriend because I love her so much." Melody looked back at Andrea, then at Bible. "You'll have to forgive me. I thought marshals spent their time guarding airplanes and tracking down fugitives." "Well, you're only half right there, ma'am. Federal air marshals are part of the Transportation and Security Administration of the Department of Homeland Security. US Marshals are with the Department of Justice. Fugitive tracking is only one of the many services we offer." Bible smiled again. "Right now, we're just here to talk." She wasn't amused. "According to my lawyer, I shouldn't talk to the police without calling him first."
Sounds like good advice. Well, you've clearly never had to pay a legal bill. She opened the door. Come in, let's get this over with. As with Wexler's farmhouse, Andrea found herself surprised by the interior of the cottage. Based on the overgrown yard and rainwater collection, she'd assumed Melody Brickell's decorating style would lean towards quilts and spirit catchers. Instead, the woman seemed to prefer large floral patterns from the 1970s, with a few anachronistic posters of the Eurythmics and the Go-Go's doing their best to complement the explosion of color. My mother's house, Melody explained. I moved back here 4 years ago when I found out Star had lost her mind. Let's go to the back, it's more comfortable there. Bible let Andrea take the lead as they followed Melody through the living room. Andrea looked down at the woman's left ankle. Her pants were cropped. There was no silver band. This is Star. My Star, at least. Melody had stopped at a series of photographs filling the short hallway. I know what you're thinking, but I named her after Ringo Starr. She dropped the second R in middle school. I swear I wasn't setting her up to join a cult. Andrea tried not to respond to the word cult. She leaned toward the photos. She barely recognized the young girl doing all the things that young girls did in photos. Star was ghostly now, nothing like the vibrant, healthy-looking teenager who smiled so openly at the camera. Melody said what they were all thinking. She's going to end up dead if she stays at that place. Andrea followed her through into the kitchen, which was as cluttered as Ricky's, but in a warm and welcoming way. A large pot simmered on the stove. The smell of yeast filled the air. There was a loaf of bread baking in the oven, which made Star's bread making feel even more poignant. Tell me something, Bible said to Melody. I'm not asking as a marshal, just out of curiosity. Why'd you violate your restraining order? I heard about the dead girl in the field. I had to know whether or not it was Star. Melody stopped to stir the pot on the stove. Now you tell me, Mr. Bible, not as a marshal, but as a human being. Did that girl kill herself, or did she die on her own? Bible asked, What's that mean, on her own? What they're doing is a slow suicide, Melody said. That I know of, 2 of them have already starved to death. Literally. Their bodies gave out and they died. Bible asked, When was this? She put down the spoon. One was 3 years ago. The other was last May. I won't give you their names because there's nothing you can do, and it would be piling onto a tragedy for you to give their grieving parents any hope. Bible nodded, but asked, How do you know about the 2 deaths? I'm part of a group of parents and family members who have lost their children to Dean Wexler. We had a website, but we were forced to take it down. Our Facebook page kept getting attacked. They even found us on the dark web. We were all doxxed, sent death threats. Every penny that damn place makes is spent protecting Dean Wexler. Melody's pain was so palpable that Andrea felt helpless all over again. What about Nardo? He's never been anything more than a sick opportunist. Dean is the Charles Manson of the place. Melody placed the lid back on the pot. If there's any justice in the world, he'll die a miserable, excruciating death. Life usually makes you pay for your personality, Bible said. Any chance you know the names of any girls who got away? Maybe they're willing to... There's not a chance in hell, Melody said. Mr. Bible, I have no retirement left. I'm coasting to Social Security, teaching the piccolo to kindergartners, because every dime I have ever earned has gone to lawyers who could not help get my daughter out of that place. As far as I'm concerned, any girl who has the strength or courage to pull away from Dean Wexler should be left in peace. I hear you loud and clear, Bible said. But going back to what you said about those girls who lost their lives, I'm wondering why no one took their stories to the press. You mean the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Baltimore Sun? She gave a rueful laugh. Slow and deliberate starvation isn't very sexy compared to a worldwide pandemic, insane election conspiracies, whatever social upheaval is going on in the world, and a mass shooting every single week. The few reporters who returned my calls told me to give it time. I understand, he said. Mr. Bible, forgive me, but I don't think you do. Time is the very thing that's going to kill my daughter. Melody had put her hands on her hips. When Star first got wrapped up in this madness, I talked to an eating disorder specialist about what to expect. My mother was a nurse. I needed to understand the science. Anorexia nervosa has the highest mortality rate of all mental health disorders. Typically, the heart simply gives out. There's not enough potassium and calcium to generate the electricity required to maintain a normal heartbeat. Andrea thought about Star's deliberate movements around the kitchen.
The long pauses in between. She was so malnourished that the slightest expenditure of energy exhausted her. Melody continued, "If their heart doesn't stop, there's the osteopenia from the loss of calcium. Their bones are more susceptible to breaks, and the breaks don't heal. Infections are more life-threatening because the immune system is compromised. The neurological problems range from seizures to cognitive deficits caused by structural changes in the brain. And don't forget anemia, gastrointestinal disorders, organ failure, hormonal fluctuations, infertility, though I suppose that part is very convenient for Dean and Nardo." Bible asked, "How's that?" "Mr. Bible, I'm not the hysterical, febrile woman Jack Stilton has made me out to be. Why else would they be starving and brutalizing my daughter if they weren't fucking her?" She let them consider her words as she led them to the sunroom off the kitchen. Again, Andrea was surprised by the decor. One entire wall was taken up by a massive vinyl album collection. A professional drum kit filled the corner, which explained the Ringo Starr affinity. The framed posters on the walls were clearly originals. Andrea recognized the festivals: Bonnaroo, Burning Man, Coachella, Lilith Fair, Lollapalooza. Signatures were scrawled across the band names. "I mostly work as a session drummer now, but my husband and I toured for 30 years, Melody explained. "My mother watched Starr while we were on the road. I never left her for more than 2 weeks at a time, but they were very close. Then, 4.5 years ago, Mother died. I think that's what triggered Starr to start searching for meaning. She felt lost. I'm her mother, so obviously I couldn't give her what she needed. For better or worse, the farm gave her something to believe in." Bible sat on the futon, which was so low that his knees were at chest level. "Is your husband still touring?" "Denny passed away the year before my mother. Looking back, that's when Starr began to go downhill. She was experimenting with drugs, which was fine. I experimented with drugs. They were fabulous. But Starr couldn't stop." Melody sat down cross-legged on the floor. A tubby calico appeared out of nowhere and crawled into her lap. Dean Wexler aside, I was actually glad when she started volunteering at the farm. She stopped using. She was my little girl again. It's funny how easy it is to see all of your mistakes after the fact. Bible expertly pulled her away from the self-recriminations. "What was that like, touring around and such?" "It was a fucking blast," she gave a deep belly laugh. "We weren't huge, but we were good enough to make a living, which is more than most can say. I went by Melody Bricks, short for Brickle, not to be confused with Edie Brickle. That's me in the corner, to quote REM. Andrea felt caught out. Her eyes had wandered to the alphabetized vinyl collection. The Melody Bricks experience was faced out in the B section. A younger version of Melody was on the front. She was screaming into a microphone from behind her drum kit. Andrea read some of the track names. Everything Gone, Misery Loves Comedy, Absent in Absentia. Very new wave, Melody told her. There's a signed Miss Indosto in there. I got to sit in with Pink on the Midwest swing of the party tour. Feel free to poke around. Andrea wasn't here for the record collection, but Bible had established an easy tempo with the woman that she didn't want to break. Hold on before we get to the hard part. Melody leaned over and started cranking open the windows. A light breeze filled the room. Menopause is not for sissies. Got to agree with you there, Bible chuckled. My wife Cussy, I don't know how she does it. Melody sat back on the floor. As much fun it is to talk about cats and menopause with you, Mr. Bible, let's please cut to the chase. My partner and I were out at the farm this morning. Bible paused. We saw your daughter. Andrea looked away from the albums. Tears had sprung into Melody's eyes. Is she... Melody's voice caught. Is she all right? She's alive, Bible told her. I didn't speak to her, but... His work phone started ringing. He checked the caller ID. Mr. Bible, Melody said. Please don't answer that. It's just my boss. She can wait, Bible silenced the ringer. Oliver, show her the photograph that Starr took with your phone. What? Melody stood up. How did Starr get your phone? I left it for her on the counter. Andrea tucked the album she was holding under her arm so that she could retrieve her iPhone. "You can take a photo without the password?" "Yes," Melody said. "The button is on the lock screen. Can you hurry, please?" Andrea tapped in her code and swiped through to the photo. Melody gently took the phone away from Andrea. Her hands were trembling. She zoomed in on the word Star had drawn in the flower. "Help." Melody's throat worked. She didn't wipe the tears streaming from her eyes. Andrea assumed that after everything Melody had survived over the last 4 years, she was no stranger to crying. Melody asked, "Was she okay? Did she speak, or?" Andrea looked at Bible. "No, ma'am, we didn't speak. She was very thin, but she was moving around. The flour was on the counter because she was baking bread." Melody's tears kept flowing as she stared at what was probably her only recent proof that her daughter was still alive. She's done something like this before. Once, she passed a note to a delivery driver. A few months ago, she called me in the middle of the night and told me that she wanted to come home. "What did you do?" Andrea asked. "I got Jack involved. To his credit, he went out both times and tried to make a stink. But Star wouldn't cooperate. She never cooperates. I think she likes it, the attention. My therapist says she must be getting something out of it. People don't do things unless there's a reward. Even if there's negative consequences, there is comfort in the familiar. What about—" Andrea didn't know how to frame the question, so she was blunt. "You tried to kidnap her and take her to a deprogrammer?" "I did." Melody's smile was weak. She slid the album out from Andrea's arm and used that as an excuse to change the subject. "Jinx at Monterey Live. Stefan Grappelli sat in for Daphne. Are you a jazz fan?" Andrea shook her head. "My father loves it." "Sorry, ladies." Bible was looking at his personal phone. "That's my wife. Can't ignore her. If you don't mind, I'll take it outside. Help yourself." Melody placed the album on top of the shelves as Bible left through the kitchen. She stared down at Star's flower photo again. Before Andrea could stop her, she had swiped to the previous picture. Alice Poulsen's concave face filled the screen. Glassy eyes, sunken cheeks, dried foam around pale blue lips. There was no exclamation of horror. Melody swiped back again, then again. She seemed impassive as she stared at the bright red bed sores on Alice Poulsen's shoulder blades, her stark ribs, her brittle fingernails, the light bruises ringing her wrists. Melody asked, "Do you know that a bruised or sprained wrist is one of the most common signs of domestic violence?" Andrea felt herself wanting to cradle her wrist again. "My therapist told me that," Melody said. "There are so many nerves and ligaments and bones in that one small space. They grab you there and you do whatever they want." Andrea was familiar with pain compliance, but she hadn't considered it in the context of domestic violence. That's how it started with Star. She came home with her wrist wrapped in a bandage. She was so deep into her addiction. I didn't want to know how it happened. I was so caught up in Mother's estate and trying to figure out what to do with my life. Andrea didn't try to make excuses because she knew that Melody wouldn't accept them. Dean is an animal. Any man who abuses a woman is. They have an instinct that tells them to start off slowly. Grab her wrist and see if she lets you get away with it. Then her shoulder or her arm. Then, before too long, their hands are around her neck.
They're so good at knowing who will keep their mouths shut and put up with it. Melody's gaze was on the phone again. She had found the first photograph Andrea had taken of Alice Poulsen lying naked in the field. Melody's tears had never really stopped, but now they formed a river down her face, welling into the collar of her shirt. She said, "This is going to be Star one day, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it." Andrea gently made to take back the phone, but Melody finally let out a cry, not from horror, but from surprise. She'd swiped one last time and discovered the photograph of the mixtape liner notes Andrea had taken of Judith's collage. "My God, I'd forgotten all about this!" She wiped her eyes. "Where did you find it?" Andrea protected Judith by instinct. "In a box of Emily's things at the Vaughn's." Of course. Melody easily accepted the explanation. "I wasn't allowed to talk to Emily, but I put mixtapes in her mailbox every few weeks. This is the last one I made for her before she was murdered. Look at my silly handwriting. I was trying to disguise my identity in case my mother somehow found out I was disobeying her." Andrea pretended to look at the text, but she already knew it by heart. "Did you know Emily well?"
Not as well as I wanted to. She was an amazing girl, but she had her group. We shared a love of music. It's such a tragedy that she's gone, and Dean Wexler is still walking the face of this earth. Andrea said, I've heard a lot about Emily's drug use. Oh, that's bullshit. Melody finally handed back the phone. Don't get me wrong, none of us just said no to drugs, but Emily was never into the hard stuff. I hate to sound like my mother, but she hung around with a bad crowd. Andrea couldn't agree more. Do you have any theories about who killed her? I mean, Melody sputtered air between her lips. Everybody seems to think it was Clay, and look at what he did after he left town. If that's not a pattern, I don't know what is. Ricky Fontaine had a theory. Andrea noted Melody's arched eyebrow when she'd heard Ricky's name. She thinks that Jack Stilton did it. For fuck's sakes, Melody's booming laugh filled the room. Ricky is such a lying cunt. They always hated Jack. We're talking all the way back to kindergarten. Nardo in particular took a sick joy out of torturing him. Emily hated him for it. She always took up for Jack. There's no way he would have ever hurt her. Andrea thought of the restraining order. Ricky can be a very vindictive person. Understatement of the year. The only thing Ricky Blakely has ever cared about is Nardo Fontaine. She's obsessed with him, and he never misses an opportunity to screw with her. Melody's hands had gone to her hips again. At least once a week, Nardo shows up late at that stupid diner. He drags along Star so she can play his audience. It's all disgusting, really, but like I said, they must be getting something out of it. There's comfort in the familiar. For the first time, Andrea questioned Melody's veracity. Ricky has a permanent restraining order against her. She can't go within 20 feet of Nardo. I'm legally barred from the farm, and I was there this morning, Melody pointed out. The law doesn't matter if no one is going to enforce it. Andrea could not say that she was wrong. Can I ask your opinion on something else Ricky told me? I'm clearly on a tear, Melody acknowledged. Go ahead. She said that whatever is happening at the farm today is the same shit that happened to Emily 40 years ago. Huh, Melody said. Not no way, or Ricky's full of shit, or another. For fuck's sakes. And then Melody added, well, maybe? Andrea felt her heart start to shake in her chest. Melody had known Emily. She knew the group. She knew exactly what was happening at the farm. Okay, Melody paused to gather her thoughts. My mother told me some stuff before she died. I'm not supposed to know because there was a medical confidentiality, but surely that doesn't matter anymore. Andrea held her breath. This is a little from Mom, and a little from what I heard at school, and a little from what Emily told me herself, Melody prefaced. Emily was drugged and raped at a party. She literally had no memory of what happened. I don't think she ever found out who raped her. And it wasn't a party like what you're thinking. It was only ever her and the clique. That's Nardo, Blake, Ricky, and Clay. The clique. Andrea remembered Ricky using the same phrase. Oh yes, the clique. Everyone thought they were so mysterious. Melody rolled her eyes. The hilarious part was, they were all kind of pathetic, and I say this as a person who was pathetic myself. Emily and I were both band geeks. We wore Mork and Mindy rainbow suspenders and headgear for our braces. Andrea almost laughed. She had assumed the exact opposite. From her photos, Emily was very pretty. It doesn't matter how pretty you are if you don't know it, Melody said. Ricky was wildly unpopular. She was volatile and dramatic, even for a teenage girl. And Blake was always calculating. Every conversation, he was looking for a way to exploit you. Then there's Nardo. Kids would literally take a different route to class so that they wouldn't run into him. He was, and still is, unbelievably cruel. Andrea had never before heard anyone describe them all so clearly. And Clay? Well, he brought them together, didn't he? He made them feel special, part of the clique. They would have been nothing without him. All he demanded in return was their unquestioning devotion. And that extended to breaking into cars, taking drugs, whatever Clay wanted them to do. Her shrug belied everything the group had given up in return. Clay was the only one of them who was genuinely popular. Everyone loved him. He had an uncanny ability to find out what you were missing and fill the void. He was a chameleon, even back then. Andrea knew that he was still a chameleon now. What about Dean Wexler? He was the creepy gym teacher who kept accidentally walking into the girls' locker room when we were changing. And now you could say that he's nothing but a cheap imitation of Clay Morrow. You'd think it was the opposite since Dean was older, but it's hard to convey how malicious Clay's influence was. Dean studied at the altar. Melody's tone changed at the mention of her daughter's tormentor. At least Clay had charm. Dean is so primitive. He only cares about control. He is a wraith from the bowels of hell. Can we go back to something you said earlier? Andrea gently steered her away from Wexler. What was Emily's reaction when she realized she'd been raped? She must have been devastated. She was, Melody said. My mother was there when Emily found out she was pregnant. She said it was one of the most painful moments of her life. Emily was in shock. Mother said it wasn't the pregnancy at that point so much as the betrayal that cut Emily to the bone. The clique was her life. To have one of them do such an unthinkable thing to her was unimaginable. She was obsessed with trying to find out who did it. She called it her Columbo investigation. After the TV detective? Peter Falk. Amazing actor, Melody said. Emily approached the investigation very seriously. I told you she was a nerd. She did proper interviews with people. She wrote everything down. I would see her in class or in the hall poring over her notes, trying to see if she had missed anything. I suppose it was like a diary. She was never without it. I felt so sorry for her. Asking so many questions was probably what got her killed. Andrea wondered if pieces of Emily's Columbo investigation had made it into teenage Judith's collage. The stray lines felt like the sort of affirmations a geeky young girl might write. Keep working it out. You will find the truth. She asked Melody, which people did Emily investigate? Melody shrugged. I'm assuming the same people Jack's dad investigated. Clayton Morrow, Jack Stilton, Bernard Fontaine, Eric Blakely, Dean Wexler. Andrea asked, how does what happened to Emily at the party tie into what's happening at the farm? Is Dean drugging the girls? They don't have to be drugged. Obviously, the girls will do whatever Dean wants. Melody shrugged again. It's cunning, isn't it? The way they instinctively choose the girls who will be vulnerable to their manipulations. Nardo screens them. I remember Star being very excited about her interviews. I blame myself for not noticing that she was losing too much weight. I mean, you never say that to a woman, do you? You're too thin? Andrea shook her head, though she knew that Melody wasn't looking for validation. I stopped seeing her after she moved to the farm. That's part of the pattern. Dean isolates them from their families. First, there are no in-person visits, then only phone calls, then all you get is the occasional email, then nothing. Every parent I speak with tells the exact same story. And looking back, it's the same thing Clay did with the clique. They were completely isolated. All but Emily, but her life was incredibly narrow because of him. Andrea had to ask, do you know about the ankle bracelets the girls wear at the farm? Yes. Melody took a quick breath. The bracelet was clearly difficult for her to talk about. I saw it a few days after Star stopped communicating with me. I drove over there and pounded on the door and demanded that they let me see her. She was so proud of the anklet, as if she'd been initiated into something special. You have to earn one, apparently. As if Dean's still a teacher handing out A's to his favorite students. I don't understand it. Andrea couldn't understand it either. You said he acted creepy in school. Where does the weight thing come in? He was always into health food and ultra-marathon running and all that stuff that everyone thought was crazy in the 80s. I remember him being particularly cruel to the overweight girl in class, but of course everyone was cruel to her. Groups of kids can be sadistic by nature. But he singled her out. He would leave diet plans on her desk. He would make noises with his mouth when she walked. Melody shook her head in disgust. In any case, it's not hard to draw a direct line from past Dean to the current Dean's anorexia fetish. And of course, sex is sex. It makes sense to blend his two passions. What about Star? Andrea asked. What's she getting out of this? I asked her once, back when she would still speak to me, and she gave me some bullshit drivel, Melody said. The thing that I learned from the eating disorder specialist is that with anorexia, starvation can become addictive, and it can act like a hallucinogenic on the system. At first, you go into dreamlike trances where you're highly suggestible. Then eventually, your brain will shut down to conserve energy. You lose... Melody's hand went to her mouth. Tears wept from her eyes again. She was clearly thinking about her own daughter. "Take your time," Andrea said. Several seconds passed before Melody slowly dropped away her hand. "You lose consciousness. That's what happens when you deprive your body of basic nutrition. You pass out. You're completely senseless." Andrea repeated Ricky's words. "The shit that's happening at the farm is the same shit that happened to Emily Vaughn 40 years ago." "Yes, you could say that Emily was senseless when she was raped," Melody said. "You know, when I first realized what was happening to Star, all I could think was, what kind of twisted fucker wants to have sex with a woman who's for all practical purposes in a coma? Clayton Morrow, Jack Stilton, Bernard Fontaine, Eric Blakely, Dean Wexler. It's almost a form of necrophilia, isn't it? The woman has no idea what the man is doing. She's completely helpless the entire time. She can't tell him to stop or even tell him to keep going if it feels good. She's an inanimate series of holes. She might as well be a mannequin. What kind of sadist gets off on that?" Andrea looked down at her left hand. The bruise had started to show. There was a dark band around her wrist that had been left by Dean Wexler's thumb and fingers. "Oliver!" They both jumped when Bible slammed open the front door. He called, "I need you." The alarm in his voice set off a chain reaction inside of Andrea's body. At the academy, they had spent hours talking about adrenaline, how it could save you or kill you. The hormone, also called epinephrine, flooded into your bloodstream, triggering your fight-or-flight response. Your senses became finely honed. Your nervous system lit up. At the microscopic level, air passages dilated and blood vessels contracted, redirecting energy toward the lungs and major muscle groups. Andrea was unaware of any of this happening as she bolted toward the door. She was outside before she realized that she was even moving. Her foot hit the top of the stairs. She leapt into the air and landed hard on the walkway. Bible was already in his SUV. The window was down. "Look!" He pointed to a plume of black smoke curling in the distance. "That's the judge's house. Call it in." Bible was so panicked that he didn't even wait for Andrea to get into the car. He was peeling away as she dialed 911. Dusk had turned the sky iridescent. She could barely see Bible taking a sharp left turn at the end of the street. Andrea didn't follow him. He told her earlier that the house was 3 minutes away as the crow flies. The smoke acted like a giant arrow pointing her in the right direction. She dialed 911 as she darted into the yard across from Melody's cottage. Andrea was jumping over a chain-link fence when the emergency operator finally picked up. "There's a fire at Judge Vaughn's," the woman said. "We've got units responding." Andrea jammed her phone back into her pocket. She climbed over a wooden fence. She landed on a trash can, then tumbled to the ground. She could smell the smoke now, thick and pungent. The dark color told her that man-made materials were burning, wood and drywall and furniture. She pushed her legs to keep pumping. Her lungs were screaming. The wind shifted, sending smoke into her face. Her eyes were stinging so badly that she could barely keep them open. She broke through a line of trees and found herself across the street from the judge's estate. Flames licked up from the back of the house. Andrea had walked the property for hours the night before. She mentally called up the interior of the house. 2 wings, north and south. The main section with the library, office, formal living room, and dining room. The kitchen in the back by the garage. She had never gone upstairs, but she knew that the judge and her husband slept on the 2nd floor of the north wing. She had seen the lights on in their bedroom as she walked the rounds. Their balcony overlooked Judith's studio. "Fuck," she groaned, pushing herself back into a full run. The studio. Turpentine, spray adhesive, paints, mordant, acids, canvas and wood, and so many things that could either catch on fire or cause an explosion that could take out the rest of the house. Bible's SUV caught up to her on the driveway. She banged her hand on the side panel as she ran alongside it. "The studio!" she screamed. "Go!" he yelled, speeding up to pass her. She watched Bible's SUV slide to a stop in front of the garage. He jumped out of the car. A lumbering shape came out of the garage. Hari and Crump. They carried Franklin Vaughn between them. The judge trailed behind, clutching a large briefcase to her chest. The thing was so heavy that the old woman nearly stumbled before Bible grabbed her by the waist and carried her away from the flames. Andrea was skirting around the side of the house when she caught sight of Guinevere running back into the garage. She hesitated, but then Bible chased after the girl. Andrea picked up her pace. None of it would matter if the studio caught fire. The house would be leveled before anyone could reach a safe distance. Her foot slipped as she turned the corner. The roaring blaze illuminated the backyard.
The English garden, the pool, the studio. Andrea coughed, strangled by the thick, acrid fumes. The fire had engulfed the judge's bedroom. Flames licked out of the windows, chewed away at the wood accents, reached like desperately searching hands toward the studio. Andrea tripped. She fell flat on her face. Her nose crunched against the stone path. Stars filled her vision. She squinted them away as she looked behind her, trying to see what she'd tripped on. Turpentine, cans of paint, varnishes. Judith had beaten her to the studio. She was running back and forth, tossing the flammable liquids into the swimming pool. Andrea pushed herself up. She ran into the studio and started grabbing anything that looked dangerous: spray cans, pots of liquid adhesive. She passed Judith on the way to the pool. Their eyes met for a second. They both knew how deadly the chemicals could be. The first class you took in art school started with all the ways you could poison or burn yourself alive. Andrea tossed an armful of cans into the pool before heading back for more. The smoke thickened inside her chest. Her fight or flight was turning on her, telling her to back away. There was fresh air in the distance. Or she could lie down. She could staunch the blood that was rolling down her throat. She could close her eyes and rest. She shook her head as hard as she could, knocking some sense into herself. She threw herself into a run toward the studio. Judith was dragging a 5-gallon bucket behind her. Andrea recognized the markings on the label. Sulfuric acid wasn't flammable by itself, but under the wrong circumstances, it could turn into hydrogen gas, the same type of gas that had taken down the Hindenburg. Andrea grabbed onto the handle. The hot metal seared into her hand. The bucket was almost full, which meant it weighed about 70 pounds. They both tried to lift it together. Andrea groaned from the strain. The metal ring was like a razor cutting into her palms. Her teeth rattled from the effort. Her lungs couldn't expand any longer. Her vision started to go. "Lift!" Judith screamed. Andrea lifted. Her legs were shaking as she dragged the acid across the lawn. She heard a loud crack behind her. The earth shuddered beneath her feet. The supports for the balcony had started to fall. The upper floor was about to slide directly into the studio. "Go!" Andrea yelled, straining against the weight. And then, the weight was suddenly gone. Andrea felt a moment of lightness as she was launched into the air, then the cold slap of the water as her head went under. She fell sideways, her shoulder jarring against the bottom of the pool. Blood came into her mouth. She had bitten her lip. Judith floated limply beside her, hands drifting above her shoulders. The bucket gently settled to the bottom. Andrea turned, looking up at the surface. She saw flames shooting across the water. Then pieces of twisted metal rained down. Then sparkling shards of glass. Then everything went black. October 21, 1981. Emily trekked toward home. She felt hot and sticky. Her bladder was going to pop. Today had been the longest day she had ever experienced. From the moment she'd left her hiding place in the back of the library, every minute had felt like an hour. Every hour had felt like a day. At lunch, she had tried to eat, but the food had taken on a metallic taste. By fourth period, she was so exhausted that she could barely put one foot in front of the other. Then fifth period rolled around, and Emily had found herself startled awake by the teacher clapping together his hands for her attention. Emily had said that she wasn't feeling well. There was no argument from the teacher. He'd let her leave 20 minutes before the final bell. In retrospect, slipping out into an empty hallway was the best thing for all concerned. As the day had dragged on, the giggles and stares had ebbed away, and an open hostility had washed over the school. Even her math teacher had looked down his nose at her. Why? Until a few days ago, Emily had spent her entire nearly 18 years of existence being the good girl, the teacher's pet, the great student, the friendly girl next door type who would always lend you her class notes or gladly offer to sit with you in the parking lot while you cried over a boy. Now, she was a pariah. Except for Melody Brickle, but Emily wasn't sure what to make of that. The two of them had been periphery friends for years, always smiling to each other in the halls, talking about music and laughing along to silly jokes in band practice. They'd even bunked together a few times at band camp, though Emily had felt the pull back to the clique the second the bus had dropped them off back home. And now, Melody had written her a letter. Emily didn't need to pull it out of her book bag to know what it said. She had read it over and over throughout the day, even hiding in the bathroom stall so she could analyze every word. "Hello, I am sorry about what is happening to you. It is very unfair. You should know that I am still your friend, even if I can't talk to you anymore. Or, at least for the time being. Everything is so complicated. My mother is worried about me being around you. Not that she thinks that you did anything wrong. She wanted me to make it clear to you that what happened is not your fault. Someone took advantage of you. The thing Mom is worried about is me being hurt by association, because people are so mean, and I am already the subject of a lot of abuse because everyone thinks that I am weird. I always thought weirdness was one thing you and I had in common. But you are not weird because you don't belong like me. Your weirdness comes from your love and acceptance of all kinds of people. No one else at school is nice to everybody, no matter who they are or where they live or if they are smart or whatever. You are so genuinely kind. You do not deserve what people are saying. Maybe when this is over, we can be friends again. I am still going to be a world-famous musician one day, and you will be a lawyer who helps people, and everything will be awesome again. Until that happens, I love you, and I am so sorry. Keep working it out. You will find the truth. Your friend. P.S. Sorry this is messy. I was literally crying the whole time I wrote this. The notebook paper was crinkled where Melody's tears had dried. She had circled them like crime scene exhibits, as if she needed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was heartbroken. What was Emily supposed to do with the letter? What was she supposed to think? She couldn't very well go up to Melody and ask her, "I am still your friend, even if I can't talk to you anymore." The note had been wrapped around a cassette tape, secured by a green rubber band. Melody had made Emily a copy of the Go-Go's album. She'd done a very good mock-up of the cover art using a fountain pen and magic markers. Her usual block print had been replaced by a cool, funky script. Keep working it out. You will find the truth. She meant Emily's Columbo investigation. She had seen Emily furiously working the pages as if she could somehow manage to put together the puzzle. "Took advantage of," Emily quoted from Melody's letter. What a phrase! As if Emily had been a 2-for-1 coupon or a half-priced steak dinner that someone had availed themselves of. Not someone. Clay, Nardo, Blake, maybe Dean, maybe Jack. A car drove by at a slow pace. Emily looked away because she didn't want to see the faces staring back. Her throat burned as she swallowed back tears. She really was a pariah now. She had lost the clique. She had one friend she could never speak to. The entire school had turned against her. And Cheese Jack. The tears finally broke through. Nardo had said that Jack was at the party.
He'd said that Jack was standing right there when Emily had walked into the house. Her eyes squeezed shut. She tried to take herself back to that moment. She walked through Nardo's front door. She stuck out her tongue for Clay to give her the tab of acid. She saw the Fontaine's sunken living room, the heavy drapes across the large windows, the sectional sofa that curved around a large projection screen. She could not conjure any memories of Jack being at Nardo's, ever. Her eyes opened. She stared up at the beautiful blue sky. Jack sold pre-rolled joints. Emily knew that was a fact. He kept a sandwich bag full of them inside his coat pocket. It was common knowledge that Jack could hook you up. Everyone said he stole pot from the evidence room at the police station, but Emily knew that he got the weed from a cousin in Maryland and hand-rolled them himself. What she didn't know was whether or not Jack sold harder drugs. She tried to take herself back to that night again. walking through the front door, sticking out her tongue, Clay brandishing the tab of acid like a conductor summoning the orchestra's attention. Jack had not been there. This was not a memory issue or an LSD-induced black hole. This was common sense. Nardo hated Jack. All of the boys did, especially Clay. They went out of their way to be cruel to Jack, tripping him in the hall, slamming his lunch tray out of his hands, stealing his clothes out of his gym locker. And Jack went out of his way to avoid them at all costs. No matter how much money Nardo had offered, she could not see Jack willingly going to his house. Emily thought about her Columbo conversation with Jack. One thing he'd said seemed to have particular relevance now. Sometimes they make up lies to throw the heat onto somebody else. Nardo was definitely a liar. He lied to his parents about where he was going. He lied to Clay about not having any cigarettes left. He lied to Blake about not failing a history exam. He lied to Ricky all the time by not coming out and saying that he didn't have feelings for her, and it was never going to happen. It was a game to him, telling people what he wanted them to know rather than simply giving the truth. So why would Emily ever think that Nardo was telling the truth about Jack being at the party? And if Nardo was lying about the party, was he lying for the sake of lying, or was he lying to cover his own ass? The best person to talk about this with could possibly be the worst person to approach, but Emily was almost home, and Jack was probably in the shed. Things had been particularly hard at home for him lately. She coached herself on how to question him as she walked up the long driveway. Jack had told her how to implement the Columbo strategy, so it likely wouldn't work on him. There would be no one more thing. Emily had to be honest with him and hope that, in return, he was honest with her. She practiced aloud, trying to keep her tone even, her cadence light, almost whispering. "Did you do this to me?" Emily closed her eyes and repeated the question. She listened carefully to her voice. She didn't want to be accusatory. She wasn't angry. In fact, she would probably be relieved to find out it was cheese, because it made a certain kind of sense that he would take advantage of a situation. He was so desperately lonely. He had very few friends. As far as Emily knew, he had never been on a date. Except for his weed business, he could probably go days without anyone his own age speaking to him. Emily felt her head shaking. Even if she accepted that Jack had been at the party, there was no way that the boys, or even Ricky, would have let Jack take advantage of Emily. But Ricky had been passed out on the front lawn, according to Dean, and Blake and Nardo had both backed the story that they were in the upstairs bathroom. Everyone so far agreed that Clay and Emily had been out by the pool. They had been arguing. Were they arguing about Jack? They had argued about him so many times before. She heard a guttural sound come out of her throat. All of this endless speculation was exhausting. Her brain was on a carousel again. The house receded, and plastic horses on poles started moving up and down. Tinny music drowned out the distant roar of the ocean. Tears rolled down her face. The carousel spun faster and faster. The world was blurring. Her eyes could barely stay open. Her brain finally, blissfully turned itself off. She had no idea how much time passed. 1 minute she was trudging around the side of the house. The next she was sitting on the wooden bench inside her mother's English garden. When it was in season, flowers and plants spilled over into the walkway. Goldenrod, black-eyed Susans, milkweed, great blue lobelia. The style of garden dated back to the 18th century, a rebellion against the symmetry and formality of the classic architectural garden. That Esther allowed, let alone encouraged, something so wild and unstructured to grow in her yard had always struck Emily as odd. Given her mother's strict personality, it seemed like she would be more drawn toward tightly trimmed boxwoods and rectilinear patterns. The garden had always made Emily sad. It was a reminder that there was a part of her mother that she would never know. Emily? Clay sounded surprised to see her, though he was the one who was trespassing. She asked, "What are you doing here?" His eyes flickered toward the shed. "I needed something to take the edge off." Emily smoothed together her lips.
He'd come to score some pot and ended up seeing the last person on Earth he wanted to see. There were worse things that could happen to a person. Jack isn't here, she told him, though she had no idea whether or not Jack was in the shed. I can tell him you came by. Forget about it. I'll catch up with him later. Instead of leaving, Clay shoved his hands in his pockets. He looked back at the shed with real longing. It's been a rough couple of days. She laughed. Sorry it's been so hard on you. He gave a heavy groan as he sat down beside her on the bench. Aren't you going to ask me? Emily shook her head because she finally just now realized that it was pointless to ask. No one was going to be honest with her. It wasn't me, Clay said, uselessly. You know I don't feel that way about me, Emily finished. Yes, I know. Your minions have all repeated the line. Clay sighed again. He kicked at the gravel. A streak of dirt was left in his wake. Emily would have to smooth over the mark after he left, which was unsurprising. She and everyone else in the clique had been smoothing over Clay's mistakes for almost their entire lives. He asked, "What are you going to do?" Emily shrugged. No one had asked her what she was going to do. Her parents had decided, and now she was doing it. He asked, "Can you feel it?" Emily followed his gaze. He was looking at her stomach. Without thinking, she had rested her palm flat to her belly. No. She moved her hand away, slightly sickened by the thought of something moving around inside of her body. She didn't even know what a baby looked like at 6 weeks. Was it still considered a zygote? She had learned enough about gestation in health class to pass the exam, but the details had seemed esoteric back then. Emily imagined a cluster of cells pulsing around in a blob of liquid as they waited for a shot of hormones to tell them whether or not to turn into a kidney or a heart. I heard you got a marriage proposal. Emily felt her brain reaching back for the calmness of the carousel. She forced herself to stay in the present, asking Clay, "Did they send you here?" "Who?" "The clique." She normally appreciated his coyness, but now she found it annoying. "Ricky, Blake, Nardo, are they worried I'll ruin your life?" Clay looked down at the ground. He kicked a deeper furrow into the gravel. "I'm sorry, Emily. I know this isn't what you wanted." She would have laughed if she'd the energy. Clay's voice trailed off. "Are you going to name someone?" "Name someone?" she asked.
It sounded like McCarthyism. Who would I name? Clay shrugged, but he had to know the list. Nardo, Blake, Dean, Jack. Not to mention himself, because even though he kept saying he wasn't interested in Emily, he'd still been at the party, and they had clearly argued about something. She felt a spark of Columbo. Maybe Emily wasn't so resigned to her state after all. "Clay, I'm sorry about arguing with you the night of the party. It wasn't your fault." His mouth twisted to the side. "I thought you didn't remember anything." "I remember yelling at you," she lied. And then she tried to build on the lie. "I shouldn't have said all of those things." "Maybe," his shoulders shrugged. "I know I can be selfish, Em. Maybe it's because I'm an only child." She had always found it cold-blooded that he so easily dismissed his other siblings, even though they hadn't grown up together. He said, "I can say that I'll try to do better, but you're right about that too. I probably won't. Maybe I should accept who I am. You seem to." Emily felt an echo of a memory. They were standing by Nardo's swimming pool. She had screamed at Clay that he always promised to do better, but then he never actually did. He simply made the same mistakes over and over again and expected other people to change. He added, "At least I'm not as bad as Blake, right?" Emily was at a loss as to how to answer. Was he talking about what Blake had done yesterday, or Blake in general? Because either could work. Blake had been a sleazeball yesterday, but as with Clay, he was never going to change. His ego wouldn't let him ever admit that he was wrong. "You should know," Clay said. "Blake is telling people you're into drugs and partying." Emily took a deep breath and held it in her lungs. The news was unsurprising. Blake had a level of cruelty that none of them could fathom. Jack had called it this morning. Nardo was just mean. Clay was easily bored. But when Blake took against you, he really took against you. Not to mention Ricky, who was part wicked witch, part flying monkeys. She said, "Nardo told me, he said that Jack Cheese was at the party." Clay turned to look at her. The light blue of his eyes was bleached out by the sun. She could see the fuzz of hair beneath his chin. He was so handsome, but she didn't feel the same stir she had before. He said, "You were stoned that night." Emily had never claimed otherwise, but she had no idea why he sounded angry. "You were really fucked up," he said. "You could barely remember how you got home. You didn't even know it until your grandmother told you, okay?" she asked, wondering where this was going. I mean, so technically, what Blake is saying isn't that far off base. Clay looked down, watching the toe of his sneaker dig into the earth. You're into drugs. You're into partying. You played the game. You need to take the loss. Have some dignity. Emily's only surprise was that she kept being shocked every time this happened. They had all turned on her in the exact same way. First Dean, then Ricky, then Blake, then Nardo, and now Clay. They really were all following a script. Friendliness, obsequiousness, fury, contempt. Clay stood up. His hands were still in his pockets. "Don't talk to me again, Emily." She stood up too. "Why would I want to talk to you when all you do is lie?" He grabbed her arms. He wrenched her forward. She braced herself, expecting a threat or a warning or something, anything, other than what he actually did. Clay kissed her. He tasted of nicotine and stale beer. She could feel the roughness of his skin against her own. His tongue probed her mouth. Their bodies were practically clamped together. It was Emily's first real kiss, at least the first real kiss that Emily could remember. And it felt like nothing. Clay pushed her away. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Goodbye, Emily." She watched him leave. His shoulders were hunched. His feet scuffed the ground. Emily's fingers went to her mouth. She gently touched her lips. She had expected that a kiss made you something. Nothing tingled. Her heart wasn't lurching. She had felt the same passive disinterest she'd felt when Blake had drunkenly tried to kiss her in the alley 2 years ago. She watched Clay turn the corner of the house. His shoulders were still hunched. He looked guilty of something, but there was no telling what. Emily felt a laugh come from deep inside her soul. If only she could get back all the time from the last decade she had wasted obsessing over how Clayton Morrow was feeling. Emily used her foot to cover up the gouge he'd made in the gravel. She looked up at the house. By chance, she caught a glimpse of her father walking back into the bedroom. He had been on the balcony that overlooked the shed and garden. She had no idea how long he'd been there or what he'd seen. She tracked his progress through the windows. He went to the sideboard table and poured himself a drink. Emily looked down. Without realizing it, she had put her hand to her stomach again. She had thought of herself as alone in all of this, but there was someone else making the arduous journey alongside her, or inside of her, to be accurate. She felt no attachment to the cluster of cells, but she did feel a sense of duty. It was exactly what Melody had written in her letter. Your weirdness comes from your love and acceptance of all kinds of people. Emily felt no love for the cells, at least not yet, but she had resigned herself to acceptance. Clay was not altogether wrong when he implied that Emily's pregnancy was her problem to deal with. She was the one who was going to live with it for the rest of her life. She sat back down on the bench. She stared out at the fallow garden. She cleared her throat. She said, Her voice gave out. Again, Emily felt strange to be alone and speaking out loud, but she needed to hear the words as much as she needed to say them. It was a wish list, to be honest, enumerating all of the precious things that she had lost in the short span of a few days. It was also a promise to give all of those lost things back to her eventual baby. She cleared her throat again. The pledge came freely this time, and loudly, because it mattered. I will protect you. No one will ever hurt you.
You will always be safe." For the first time in days, Emily felt as if some of the stress had finally left her body. Behind her, she heard the balcony door slam closed. 8. The salty water had a calming tint of French blue. Andrea floated upside down, weightless and free. She could stay down here, languid and warm, but something told her not to. Her hands reached up, her feet pushed off. She broke through the surface. The sun kissed her shoulders. She wiped the water out of her eyes as waves lapped at her chin. She turned, looking back at the beach. Laura was underneath a large rainbow-colored umbrella. She was sitting up so that she could keep an eye on Andrea. Her top was off. The scars from her mastectomy showed. A man wearing a dark hoodie was sneaking up behind her. "Mom!" Andrea startled awake. Her eyes darted around the room. She wasn't swimming in the ocean. She was in a hospital bed. An IV was in her arm. An oxygen mask covered her mouth and nose, but she still felt like she couldn't draw in enough air. The panic built like a cresting wave. "Hey," Mike's hand was steady on her shoulder. He straightened the mask on her face. "You're okay, just breathe." Her panic slowly dissolved at the sight of him. There was a look of concern in his eyes that reached straight into her heart. He asked, "Did you do something different with your hair?" Andrea couldn't laugh. The last hour flooded back. The fire, the ride in the ambulance, the endless tests, the total lack of information. The doctor had said that Andrea needed fluids, not pain medication. Andrea disagreed. Her nose was throbbing. Her chest felt as if it was bound by rope. There was a pinching sensation in her forehead. Her lip was swollen. She reached up to touch it, and then she coughed so hard that her eyes watered. The mask turned disgusting. She tried to push it away, but Mike lifted it off her head. Andrea rolled to her side, seized by a fit of coughs that felt like her lungs were trying to come out of her face. She tried to cover her mouth, but the IV tugged at her arm. Her feet got caught up in the sheets. The pulse oximeter clipped to her finger snapped off. Mike was kneeling beside her, his hand rubbing her back. "You want some water?" Andrea nodded. She watched him pick up a large pitcher by the sink. Her eyes were still burning from the smoke. She pulled a tissue from the box. She blew her nose so hard that her ears popped. The residue looked like the inside of a fireplace. She took another tissue and blew until her ears popped again. She asked, "Is my mom okay?" "As far as I know." He held the straw so she could sip from the cup. Her fingernails were rimmed in black. The smoke and soot from the fire had absorbed into her skin. The nurse had given Andrea a pair of scrubs to change into, but they were already filthy. Mike asked, "Do you want me to call Laura?" "God, no." Andrea gave up on the water. It hurt too much to swallow. "The fire. Did anyone—" Everybody got out. Bible's hand was burned a little. Judith's daughter ran back into the house to rescue the family parakeet. Bible ended up saving them both. Mike sat on the edge of the bed. "You're the one who's good at bird jokes. Maybe you can tease him about it later." Andrea felt a flush of shame. He was talking about their exchange at Glencoe. Mike had asked her why she had ghosted him, and Andrea had hidden behind a pun. Sid was all that she could think to say now. The parakeet's name is Sid. Mike let out a long sigh. He stood up from the bed. He went to the sink to wash the soot from his hands. The fire chief already ruled out arson. The judge never upgraded the electrical service. The box was still running on fuses. There was some medical equipment upstairs for the husband. They used one extension cord too many. Yankee cheap. Andrea rubbed her eyes, then thought better of it. "Can you help me sit up?" Mike's hands were steady on her shoulders, but there was nothing he could do to keep the room from slipping sideways. Andrea nearly tumbled off the bed. "Hey, steady now." The concern was back in his eyes, but then a shade came down and he held up his hands in surrender. "Sorry, I know you can take care of yourself." She felt like a rock had settled on her chest. "Mike, you managed to impress the boss." Mike's tone changed again. "Running into a burning building, keeping an entire neighborhood from being leveled. You sure put all those helpless little girl rumors to rest." He really remembered every stupid thing she had said. Mike returned to the sink. He pulled a handful of paper towels from the dispenser and wet them under the faucet. They took a chunk of glass out of your forehead, 4 stitches. Andrea touched the stiff threads holding together her skin. She had only a vague recollection of the doctor sewing her up. Why does my nose feel like it's stuffed with bees? It's not broken. Maybe you smacked it when you went into the pool? The memory of falling into the water felt like it had happened to someone else. Hold still. Mike used the wet towels to gently wipe her face. You do not want to be posting pictures of yourself on social media right now. Andrea closed her eyes. The towel felt warm on her skin. He carefully blotted her forehead, then traced along the left side of her face. She felt the tension start to drain out of her body. She longed to press her forehead against his chest again. "The judge's husband," Mike said. "It's not looking good for him." Andrea's eyes opened. He wasn't in great shape to begin with. Mike stroked gently down the other side of her face. "Is this okay?" It hurt a little, but she told him, yeah. Mike gently dabbed around her mouth. Her bottom lip ached where it had been split open. Andrea figured that she deserved the pain. He said, "There's a difference between needing to be saved and asking somebody who cares about you for help." She couldn't find the words to answer him. Mike folded the towel to a fresh square. "How's it going with Bible?" Her throat rasped with a cough. "He's a legend." Mike had moved down to her neck, almost grooming her like a cat. "Did he tell you he was my first partner when I joined WITSEC?" Andrea wasn't surprised that Bible hadn't shared the information, but she was surprised that he'd been in WITSEC. "Does he know about—" "I never told him your status," Mike said, "but I wouldn't be surprised if he figured it out. He's pretty damn smart." Bible was more than that. He's a damn wizard. Mike's smile was strained. He didn't want to talk about Catfish Bible. "For the record, only one of my sisters always needs to be bailed out, and I wait on my mom hand and foot because she's worked hard all of her life, and she's earned it." Andrea forced herself not to look away from him. "I shouldn't have said that. Any of it." "Do you think it's true?" She felt her head shaking. "No, I love your mom, and your sisters are great." Their gaze met for a second before Mike walked back to the sink. He wet a fresh paper towel. "I've never rescued you. Actually, if you think about what happened 2 years ago, you pretty much ran rings around me. I didn't know which end was up." Andrea shook her head, because what she remembered most was feeling completely lost. He said, "You went through a trauma, Andy. Anybody else would have given up. I'm in awe that you made it out alive." She felt tears spring into her eyes. She desperately wanted that to be true. Mike walked back to the bed. He started to clean her hands, though she had already washed them. "I understood why you bailed on me. Things were bad. You needed time to figure out who you were, what you were going to do with your life. I wanted to give you that time. I knew you were worth the wait. But you never came back." Andrea tasted blood when she bit her lip. "The rumors Bible was talking about." Mike lightly held her hands. He was nervous. She had never seen him nervous before. "I was a mess when you disappeared. Everybody was teasing me about mooning over a girl, but the truth is, you kinda broke my heart." Andrea bit her lip harder. She had made such a huge, hurtful mistake. "I mean, I didn't pine for you or anything like that." Mike tried to hide his vulnerability with one of his grins, but it lacked his usual cockiness. "Sure, I wrote some poetry, but I wasn't wandering around aimlessly wailing your name." Andrea laughed, but only to let out some of the regret swelling inside of her. He shrugged. "All I could do was throw myself into a bunch of meaningless sex." She laughed for real this time. "Don't get me wrong, I was grateful for all the sex. I learned a lot." His playful tone had returned. "The stewardess who got me back into journaling, the ballerina who worked on my interpretive dance, the tender moments with an empty nester down the street from my nana, and the supermodels, so many supermodels." Andrea laced her fingers through his. Her heart was pounding so hard she was certain he could hear it. "Weird," she said. "That's exactly how I coped without you." Mike's eyebrow arched. "Men supermodels or women supermodels?" She shrugged. "When you're in an orgy, you go where you're needed. Sure, you don't want to be rude." She kissed him. Her arms went around his shoulders. She wrapped her legs around his waist. Everything about his body felt new and familiar at the same time. His beard was as luxurious as she'd imagined. His mouth was like honey. Mike. Andrea was breathless when she managed to pull away. "I'm sorry. I'm so stupid, and I'm so sorry." The curtain raked back. "Time to go, folks. We need the bed." The nurse didn't seem to mind ruining the tender moment. She unceremoniously yanked the IV out of Andrea's arm. "If you experience hoarseness, prolonged coughing spells, mental confusion, or difficulty breathing, call 911 immediately." "Is this your husband or partner?" Mike said, "It's complicated. She has a mild concussion."
The nurse held up a clipboard. "I need somebody who isn't her to sign this." "That's me," Mike said. "Breathing exercises. Do them once every waking hour." She checked a box on the paperwork. "No smoking or drinking for the next 72 hours. Use throat lozenges or spray for the pain. Tylenol as needed. No strenuous exercise." Can she work? The question had come from Deputy Chief Cecilia Compton. She was still dressed in her blue power suit. Her arms were crossed over her chest. Or should she take time off? Desk duty is fine if she's up to it. The nurse reached into her pocket and handed Andrea some cough drops. "You're due for Tylenol in 6 hours. Don't exceed more than 4,000 milligrams in a 24-hour period." Andrea would take heroin if her throat stopped hurting. She unwrapped one of the cough drops. "Thank you." "Oliver," Compton said, "can you follow me?" Mike helped Andrea down from the bed. She held onto his hand until she had to let him go. Then she had to jog to catch up with Compton. "I'm glad Mike was in town." Compton's arm swung as she walked at a brisk clip. "Leonard worked with him a few years ago. Mike's a stand-up guy. I never believed those rumors. No woman in her right mind would break his heart." Andrea rolled the cough drop in her mouth. "Here's the deal." Compton was back in boss mode. "Bible's idiotic parakeet rescue put him on the injured list. And I don't care what your nurse said. You're both on medical leave for the remainder of the week. Get some sleep. Walk on the beach. I've got another team taking over security for the judge and her family." Andrea should have been used to disappointment by now, but the thought of sitting in a motel room while Dean Wexler happily went about his sick business felt like a blow from a hammer. Compton sensed her mood. "Bible brought me up to speed on your conversations with Ricky Fontaine and Melody Brickell. Sorry they didn't pan out. Something will break eventually. It always does." Nothing had broken in 20 years. 40, if you counted Emily Vaughn. Andrea wasn't ready to give up. She hadn't become a marshal so that bad people could keep doing bad things. "Ma'am, Hold on." Compton knocked loudly on the door to the men's bathroom. She asked Andrea, "You up for sticking around a tad longer?" Before she could answer, the bathroom door swung open. Unlike Andrea, Leonard Bible looked no worse for the wear. The only indication that he'd been inside a burning house was a bright white bandage that covered his right hand. He held it up for Andrea to see. "Bird brain, silence," Compton ordered. Bible winked at Andrea. "I wish my wife was here to tell my boss to stop breaking my balls." "Well, your wife sure is fucking gonna kiss him and make him better." Compton took a deep breath, transitioning back into her boss role, telling Andrea, "The judge asked to speak with you. I believe she wants to offer her thanks, but keep it brief. Dr. Vaughn is circling the drain. He won't last through the night." "Yes, ma'am." Compton gestured up the hallway, but it was easy to spot Franklin Vaughn's hospital room. 2 marshals flanked the door, their chests so muscled that they looked like hot air balloons. Somehow, they recognized Andrea. One gave her a nod. The other opened the door. She had expected to hear the whirs and beeps of machinery, but the room was silent. The only light came from the fixture over the bathroom mirror. Someone had left the door ajar to keep out the darkness. Judge Esther Vaughn was seated in a wooden chair facing her husband's bed. The large briefcase she had saved from the fire was at her feet. Her attention was squarely on her husband. Franklin Vaughn had no tubes or IVs hooked into his body, not even a cannula for supplemental oxygen. He was clearly receiving palliative care. Andrea moved the cough drop to her cheek. "Ma'am?" The judge's shoulders flinched as if Andrea had shouted the word. But she didn't turn around. She said, "Sit down, Marshal." Andrea hesitated. There was a large upholstered chair on the other side of the bed that you'd find in almost every hospital room across the country. Andrea had sat in a similar one for untold hours while her mother was recovering from multiple breast cancer surgeries. She walked around the bed. She didn't sit down.
Nor did she look at Franklin Vaughn. "Chief Compton said you wanted to speak to me, ma'am." Esther slowly tilted up her chin. She studied Andrea, taking in her soot-covered skin and dirty scrubs. "Thank you." "You're welcome, ma'am." Andrea felt her throat tighten with the need to cough. "I'm sorry Dr. Vaughn isn't well. Can I get you anything before I leave?" The judge fell silent. Andrea listened to Franklin Vaughn's shallow breathing. Without thinking, she started to count his breaths. She was taken back to her mother's hospital room. For days, Andrea had monitored Laura's every inhalation, written down every medication and test, jumped up to help every time Laura moved, for fear if she let her guard down her mother would die. Andrea blinked. She couldn't tell if the tears in her eyes came from her memories or the fire. "Ma'am, if you don't need anything else, I was thinking about when Judith was delivered," Esther began. "The birth of a child should be a celebration. Don't you agree?" Andrea pressed together her lips. The judge was looking at her husband again. Esther's hand reached out, but only to hold on to the bedrail. "The doctors came to us for our decision. Franklin and I had argued so many times over whether or not we would let Emily go once the child was safe," Esther said. "I wanted to turn off the machines. Franklin said that we could not. The world was watching. Our world was watching. But Emily made the decision for us. She developed a postpartum bacterial infection in her uterus. Puerperal fever, they called it. The infection turned septic. Everything happened very fast." Andrea watched Esther's fingers tighten around the bedrail. "When Franklin suffered his stroke last year, the doctors came to me for a decision." Esther's voice had grown harder. "I had such a vivid memory come back to me. He and I were in the study. He was so angry, so insistent that we should keep her alive. I asked him what he would want for himself were he in Emily's place. His face turned completely pale, and he said, 'Promise me, Esther, you must never let me linger.'" Andrea watched Esther's hand slowly fall away. The woman's head bent down as she stared at the floor. "I broke my promise. I made the doctors take extraordinary measures. I let him linger," Esther said. "At the time, I told myself, Franklin was still alive, wasn't he? His heart was still beating. He was still able to draw breath. Only God can take a life." Andrea saw the judge's hands clench in her lap. "In truth, I wanted him to suffer." Esther paused, as if the admission had taken too much out of her. "I should have defended Emily when she was alive, from his anger, from his fists. At the time, I told myself that he wasn't as bad with her. If I could stand it, so could she. Only when she was gone did I realize that I had failed her so profoundly. She was my daughter. I did nothing to protect her." Andrea thought about the first letter that had been mailed to the judge. "How would you like the world to know that your husband physically abused you and your daughter, but you did nothing to protect her?" "I told myself that my career emasculated him," Esther said. "What did a bruise matter? A slap? My ambition was an affront. Franklin was never successful in his own right. At home, he needed to assert himself. My pain was a small price to pay. I had no right to drag Emily into our devil's bargain, nor to use her tragedy as a cudgel against my detractors." Andrea heard echoes from the second letter. "You sacrificed your child for your career? You deserve your cancerous death sentence." "I put my foot down with Judith. I told Franklin that I would leave if he ever harmed her. He acquiesced so easily." Her forehead wrinkled, as if she still did not understand his capitulation.
Why couldn't I do that for Emily? Why couldn't I do that for myself? Andrea chewed the inside of her cheek. After Emily was attacked, Regan suggested I withdraw my name. I was furious. I couldn't give up everything I had worked for. I felt that, should I back out, Regan would think twice before nominating another woman. Any president would. I wanted to create a judicial legacy. Esther's gaze settled on her husband. All of the anger and drive, all to find ourselves both nothing but fragile, mortal beings. You're dying of cancer, and your husband is a vegetable, but all you care about is your so-called legacy? I have told myself for far too long that my life has been built on pillars of strength, honesty, and integrity, but that's never been the case. Esther's tone was never so sharp as when she turned it on herself. In those last few months before the attack, Emily had been entirely stripped of artifice. She understood the world better than I did. She saw me more accurately than anyone else ever has. The closer I get to my own death, the better I understand her clarity. I was blinded by my own arrogance. I was a hypocrite, a fraud. You are going to die, you arrogant, needy, and worthless bitch. Everyone will know what a fraud you are. I will make sure you suffer. I have never spoken those words aloud before, not even to Judith, Esther said. I'm not sure why I'm telling you now. Andrea could barely hear the woman's voice. She had shrunk into herself, hands clasped in her lap, back bent as she stared down at the floor. A sense of longing had filled the room. The judge's husband was going to die in a few hours. Esther only had a few months left of her own life. She had confessed more to a stranger than she had ever confessed to herself. Andrea should have felt pity for the old woman, but she found herself thinking back to Ricky Blakely's 1982 witness statement, the cartoonish cursive, the large circles dotting her eyes. Ricky was a teenager when she wrote the long, meandering sentences, but if Andrea had learned anything in her life, it was that people did not change that much after they left high school. There were so many things that had bothered Andrea about the death threats: the lack of swear words, the absence of sexual threats, the exacting punctuation, the use of an Oxford or serial comma before the and at the end of a list. Understandably, someone writing a death threat would try to conceal their identity, but it was hard to hide the fact that you were imposing, imperious, intelligent, and, most importantly, indomitable. "Ma'am," Andrea asked, "why did you send those death threats to yourself?" Esther's lips parted, though not in surprise. Andrea recognized the coping mechanism. Take a breath, calm your fluttering heart, focus on anything but the trauma at hand. When Esther finally looked up at Andrea, it was not to answer the question, but to ask one of her own. "Why aren't you afraid of me?" "I don't know," Andrea admitted. "When I think about you, I'm afraid, but then I see you in person, I realize that you're just a lost old woman whose daughter was murdered and whose husband used to beat her." Esther's chin dropped, but only slightly. "Does Leonard know?" "He still thinks Ricky wrote the letters." Esther looked down. Her gaze had found the briefcase at her feet. The judge's house had been consumed by fire, yet the only thing she had rescued was the briefcase. Esther said, "I should not have manipulated the system. I can see now how selfishly I behaved. I apologize." Andrea wasn't looking for an apology. She wanted an explanation. The judge had been around almost as long as the marshals. She knew how judicial security worked. The first priority when a credible death threat was received was to ensure the judge's safety. Esther had obviously felt threatened enough to want protection, but she had also been afraid to explain why. Andrea felt like a piece of the puzzle was finally about to click into place. She asked the woman, "Who did you need protection from?" Esther's frail shoulders rose as she took a deep breath. Then she exhaled a name like it was a disease. Dean Wexler. Andrea had to steady herself on the back of the upholstered chair. Every awful thing that happened to a woman in this town seemed to always lead back to Wexler. Your adversary, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour. Esther's voice had started to tremble on the last few words. 1 Peter 5:8. Andrea kept her grip on the chair. She could think of only one reason that Dean Wexler would be able to incite fear in Hester Vaughn, but she could not bring herself to say it. Instead, she asked, "Tell me." Again, Esther had to fortify herself with another deep breath. "In the first year of Judith's life, I would have her playpen set up in the garden so we could spend time together. I was in the potting shed when I realized she had gone silent. I ran outside to find Wexler holding her." Andrea watched tears flood into the woman's eyes. She was still clearly haunted by the memory. Judith had no idea that she was in a stranger's arms. She was always such a trusting, happy child. But I could see the look on Wexler's face, as if he wanted to harm her.
He'd gone out of his way to grip her arm as if he wanted to wrench it away. The malevolence in his eyes, the sheer evil. Esther stopped as her emotions threatened to take over. I had never screamed like that before, not when we learned about Emily's attack, not even when... She let the words trail off, but Andrea knew that she was talking about the beatings. For the entirety of my life, I saw myself as strong, impenetrable. You get harder in the broken places and you carry on. But seeing that vile demon holding my Judith broke me completely in two. I was on my knees in front of him, begging him to give me Judith, when Franklin came outside. Andrea watched the judge try to collect herself. Her hands had started to shake. Tears wept from her eyes. I rushed into the house with Judith. My heart felt as if it was on fire. By the time Franklin returned, I was hiding with Judith in the upstairs closet. Esther paused as she struggled with the memory. That is when Franklin told me that Dean Wexler is Judith's father. Andrea felt the world slip sideways again, though she had known that this was coming. Her thoughts threatened to spin out of control. If Dean was Judith's father, that meant he'd lied about his sterility. And if he had lied about that, what else was he hiding? Franklin told me that we had to pay Wexler to go away. They had made a bargain, and Franklin would handle it. Esther clasped together her hands to keep them from shaking. I should have immediately called the police. I can see that so clearly now, but at the time, I did nothing. Andrea could only ask, why? I was terrified that Wexler would find a way to get Judith. You can't imagine the vicious look on his face that day in the garden. To this day, I truly believe he is a manifestation of evil. Her fingers returned to the cross around her neck, working it like a talisman. Wexler could have sued for parental rights, you see. He could have taken Judith away from us, or been granted visitation, or somehow had a say in how she was raised. The most expedient way to rid ourselves of the threat was to pay him to stay away. But, Andrea said, if Wexler had tried to claim parental rights, he was basically admitting to statutory rape. You must put that admission in the context of the times. The constitutionality of statutory rape laws was not upheld by the Supreme Court until March of 1981. Delaware state law held age of consent at 7 years of age until the 1970s. Rape shield laws were only a few years older. When I first sat on the bench, the woman's claim of assault had to be corroborated by an eyewitness in order to be considered credible. Andrea had to say, "Excuse me, Judge, but not that much has changed. A tragically raped and murdered white woman is still a tragically raped and murdered white woman."
You're speaking to the tabloids, not the court of law. Esther paused, her fingers gripping the tiny cross. How do you get from A to B? Dean was admitting to sex, not murder, and he could always recant the confession. My stature and the salacious details alone would make any prosecutor wary of trying an iffy case with no corroborating evidence. Franklin and I had already hired a private detective who'd had no success finding Emily's killer. We were faced with the same problem as always, the glaring lack of evidence. Andrea spoke carefully. The police get informers to flip on suspects all the time. You mean pay or induce someone to corroborate Dean's guilt? Esther did not sound offended by the prospect, which meant she had considered it. What if that person recanted? What if they ended up blackmailing us? Better the devil you know, and Wexler was the devil incarnate. Andrea knew that Esther had likely made the best of all the bad decisions available. She also knew something else that had happened around that same time. Wexler told us he inherited money from a dead relative. That's how he was able to purchase the farm. Esther slowly began to nod. The property had belonged to Franklin's mother. Upon her death, it was meant to go to Emily, then pass to Judith. Andrea watched Esther pull a tissue from the sleeve of her dress. She carefully wiped away her tears before continuing. Franklin deeded the land into a partnership. The partnership sold the land to a shell corporation for a nominal price. Then the shell corp made non-public transfers into a trust that was controlled by Dean Wexler. Esther looked at Andrea, explaining in simple terms.
tax fraud, tax evasion, embezzlement, forgery, perhaps money laundering, but I would need to look up the 1983 statute. Andrea knew that Wexler hadn't stopped there. Did you have anything to do with the labor board case? Esther nodded again. Franklin told me that I would have to call in some favors. That was always how he phrased it. You need to call in a favor. I never questioned him. I did as I was told because I wanted to protect Judith. Andrea pointed out a flaw in the judge's story. According to Bob Stilton's case file, Wexler maintained that he couldn't be the father. He had some kind of childhood illness that caused him to be sterile. Again, there was no proof. Esther had clearly read the case file, too. Franklin told me we had to take Wexler at his word. The risk was too big. I was so desperate to protect Judith that I didn't ask questions. By the time I started to wonder, it was too late. You never asked Wexler for DNA? To what end? After one submits to blackmail, one must always submit to blackmail. Both Franklin and I had incriminated ourselves with the original land deal. Dean had proof that we broke the law. We had no proof that he had murdered our daughter. Esther's sigh was filled with exhaustion. She had spent decades hitting the same brick walls that Andrea had banged up against for only a couple of days. I told myself that the threat was too personal to risk breaking our pact. Wexler could always find a way to get to Judith. And then, when Guinevere was born, the stakes were even higher. Andrea looked down at her swollen left wrist. Do you know what Dean is doing to the women at the farm? For years, I chose not to know. Emily called it my gift of willful blindness. Andrea wanted to be tactful, but then she thought about Star Bonaire and Alice Poulsen. Ma'am, you seem to have a lot of details for someone who claims they were left out of the details. Esther's gaze settled on her husband. His breath had turned raspy. The seconds in between had grown farther apart. After Franklin suffered his stroke, there was no longer a buffer. Wexler came to me directly. I told him I was finished. I knew that my cancer was inoperable. I wanted to spend the remainder of what little time I had left with Judith and Guinevere. Andrea had seen how Dean Wexler treated women who stood up to him. What did he do? A piece of mail was sent to the house addressed to Guinevere. Esther's hand went to her throat again. She held on to the gold cross. I recognized the return address. Wexler had sent an application to apply for a volunteer position at the farm. Guinevere's name and address were pre-entered into the form. That's all? Andrea asked. She didn't see Dean Wexler being that subtle. The envelope included photographs of Guinevere. Someone had followed her from school to home. One photograph was taken through the open curtains of her bedroom window. Andrea could feel the desperation in her voice. What did you do? I panicked again, Esther said. I had learned nothing from the first time. Instead of finally coming forward with the truth, I manipulated the system. It's as you said. I wrote the death threats. I knew judicial security would intervene. Andrea gently corrected her story because she hadn't taken the first few offers of protection. You wanted Bible. Leonard is a good man, Esther said. So much of my life has been spent in fear of bad men, of my husband, of Wexler, of my own people. I've lived with the terror of losing, always losing. Emily saw my fear and called it cowardice. She was right, of course. I have no delusions that I will not suffer in the afterlife for my sins. I wanted to spend what little time I have left surrounded by people who love me. And after you're gone? Andrea asked, because the judge clearly had a plan. Esther shook her head, but said, I should apologize for underestimating you. Leonard told me that you had the spark of brilliance. Andrea didn't take the compliment. There were too many other women who were suffering at Wexler's hands. Judge, what's in your briefcase? November 26, 1981. Emily sat beside Graham at the kitchen table. They were both shelling pumpkin seeds for the annual Vaughn Thanksgiving get-together, though this year, instead of 50 people drinking cocktails in the formal living room and another 20 jammed into the tiny den where the TV was kept to watch football, only 4 people would be in attendance, and one of them didn't quite know who the others were. Graham told Emily, My father taught me how to do this. He loved pumpkin seeds. What was he like? Emily asked, though she could recite the story herself. Well, he wasn't very tall. Graham started by describing her father's hair, which was soft and thin, much to his disappointment because he had styled himself as a Clark Gable. When she moved on to his love of haberdashery, Emily let herself zone out. She watched her hands move as she shelled the pumpkin seeds. Esther had already roasted them in the oven. Most people shelled them one at a time, as with peanuts, but Graham insisted it was better to put in the work now so that you could fully enjoy them later. They had nearly filled the bowl. Papa said to do it like this. Graham showed her how to gently squeeze the shell until it cracked open. The meat was green inside. But you mustn't eat it yet. You must put them all in the bowl. That's a good idea, Emily agreed. She reached for another handful of seeds, but a sharp spasm in her back brought out a loud yelp. She resisted the impulse to double over, leaning back instead to stretch the muscle. "Oh," Graham said, "are you okay, dear?" Emily was not okay. She hissed out air between her teeth. She wasn't sure if the pulled muscle was a result of her pregnancy, or from carrying her heavy book bag, or from not being able to sleep at night because she was so anxious about the way things were going at school. "You're a little early for muscle cramps," Esther had appeared from the pantry. She put the can of sauerkraut on the table and kneaded her fist into Emily's back. Push through it. Emily didn't want to push through anything. She wanted this to be over. "Better?" Esther asked. Emily nodded because the spasm had eased. She leaned into her mother's hip, eyes closed. Esther held on to her, stroking back her hair. This was something new for both of them.
Graham had always been the one to dry Emily's tears or kiss a scrape on her knee. Esther was the one who drilled her on vocabulary and coached her on debate team prep. It was as if Emily's pregnancy had brought out a maternal side of Esther that none of them knew existed. Or maybe Graham's dementia had left an opening that Esther had never felt required to fill. "Dear," Graham said to Emily, "you're a bit young to be with child." Emily laughed. "That's the truth." Graham looked confused, but she laughed too. Esther's lips pressed against the top of Emily's head. "All right, I should make dinner. Your father will be back from the club soon." Emily watched her mother move around the kitchen. Technically, Esther wasn't making dinner. She was heating up what had already been prepared by the cook, who favored Maryland dishes: crab cakes, corn on the cob, clam and oyster stuffing, cranberry relish, green beans with tomatoes, baked ham. The ham was the clearest indication of their change in circumstances. Normally, Emily was put off by the sight of the plump pink meat simmering in its own juices. The shape was too reminiscent of the actual pig. The ham that Esther had taken out of the refrigerator was small, more like a loaf of bread. And still, it was ample enough to feed more than 4 people. No one would say the words, but the lack of celebration was Emily's fault. Her original sin had far-reaching implications well beyond the reduced number of guests at the party. Esther's judicial appointment had turned iffy. She was constantly on the phone, taking meetings in D.C., scrambling to show that she was still deserving of a lifetime appointment. The pressure was immense, though her mother never spoke about it openly. There were harried conversations with Franklin that quickly sputtered out when Emily entered the room. At night, she could hear their muffled voices through the bedroom wall as Franklin paced across the creaky floor and Esther strategized at her desk. This past week had been particularly bad. Emily had read an op-ed in the Wilmington News-Journal asking whether Esther Vaughn's judicial ambitions had overshadowed her duties as a mother. Franklin had left the paper folded open on the breakfast table so that Emily would find it. Emily stood from the table. She felt a sudden weepiness. There was no tissue in the kitchen, so she used a paper towel to blow her nose. Esther's smile acknowledged that she knew that Emily was crying and there was nothing that could be done about it. She asked her mother, "What can I do to help?" "The hasty pudding is in the fridge outside. Do you mind?" Goodness, Graham was looking at them both. "I think I'll retire to my room for a nap." Emily could tell she had no idea who was standing across from her in the kitchen. Thankfully, Graham had lived in the house long enough that she found her surroundings familiar. She ambled up the back hallway, absently humming Yankee Doodle. By the time she hit the stairs, she was marching to the beat. Esther exchanged an amused look with Emily. Her mother had been in an incredibly good mood since this morning.
Emily wondered if her pregnancy had actually managed to bring them closer together. It was very difficult to tell. At times, their mother-child relationship felt like it was entering a new phase. And then, at other times, Esther was lecturing Emily about turning the thermostat too high or leaving a wet towel on the floor. Pudding? Esther prompted. Right. Emily knew she couldn't blame her memory loss on her pregnancy. She was easily distracted because focusing on the here and now was generally too depressing. The garage felt cold as a polar bear's rump, to borrow a quote from Graham. Emily didn't bother to go back inside for her coat. Her body temperature was running hot at the moment. Of course, that changed as soon as she'd reached the far side of the garage. Emily shuddered as she opened the refrigerator. Thanks to Graham, she started humming Yankee Doodle, an annoying thing to have in your head on any day of the year. She remembered reading Louisa May Alcott's Little Men for extra credit in the 6th grade. Emil and Franz had gone to the corn mill and brought home enough for the family to eat hasty pudding and Johnny cake for months. Emily had gotten a star from the teacher for making a connection to the song. She wasn't getting any stars from teachers now. Emily had become completely ostracized at school. Even the janitors looked away when she walked past. It was as if her pregnancy was putting out a force field. The more the nasty rumors spread, the more people kept their distance. Teachers shook their heads in dismay. Someone had cut a giant hole in the t-shirt she wore for PE. The word whore had been carved into her desk in homeroom. Before Thanksgiving break, some idiot had peeled off the liner to a maxi pad and taped it to her locker. They'd used a red magic marker to indicate blood. A black marker had been used to box it in, making it look like a postcard with the words scrawled below, "Wish you were here?" Emily suspected that Ricky was behind the maxi pad, if not the rest of the destruction. The most savage abuse seemed to be coming from the clique. Blake's rumors about Emily's drug and alcohol consumption had taken on their own life. She was not just a user, but a dealer. Not just a stoner, but a junkie. Ricky had layered in her own lies, telling anyone who would listen that she had seen Emily giving blowjobs to several boys behind the gym. Then, of course, several boys had volunteered that they were the ones on the receiving end. Nardo was predictably cruel, making snide comments every single time he passed within hearing distance. Plebe one day, fucking cunt the next. And, on the days when Emily looked particularly down, fat bitch. Clay was completely ignoring her, which was far more hurtful than Nardo's nasty asides. As far as Clay seemed concerned, Emily was a non-entity. Her presence in the cafeteria or on the street had as much impact on him as the payphone on the wall or the mailbox on the corner. Then there were the others. Melody Brickell offered a smile every time she saw Emily, but the smiles were only a reminder of what had been lost. Dean Wexler had demanded that Emily be transferred out of his class. Because the school year was so late in the term, she now spent that period in a makeshift study hall, alone in the library. Then there was Chizor, Jack, as Emily had to think of him now. Jack went out of his way to avoid her at school. He barely talked to her outside of class, and during non-school hours, he was always tied up. He had told Emily it was because his father was making him work at the station. The excuse felt weak. Jack had said many times that he was not going to the State Police Academy this summer. He was going to leave town as soon as he graduated. Emily thought that her unexplained pregnancy was the reason that there was a noticeable strain between them. She had never asked Jack if he was at the party. She told herself this was because she wasn't going to fall into Nardo's trap, but part of her was secretly afraid of what Jack's answer might be. Had Jack been at Nardo's? Had he done something to Emily? Emily caught herself staring blankly into the refrigerator. She had forgotten what she was here for. Beer, Cool Whip, sodas, milk. She should go talk to Jack. They had never kept secrets between them. Not about the important stuff. She had seen him slip into the shed last night. Emily had left him a pillow and fresh blanket because she knew the holidays were always bad at his house. His mother would open the alcohol shortly after breakfast. The chief would join in by noon. By the time dinner time rolled around, they were either screaming at each other, involved in a physical altercation, or both passed out on the floor. Pudding, Emily said, finally remembering why she was freezing her ass off in the garage. She placed the bucket of Cool Whip on top of the pan and used her hip to shut the fridge door.
She cut across the empty space where her father's car was normally parked. She wondered if he was really at the club. They did shotgun starts on Thanksgiving morning so that the staff could have some semblance of a holiday. She knew he'd signed up for 9 holes, but she also knew it didn't take 4 hours to play the back 9. Did you get lost? Esther was waiting for her at the door. She hefted up the pudding. I couldn't get that stupid song out of my head. Esther took a breath, then belted out. Father and I went down to camp along with Captain Goodin. Emily joined in. And there we saw the men and boys as thick as hasty puddin'. Esther stomped her feet along with Emily as they marched back into the house, both singing at the top of their lungs. And there was Captain Washington, and gentle folks about him. They say he's grown so tarnal proud he will not ride without them. Emily felt giddy as her mother pulled her into a side hug. Esther really was in a brilliant mood. They hadn't sung together in ages. Oh dear. Esther wiped tears of laughter from her eyes. That was fun, wasn't it? Emily felt like she was preening. You're very happy today. Why wouldn't I be happy? I get to spend the entire day with my family. She held on to Emily's arm for a few seconds, then returned to the dinner preparation. Sit down. I think I can manage the rest. Emily was grateful for the reprieve. She propped her feet on Graham's empty chair. Her back was no longer in spasm, but now she felt her toes were swelling into hurtful sausages. She told her mother, I should work on my English assignment. The paper is half my grade. Don't worry about that today. Esther had her back to Emily, but her spine had stiffened. She turned around, crossed her arms over her chest. Actually, perhaps you shouldn't worry about any of it. You should leave school now on your own terms rather than waiting until it becomes impossible. Emily felt breathless from the very idea. Mom, I can't leave school. If I make it into next year, I'll have enough credits to graduate. You'll have a baby by graduation, Emily. Surely you don't expect to walk across the stage with the rest of the class. Emily felt the lightness of the last few moments being snuffed out. The two of them were not contemporaries, nor were they friends. Esther was her mother, and her mother was passing down an edict. That's not fair, Emily said. If Esther was going to sound like an adult, she was going to sound like a child. You're making it out like I have no choice. You do have a choice, Esther said. You can choose to focus on what is important. My education isn't important? Of course it is. Or rather, it will be. Mom, Emily hadn't said the words out loud before, but she had been thinking them for the last month. I can still go to college. We could hire a nanny and... With what money? Esther's hands were raised in the air, unwittingly gesturing toward the mansion that had been in Franklin's family for over half a century. Who is going to pay for this nanny, Emily? Will you have a job in addition to attending classes? Will she be there when you have to prepare for your courses and write your papers? Emily saw now that she should have planned out this conversation ahead of time. She needed actual numbers to show her parents, an explanation of how a small investment now could pay dividends in the future. I can't not go to college. Yes, you will go to college, Esther said, eventually, when the baby is old enough to go to school. After he's been successfully enrolled for a few years, you can... That's 8 years! Emily was flabbergasted. You want me to go to college when I'm nearly 30? It's not entirely unheard of, Esther said, but she glaringly left out any examples. You can't take care of an infant while you're in college, dear. That's not possible. Emily could not believe the hypocrisy. That's exactly what you did. Lower your voice, Esther cautioned. It was different for me. Your grandmother was home with you while I was at Harvard, and I had a husband. Your father gave me legitimacy. He allowed me to seek a career outside of the home. Allowed? Emily couldn't help but laugh. You're always telling me that women can do anything. They can, Esther said, but within reason. Her hands flew into the air in exasperation. Mom! Emily, Esther said, her voice tightly controlled. I know that we said we were not going to discuss the circumstances surrounding the genesis of your condition. Christ, you sound like a lawyer. They both looked stunned. Emily's hand slapped to her mouth. She thought things like that all of the time, but she never, ever said them out loud. Instead of admonishing her, Esther sat down at the table. She dried her hands on her apron. You have to earn your way back, Emily. You broke a rule, a cardinal rule, that women are not allowed to break. Those doors that were once open to you are now closed. These are the consequences you must suffer for your actions." "What actions? I didn't—" "You're not returning to school," Esther said. "Principal Lampert called your father last week. The decision has been made. There is nothing you can do about it. You have been disenrolled." Emily felt tears moisten her eyes. From birth, Esther had pounded into her the value of an education. Emily had spent hours studying and memorizing and drilling for every test, every paper, so that her mother would be proud. And now Esther was telling her that it was all for nothing? "Emily, this isn't the end of the world," Esther said, though clearly it was the end of something. "Your father and I have discussed this, and we are in agreement." "Ugh, if father says it, okay." Esther ignored her sarcasm. "What you will do is bide your time. You will stay in the house, keep yourself out of the public eye, and then, when enough time has passed, we will come up with a way to reintroduce you into the world." "You want me to stay locked in the house for 8 years? "Stop being dramatic," Esther said. "You'll have a confinement until the baby arrives. You may walk in the back garden, or when school is in session, up and down the street. You should maintain a healthy exercise regime." Emily heard the practiced tone in her voice. She could see her parents hashing this out late at night, Franklin pacing the room with a glass of scotch in his hand, Esther making a list of what Emily could and could not do, neither of them bothering to question what their pregnant daughter wanted. The same way they had decided on her behalf that she would carry this baby. The same way that they were making her leave school, give up graduating, defer college, postpone her life. "And then?" Emily asked, because she wanted to know what else they had decided. Esther seemed relieved by the question, which she clearly inferred as consent. "When the time feels right, your father and I will start taking you to functions. Something easy at first, only with our people. We'll choose those who are most amenable to your reintroduction. Perhaps once the child is old enough, you could get an internship or a secretarial position." "You're such a hypocrite." Esther looked more amused than insulted. "I beg your pardon?" Emily was tired of keeping all of the thoughts in her head from coming out of her mouth. It was exhausting to be considerate, especially when no one ever thought to be considerate to her in return. She told her mother, "You preach from on high about how important it is for women to be strong. You project this sense of invincibility. You let everyone think that you're fearless, but everything you do, every choice you make, is because you're afraid." "I'm afraid?" Esther huffed a laugh. "Young lady, I've never been afraid of anything in my life." "How many times has Dad hit you?" Esther locked her in with a steely gaze. "Be careful." "Or what?" Emily asked. "Dad will give me another bruise? He'll twist Graham's wrist until she shouts? He'll drag you up the stairs by your arm and beat you with your hairbrush?" Esther did not look away, but nor did she see Emily. "You are so terrified of what people will think of you," Emily said. "That's why you stay with Dad. That's why you want to lock me inside the house. You have wasted your entire life trying to act the way they want you to." "My entire life?" Esther mocked. "Pray tell, who is they?" "They is everybody," Emily said. "You wouldn't let me get an abortion because they might find out. You wouldn't let me pursue adoption because they would use it against you. I'm being forced out of school because they told you it was time. You act as if you are in complete control of your life, your legacy, but you are terrified that they can take everything away from you at any time." Esther pursed her lips. "Go on, get it all out." She was acting like Emily just needed a punching bag when Emily was deadly serious. "I'm not suffering the consequences of my actions, Mother. I am suffering the consequences of your cowardice." Esther raised an eyebrow, the same way she did when she was humoring someone. "You're a hypocrite." Emily was repeating herself, but now the words felt like a revelation. She had never before spoken to anyone so plainly. Why had she been so silent for so many years? Why had she worried so much about saying the wrong thing, doing the wrong thing, making the wrong people upset? What were they going to do? Emily stood up, fists on the table. "You have this amazing gift of willful blindness. You think you're so smart, so clever, but you never see the things that you don't want to see." "What don't I want to see?"
That you're terrified, Emily said. You walk around holding fear in your mouth all the time. Really? Really, Emily said. You've got lines around your mouth from holding it in, pursing your lips the same way you're doing right now. Esther's lips unpursed. She tried to laugh it off, but there was nothing to laugh at. Emily said, I see you choking on your fear all of the time. With Father, with your friends, even with me and Graham. You try so hard to swallow it down, but it won't go. All it does is turn your words into a weapon every time you speak. And what you say is bullshit, Mother. It's all bullshit because you are terrified that people will see the truth about you. And what is this truth? That you're a coward. Esther sat back in the chair. Her legs were crossed. I'm a coward, am I? Why else is this happening? Emily demanded. Why aren't you standing up for me? Why aren't you telling Principal Lampert to fuck off? Why aren't you down at Georgetown demanding they honor their acceptance letter? Telling the senator that I'll be reporting for my internship? Telling Dad that he has to? You have no idea what I've done for you. Then tell me, Emily yelled. You talk all the time about being a model for other women. What are you modeling for me, Mom? Emily had pounded the table so hard that the pumpkin seeds had spilled from the bowl. She watched her mother gather them together, scraping them to the edge so that they would drop into her hand. She didn't speak until everything was back in its place. My dear, to be perfectly honest, you are not the type of woman I am modeling for, Esther said. No matter how your pregnancy happened, it happened. You let it happen by putting yourself in a precarious situation. Now, if you were some poor girl living in a trailer in Alabama, your choices would be different. Her words were so close to what Ricky had screamed at Emily a few weeks ago that Emily felt a physical weight on her shoulders. I acknowledge that the next few years will be a difficult period of your life, Esther said, but one day you will realize the gift that your father and I are giving you. If you make these sacrifices now, if you use your time wisely, you will eventually be welcomed back into the fold. Emily wiped her mouth. She had been so mad that spit had flown out of her mouth. And if I don't? Esther shrugged as if to say it was obvious. They will cast you out. Emily's throat worked. She could not imagine how it was possible for her to be more cast out than she was right now. What if? Emily flailed around, trying to form a cogent alternative. What if we just played by their rules until you're confirmed? Dad is always saying it's for your lifetime. Once you're on the bench, what does it matter? Esther looked at her as if she could not believe Emily had come from her own body. Do you really think that my most ardent ambition is to spend my lifetime merely as a federal judge? Emily knew that it was not. You watched Sandy O'Connor's confirmation on television. Jesse Helms nearly took her down over her views on abortion. Esther jabbed her finger into the table. You think that your life is hard? Sandy couldn't find a job when she graduated Columbia Law. She had to forego a salary and sit with the secretaries just to get her foot in the door. And now she's a sitting Supreme Court justice. But, Emily tried to parry, you can change that, Mother. Can't you see that I can't do anything from the outside? There won't be another opening for years, and even then, it could be a decade or more before another woman is nominated, let alone confirmed. This is about what you have an opportunity to do right now, Mother. Emily tried to take the begging tone out of her voice. We could pretend that we're doing what you said. I'll go ahead and drop out of school. Once the Senate hearings are over and you're sworn in, I can take summer school classes, and then I could... The federal judgeship is already locked down, Esther said. I had prepared to make the announcement in a toast before dinner. Reagan himself called me this morning. Not even your father knows. Emily was knocked back by the news, which neatly explained her mother's ebullient mood. She hadn't been pleased to have her family around her for the holiday. She had been elated because she had gotten what she wanted. For now. Reagan says the process will take longer than I'd like, but that can't be helped. The announcement will come in March, before the Easter break. There will be a period of vetting. I'll take meetings at the Capitol. Then the confirmation hearing will begin in late April. Esther sounded positively effusive. Ronnie wants to set a standard, to show the country he's not merely elevating women for the sake of elevating women. He's elevating the right women. Jesus, Emily muttered. She felt utterly defeated. Language, Esther cautioned. Emily, when he called this morning, Ronnie referred to the pericope adulterae. John 8, 1-20. Do you know what that means? Emily had nothing to say. Her mother was almost giddy as she relayed the conversation. Nothing Emily had said in the last 10 minutes had cracked Esther's hard shell. Emily had challenged her, she had called her mother out for her hypocrisy, and now Esther was quoting John the Apostle as if none of it had happened. You know the passage, Esther said. The Pharisees brought to Jesus an adulterous woman. They told him, "The law of Moses commanded us to stone such a woman. What do you say?" Emily felt her mind going back through the conversation as she tried to find the moment Esther had climbed back onto her high horse. She was clearly expecting Emily to play the game, to do the same thing they did with Franklin. Ignore the bruises, forget about the yelling, pretend like the sobbing and begging Emily heard through their bedroom wall had come from the television and not her mother. Esther said, "The Pharisees were trying to test Jesus, to see how strongly his morals would hold. Do you know what Jesus said? Do you?" Emily was disgusted with herself for knowing the answer. She had learned it in Sunday school, but had not until this moment wondered why the Pharisees were ready to stone the woman, but never deigned to consider punishing the man with whom she'd been caught red-handed. "Do you know the verse?" Esther asked. Emily recited by rote, "He lifted up himself and said unto them, He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her." "Precisely," Esther nodded approvingly.
Reagan understands that good people can sometimes make mistakes. You know that he was divorced before he married Nancy. Emily nodded along with her mother, as if she gave a shit about Ronald Reagan's personal life. Emily was not an adulterous woman. She had not knowingly made a mistake. "Ronnie told me that your father and I have set an admirable example by supporting you through this difficult time. He said it showed great strength of character." "Oh," Emily said, as if everything was clear now. "If Reagan says you're not a hypocritical coward, then what the fuck does your own daughter know?" "I told you to watch your language." Esther stood up from the table. The conversation ended that abruptly. "Place the pumpkin seeds by the bar in the parlor. Your father will be home soon. I want to make sure dinner is on the table by the time he is out of the shower. Your grandmother will probably—" Esther's entreaties faded away as Emily carried the bowl of pumpkin seeds toward the parlor. She should have known better than to attempt to argue with a woman whose career had been built on winning arguments. But it was more than that. Emily would never get through to her mother, mostly because the judge would always stand in the way. Esther was the housewife, the gardener, the food heater-upper, the mom, the daughter-in-law, the occasional field trip chaperone. The judge was the one whose principal design was to project strength. Everyone described her as intimidating. She held forth at parties like a scholar. Her opinions were circulated as if she was a deity. She wielded her intelligence like a sword. She ruled over her courtroom like a queen. And then she came home, and her husband pounded the shit out of her. Emily ate a handful of pumpkin seeds. They crunched between her teeth. Instead of going into the parlor, she pushed open the patio door. Cold air whipped her hair around her face. She hugged the pumpkin seeds close to her chest. Despite Sisyphus repeatedly rolling his rock across her body in the family kitchen, Emily smiled at the thought of seeing Jack. She would take him a plate of food once dinner was over. He generally subsisted on candy bars and beef jerky when he spent nights in the shed. At least going by the wrappers Emily cleaned out the next day. The pumpkin seeds would tide him over for a while. The warped shed door hadn't shut all the way. Emily would bring Jack one of the spare duvets from the closet. He never complained about the cold, but it was particularly brutal this time of year. There was no insulation in the shed. Even a slight breeze could rattle the single-paned glass like a train chugging down the tracks. Emily paused outside the door, listening. Her heart felt shattered when she heard a low moan. Every time she told herself she was completely alone in the world, she should remind herself of what Jack was going through. Esther was a sanctimonious hypocrite, and Franklin was a tyrant, but at least Emily wasn't spending Thanksgiving in a cold shed. She leaned down, thinking she could leave the bowl of seeds for him, but then she heard the moan again. Her heart ached for him. Emily had seen Jack cry before, more than a few times, to be honest. The distance he was keeping from her at school had been hurtful, but he was still her friend.
Emily pushed open the door. At first, she wasn't sure what she was seeing. Her mind could not make sense of it. Clay's back was to the door. Jack's hands were braced against the workbench. She thought they were fighting, wrestling, playing, but then she saw that Clay's pants were down around his ankles. Jack moaned again. The bench shook as Clay thrust into him. They were having sex. 9. Andrea repeated her question. What's in the briefcase? Instead of responding, the judge's gaze rested on Franklin Vaughn. There was no emotion on her face, no gesture of love between them. The man who had been her husband for almost half a century was going to be dead in a matter of hours. Esther herself was not going to be long behind him. She told Andrea, "When I was given the news about my cancer, I attempted to put my affairs in order. Franklin had always managed that aspect of our lives. I assumed that the wills were in the safe along with all the financial documents. I was correct, but I had not anticipated that I would find this as well." Esther reached down, struggling to lift the briefcase from the floor. Andrea went around the bed to help her. The case was lighter than she expected. She lifted it with one hand onto the judge's lap. "Thank you." Esther's fingers rolled the combination. The locks clicked open. Andrea was standing over her, so she could see inside. Sheaves of papers, a few manila envelopes, and an older-looking laptop with the power cord still attached. Franklin was always far more technically inclined than I. Esther looked up at Andrea. "He recorded all of his conversations with Wexler. The Fontaine boy makes several appearances, too. There are audio recordings of the earlier meetings. Later, it appears that Franklin secreted a video camera in the bookcase so he could capture the negotiations. One in particular is very damning. They structured a land charity using Fontaine to hide a conservation easement that netted Wexler over $3 million. The federal statute of limitations for conspiracy and continuing offenses begins not with the original act, but upon abandonment, withdrawal, or the accomplishment of the conspiracy's objectives. The blackmail alone has lasted nearly 4 decades. The trick with fraud is to prove intent. The video recordings provide ample proof. You have them dead to rights." Andrea should have felt elated, but all she could summon was anger. This information had been available for decades. Why didn't Franklin? He could have. Yes, Franklin could have exposed them years ago. He shares the legal blame, but the moral failure is entirely mine. Esther's lips pursed as she tried to collect herself. "I told myself that the difference of a few months would be inconsequential. Thanks to the death threats, Judith and Guinevere would be under 24-hour protection. Bible would go to the literal ends of the earth to ensure their safety. I would reach the end of my life on my own terms. Wexler and Fontaine would be exposed after I was gone. No one else would be hurt. At least I told myself that, but I was wrong, wasn't I?" Andrea felt the lump come back into her throat. Alice Poulsen. Yes, Alice Poulsen. Esther reached into the briefcase, but only to rest her hand on a thick manila envelope. She looked Andrea in the eye. "My cowardice cost another parent their child. I did not earn a peaceful death. I do not deserve it." Andrea watched her pull the envelope from the briefcase. The label was handwritten. "To be delivered to Leonard Bible upon my death," Esther said. "This contains copies of all of the supporting documents for the original land transfer, the conservation easement, and the charitable land trust. The laptop has all of the recordings, video and audio, as well as pertinent emails, wire transactions, bank account routing numbers, and tax documents. You'll find dates, times, locations, steps taken when they forced me to intervene in legal matters. I've included a summation on top outlining the case. Dean Wexler and Bernard Fontaine can be charged for tax evasion, tax fraud, wire fraud, countless other crimes. It's all in here." Andrea was too stunned to take the envelope. Esther was literally offering everything they needed to stop Wexler and Nardo. "As long as I am capable, the government will have my full cooperation." Now that she had made up her mind, Esther seemed eager to get it over with. She returned the envelope to the briefcase and waited for Andrea to take it all away. There was nothing more to be said. Andrea's hands had started to shake. She felt sweaty and cold at the same time. She clutched the briefcase to her chest. The weight was heavier this time. Alice Polson's restless soul was inside.
Star Bonaire's shaky future, Esther Vaughn's undeserved peaceful death. The marshals nodded to Andrea as she left Franklin Vaughn's room. Only when she had reached the end of the corridor did Andrea let herself acknowledge what she was holding. Evidence of Wexler and Nardo's crimes. Enough to put them in prison. Enough to shut down the farm. The elation finally came. Her brain was dizzy with it. Adrenaline sharpened everything to a point. She was jogging as she turned the corner, her head swiveling in search of Bible. She saw him near the elevators talking to Mike. They were both leaning against the high counter of the nurse's station. Bible cradled his bandaged hand. Compton was a few feet away typing on her phone. "Andy?" Mike saw her first. "What's wrong?" Andrea could barely speak. Her hands almost slipped on the briefcase. She stumbled the last few feet to reach them. "Andy?" Mike took the briefcase. "Are you okay?" She had to stop to take a breath. The judge wrote the death threats to herself. Compton looked up from her phone. Bible's jaw was clenched, but he said nothing. Andrea, had to stop again. She took another breath. She placed her hand to her chest, coaxing her heart to slow. The judge was being blackmailed by Wexler for decades. Since Judith was a baby. Wexler told her that he was the father. But I don't know. He could be lying. But it doesn't matter, because we've got them. Both of them. Nardo was in on it too. Oliver, take me through this. Compton had knelt on the floor with the briefcase so she could go through the contents. What am I looking at here? The laptop. Franklin Vaughn recorded everything. There's enough in there to send Wexler and Fontaine to prison for fraud, at least. Andrea was on her knees too. She found the envelope that had been meant for Bible. Esther outlined, everything is outlined in here. She said she built a case for us, that both Wexler and Fontaine were implicated. Compton was silent as her eyes scanned the bullet-pointed pages. Her head started shaking when she got to the last item. Son of a fucking bitch. She practically wrote the warrant applications for us. Leonard. They all looked up at Bible. His jaw was still set. Compton stood up. She pressed her hand to the side of his face. "Put it in the trash, baby. Take it out tomorrow, all right?" Bible gave a curt nod, but the look of betrayal did not go away. "She give us enough?" She did. Compton searched for Mike, who was plugging the laptop into an outlet behind the nurse's station. "Mike, you're seconded to me for the duration. Chain of custody starts now. We need to do this by the book. Upload those videos to DOJ. I want search warrants for the farm. Arrest warrants for Wexler and Fontaine. We need to do this tonight. I've got some marshals in the area I can pull in for surveillance on the farm. We've got to make sure Wexler and Fontaine don't bolt before we can scoop them up. Men like that always have an escape plan. Can Stilton be trusted?" The question had been directed at Bible. He shook his head but said, "Unknown." "All right, well, leave Stilton on the bench until the arrests are made. Fontaine was carrying concealed. We have to assume they're armed. I'll call down the strike team from Baltimore. We don't want this turning into a hostage situation. Priority 1 is securing those girls, right?" Compton was waiting for Bible. He said, "Right." "Good," she said. "I'll have ambulances at the ready in case anyone chooses to leave. They'll be taken to Johns Hopkins. Hopefully, there's a way to break Wexler's hold on them. Same with Fontaine. If Esther's right, he's staring down big boy prison. He'll want a deal to turn against Wexler. We'll transfer him to Baltimore, give him time to sweat it out. Bible, I'll need you to take the lead on Fontaine. Give him 24 hours in a holding cell and he'll be ready to talk." "No, ma'am," Bible said. "I want Wexler, and I want him tonight." Compton asked, "Why?" "We're never going to have him this scared again," Bible said. "We yank him out of bed, pop him into Stilton's holding cell, go at him hard, get him to confess. That's the quickest way to get this over and done with. Or we throw him into holding, he shits himself, asks for a lawyer, and we see him at trial in 3 years," Compton said. "We only get one bite at this apple. If we give Wexler some time on the ride to Baltimore, he might start thinking he can talk his way out of this big misunderstanding. That's what we want, right? We want him talking to us, explaining things." "He's a psychopath," Bible said. "You give him time to regroup, he's going to come up with a plan." "I hear you." Compton turned to Mike. "You're on the team. What do you think? Push Wexler tonight or give him some time?" "My gut says tonight.
And not that you asked, but I don't want Fontaine to get a deal. Mike shrugged. Why go after Renfield when you can drive a stake through Dracula's heart? Andrea felt herself nodding. She didn't want Nardo to get away with anything either. Renfield was almost too accurate a description. Nardo wasn't only Dean's acolyte. He literally procured victims for his malevolent master. Oliver? Compton had turned to Andrea. Chime in. Andrea could only share what she knew to be true. Nardo will lawyer up. That's what he always does. If the plan is to get him to turn on Wexler, I don't think that will happen until his back is against the wall. And maybe not even then. He's a nihilist. Okay, take Fontaine off the board, Compton said. What's the best way to go at Wexler? He only makes mistakes when he's angry. Andrea had seen Wexler out of control. She had also seen him less than 10 minutes later when he was bragging about single-handedly ushering in the organic farming movement. If you give him time to calm down, he'll use it to find a way out. All right, decision made, Compton said. Bible, you and Oliver will take Wexler tonight. We'll snatch him up at the farm and take him directly to Stilton's shop. Fontaine will go to Baltimore. Oliver, go back to the motel and get a shower. Once we have Wexler in custody, we'll swing by on our way to the police station. Plan for 3 hours. Be ready in 2. Andrea was not going to sit around for 2 more hours. Ma'am, you'll follow orders, Compton said. I don't need another muscle. I need a brain. You've dealt with Wexler before. He knows you're not afraid of him. You can't look like you've just run out of a fire and jumped into a swimming pool when he sees you. Bible, help her figure this out, then come find me. Mike, let's get some privacy so we can watch those videos. Mike closed the laptop. He caught Andrea's eye again before he left with Compton. Andrea's weight had shifted to the balls of her feet. She felt like her body was coiled. She was desperate to go after them, to be doing something instead of this interminable waiting. She asked Bible, what's the strategy? How are we going to get Wexler to confess? You can't strategize with a psychopath. They're always going to come at you from a different angle. Andrea had not really thought about Wexler as a psychopath until now. He fit the criteria: lack of shame or remorse, grandiose sense of self-importance, manipulative, poor impulse control. She was intimately familiar with the list because she had noted the same attributes in her father. All right, she said, but we have to have some kind of plan or framework or... No lesson plan for this, partner. Bible shrugged, as if it was inconsequential. You're just playing hopscotch, all right? Throw a rock onto the square, wait for Wexler to jump to it. Andrea didn't want another homily. She wanted details. So what? We let him lecture us on fava beans and hope he says, by the way, yeah, I committed a bunch of fraud. Where do I sign my confession? That'd be great, but I don't think that's going to happen, Bible said. We steer the conversation. We keep nudging him along the way. Eventually, he'll get to the right square. I can't do metaphors right now, Bible. This is too important.
Every time you've thrown me into the deep end, I've figured out how to swim. This time is different. I need broad strokes. Okay, I hear you, he said. Let's plan this out. I'll take the lead in the interview. That good by you? Andrea had expected as much. Yes. Then old Dean comes in and he says, I'll only talk to her. Bible pointed his finger at Andrea's chest. So I get up and leave you two alone. Then what? Andrea chewed her lip. Or we decide you're going to take the lead, right? Bible didn't expect an answer. And old Dean says, nope, not talking to that girl. I only talk to men. And you have to get up and leave. Then what? We both spend the next 2 hours getting our heads on straight, Bible said. That's how we prepare. That's the strategy. We can't anticipate what he's going to say. We think he'll want to talk about the farm. Maybe he wants to talk about Emily. We think he wants to talk about Emily. Maybe he wants to talk about how his mama never loved him or his daddy shot a mockingbird. So we just let him talk about whatever he wants to talk about? Correct, Bible said. You heard the boss. Talking is exactly what we want him to do. We get him wound up, we give him an audience, he makes a mistake. We can only keep in mind where we need to end up. And where's that? Jesus. Andrea wasn't up for the Socratic method either. The blackmail, the bogus land deal, the labor board case, the conservation easement, the tax evasion, the bogus charity, Emily fucking Vaughn. We just need one of those, Bible held up his finger. We get him to admit to one bad thing.
Then we walk him through it, and we get him to another bad thing, then another bad thing. Throw the rock, jump to the square. That's how we win. It takes time, she told Bible. I'm so fucking tired of all this hurry up and wait. It's the nature of the beast. It's fucking annoying. Andrea's frustration gave way to anger. Wexler either raped and killed Emily Vaughn, or he knows who did. He's terrorized Esther's family for 40 years. He's got his foot on Star Bonaire's neck. He's pushed Melody Brickle to the brink of bankruptcy. Alice Powson killed herself to get away from him. He's got at least a dozen more girls who are living corpses on the farm. Every fucking thing that guy touches either withers away or dies, and he always manages to get away with it. Bible studied her carefully. Sounds to me like you're making this personal. You're damn right I am. Andrea had been too impatient to wait around for a ride back to the motel. She'd walked the short distance from the hospital, the bag marked patient belongings swinging from her hand. She shouldn't have bothered. Her clothes could not be saved. Her waterlogged service weapon was being sent back to Baltimore, and she wouldn't get a replacement until tomorrow morning. Her Android was still in her backpack in Bible's SUV. Her iPhone was so damaged that parts of the guts were showing through the broken glass. Even her shoes were trashed. Pool water squicked out with every step. The longest, hottest shower in the world had finally made her feel clean, but nothing could clear Andrea's mind of Dean Wexler. She kept silently going back over what Esther Vaughn had told her. Not about the blackmail and fraud, but about losing her shit when she'd found Wexler holding Judith in the garden. At a molecular level, Andrea understood that kind of terror. She also understood what it felt like to think of yourself as one kind of person, then have trauma split you into another. As with Laura, as with Esther and Star and Alice, Andrea had led two different lives, the one before she had met a psychopath and the one after. She walked over to the window and peered through the curtains. The road was empty. The forest behind was cast in total darkness. The surveillance teams would be set up by now. 6 marshals would be guarding all the roads leading into and out of the farm, watching the activities, trying to ascertain the locations of Wexler and Nardo. The strike team would be en route from Baltimore. The warrants would be in process, maybe already signed. There was nothing for Andrea to do but try not to pull out her hair while she waited. She looked at the clock. 11:10 p.m. She had at least 90 more minutes before she was face to face with Dean Wexler again. Andrea pressed her forehead to the cold glass. Bible had told her not to plan, but she had to plan. She didn't have his natural self-confidence, let alone his decades of experience. She conjured up the cramped interrogation room at the back of Stilton's police station. She tried to imagine herself sitting across from Wexler. Instead, she found herself back in the farmhouse kitchen, Star assembling the ingredients for bread, Wexler droning on like a televangelist, the self-satisfied look on his face, the long pause he had taken before allowing Star to place his glass of water on the table. He liked being in control. He liked other people witnessing it, which meant he would want both Andrea and Bible in the room. Bible would do most of the talking. What would Andrea do? She walked to the desk. The notebook was no longer blank. She had written down some observations about her short time alone with Dean Wexler. Bible had his hopscotch, but Andrea had her triggers. The goal tonight was to make Wexler feel out of control. That was when he would make his first mistake. Andrea had 3 previous examples of Wexler's facade dropping, and they had all happened inside of his old Ford truck. The first time was when Andrea had said Emily Vaughn's name. Without warning, Wexler had slammed on the brakes, almost sending Andrea's head into the dash. He had hit the brakes a second time when Andrea had pointed out that though Wexler had left teaching, he had still found a way to surround himself with vulnerable young women. The third incident was both more straightforward and more complicated. Wexler had told Andrea that he took shits bigger than her. Andrea had basically told him to get his head out of his ass. That was when Wexler had escalated. He'd grabbed Andrea's wrist to silence her. She tapped her pen on the notepad. Wexler's triggers were easy to spot. He didn't want to hear Emily's name, he didn't like being called a predator, and he sure as hell didn't like being called out on his bullshit. Andrea didn't know where this information got her to. Were they hopscotch boxes, or were they the rocks? She put down the pen. She walked back to the window and peered out at the desolate road again. She crossed her arms. She put her back to the window. She let her eyes close. There was a fine line between prodding Wexler's ego and bringing out his rage. Andrea wasn't worried about his violence. She could handle herself.
though she doubted Bible would let it get that far. The problem was, if she pushed Wexler too hard or in the wrong direction, she'd end up ruining everything. On the other hand, if she didn't push hard enough, Wexler might think that Andrea was afraid. If his behavior had proven anything, it was that Dean Wexler liked it when women were afraid. Andrea opened her eyes. The clock told her that only 2 more minutes had passed. 88 more minutes of pacing and looking out the window would not get her any closer to a strategy. She knew how to piss off Wexler, but she did not know how to get information out of him. Melody Brickell had said that Wexler was a cheap copy of Clayton Morrow. Andrea knew of only one person on Earth who had faced down Clayton Morrow and lived to talk about it. She picked up the desk telephone and dialed the number before she could change her mind. Her mother answered on the 4th ring. "Darling, are you okay? What time is it?" "I'm fine, Mom. I'm sorry something occurred to her. Did the caller ID come up?" Laura took a long pause before answering. "I know you're in Longbill Beach." Andrea muttered a curse. She was supposed to help trick Dean Wexler into confessing, but she hadn't been clever enough to turn off the location services on her iPhone.
"So you've been lying this whole time? You mean the same way you've been lying to me? Fair darling, are you okay?" Andrea rested her head in her hand. She could feel the thick threads stitching together the cut in her forehead. Her nose was throbbing. Her throat ached. "I'm sorry I lied to you." "Well, I'm not sorry I lied to you. It was fun listening to your voice squeak." "Also fair," Laura asked. "Why are you calling from your motel room? What's wrong?" "Nothing." Andrea suppressed a cough. "Don't worry, I haven't flung myself over any cliffs lately. I believe it's flinged." Andrea opened her mouth, then closed it. This was not the first time they had argued over past participles. The last 2 years had been riddled with petty disagreements. Andrea decided to finally take the razor out of her mouth. "Mom, I need your help." "Of course," Laura said. "What's wrong?" "Nothing is wrong," she insisted. Would you mind telling me some things about him?" Laura didn't ask for a proper noun. Clayton Morrow was the Voldemort of their lives. "What do you want to know?" Andrea wasn't sure where to start. In the past, she had always shut down whenever Laura brought up her father. The only way she could get through this was to remind herself that, over 40 years ago, Dean Wexler had studied from the book of Clay Morrow. "What do you remember about him? I mean, when you first met him?" "The sex wasn't great." "Mom." "All right," Laura said. "I suppose there's a better way to say it. The sex really didn't matter. Being able to hold his attention was the aphrodisiac. Obviously, I wasn't the only one he kept in thrall. I saw him do it with men, other women, even children. He watches people, and he figures out what they need, and he finds a way to become the only person in the world who can give it to them. After that, they'll do anything he asks." Andrea knew instinctively that Wexler followed the same pattern. He had denied having contact with the volunteers, but Starr was clearly under his thumb. She was literally torturing herself into an early grave. "Considering your current location," Laura continued, "I never believed your father killed that poor teenager. Not when I was told about it, and not now." Andrea did not want to get sidetracked, but she couldn't help asking, "Why not?" "I don't agree with your current career, but I'm still your mother. I looked at the syllabi you emailed me. 6 of your courses at Glencoe dealt with analyzing criminal psychology." Andrea should not have been surprised. "And look at the charges that were made against your father. At least the crimes that the government knew about. Everything was conspiracy this, conspiracy that. He never got his hands dirty. Committing acts of violence was beneath him." Andrea knew that wasn't true. "I've seen a scar that tells me otherwise." "Darling, it was the 80s. Everyone got a little rough." Andrea was silent. Laura always spoke too lightly about the violence she had suffered at Clay's hands. Laura said, "Your father's kink wasn't committing actual crimes. He got off on making other people commit crimes for him." Andrea bit her lip. Another personality trait Wexler had mimicked. Nardo Fontaine screened all the prospective volunteers. His name was listed on the fake charity that had netted Wexler $3 million. Andrea could easily see Nardo coming up with the original plan to blackmail the judge, and she could see him following Guinevere around town with a camera, reveling in the chaos the photographs would bring. "Andy,
"You tricked him into incriminating himself," Andrea said. "How did you do that? How do you trick a psychopath into telling the truth?" Laura kept silent for so long that Andrea wasn't sure she was still on the line. Eventually, her mother said, "You do the same thing that they do to you. You make them think that you believe in them." Andrea knew that Laura had believed quite a lot of Clay Morrow's destructive philosophy. Your father was... Laura seemed to be searching for a word. He was so believable. He would tell you things that sounded true, but weren't necessarily accurate. Were you allowed to disagree with him? Of course, Laura said. He loved a healthy debate. But you can't have a logical discussion with someone who makes up their own facts. There was always a statistic or a data set that only he knew about. He was smarter than everyone else, you see. He had it all figured out. In the end, you felt embarrassed for not coming round to his point of view sooner. It takes a tremendous amount of arrogance to honestly believe that everyone else in the world is clueless and you're the only one who knows the truth. Andrea felt herself nodding. That was Wexler too. So, how do you make them think you believe what they're saying? Start with skepticism, but make it clear that you're open to persuasion. After a while, concede some of their points. Expound upon some of their reasoning. Make them believe you've been swayed by their genius. The easiest way to make someone trust you is to parrot back everything they say. Laura stopped, as if she was afraid that she was giving away too much. People think psychopaths are so clever, but they generally only go after the low-hanging fruit. I wanted to be persuaded. I needed something to believe in. How did you get away from him? What do you mean? Laura asked. I told you how I... Not physically. Andrea was thinking about Star Bonaire. Mentally, how did you get away from him? You, Laura said. I thought I loved him, but I didn't know love until the first time I held you in my arms. After that, you were all that mattered, and I knew that I had to do everything within my power to keep you safe. Andrea had heard her mother make similar declarations many times before, but instead of rolling her eyes or brushing it aside, she said, I know what you gave up to keep me safe. Sweetheart, I gave up nothing, and I gained everything, Laura said. Are you sure you don't need me? I needed to hear your voice. Andrea didn't know if it was stress or exhaustion that brought tears to her eyes. So, I've heard your voice, and I'm going to go. But I'll call you this weekend. And I really love you, Mom. I love you very much, okay? I really do love you. Laura was silent for a moment. It had been a long while since Andrea had said those words and actually meant them. All right, my beautiful girl. You'll call me this weekend. Promise? I promise. Andrea rested the phone back in the cradle. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Why she had started crying on the phone with her mother was something to think about another day. For now, she needed to consider what her mother had told her. Maybe Wexler wasn't a cheap copy of Clay Morrow after all. He sounded more like an exact duplicate. She picked up her notebook and read through Wexler's triggers again. Should she avoid them or use them? Should Andrea try to piss him off, or should she try to make him think that she was open to his philosophy? Or maybe she should let herself accept that Bible was a lot better at this than Andrea was. There was no way to predict a psychopath's behavior. They had to let Wexler take the lead. The strategy would come when they had him talking. All that Andrea could do was mentally prepare herself for the unexpected. She looked at the clock and let out a sharp, angry curse. 80 more minutes. She was going to start climbing the walls if she stayed in this room a moment longer. The police station was a 10-minute walk away. Andrea could be waiting on the stairs when the marshals arrived with Wexler. She scribbled a note to hang on the door. Andrea was already wearing her only clean clothes, a pair of cat jack pants for active boys, and a black t-shirt she had found in the bottom of her duffel bag. Her still wet sneakers bunched up her socks when she shoved them on. Out of habit, she put her broken iPhone in her back pocket.
She closed the door on the edge of the note, hoping it was vague enough but also self-explanatory, already at location. The motel's welcome sign flickered off as Andrea crossed the road. There was no sidewalk, but she wanted to be under the streetlights. The scent of the ocean was a bitter salt in her busted nose. Her eyes started to sting. She turned away her head and took a deep breath of cold night air. Her wet hair plastered to the back of her neck. She stuck her hands into her pants pockets as she trudged along with straight yellow line. The sound of a car made Andrea turn. She stepped onto the graveled shoulder. The forest was to her back. She thought about the surveillance teams again. The strike team from Baltimore. The arrest warrants, search warrants. All the girls at the farm. Andrea continued her walk toward the police station. She mentally ran through the conversation she'd had with her mother. The main thing Andrea had learned 2 years ago was that psychopaths were like fire. They needed oxygen to burn. Maybe that was the key with Wexler. Andrea knew how to use silence as a weapon. If she could deprive Wexler of oxygen, he might end up burning himself out. Another car passed. Andrea stepped aside again. She watched a BMW coast toward downtown. The brake lights didn't flash. The car drove to the end of Beach Road, then took a left away from the sea. She started to step back into the street, but a flash of motion stopped her. Andrea's hand went up to shield her eyes from the streetlights as she looked back in the direction of the motel. She had no memory of walking past an old logging road. She only saw it now because a vehicle was slowly making its way along a narrow dirt path. She heard the low rumble of a muffler, the pops and cracks of tires rolling over tree roots and fallen limbs. The front end of a blue pickup truck appeared from the darkness. Andrea felt her heart freeze at the sight of the old Ford. The wheels crunched on the gravel shoulder. The headlights were off. Instinctively, Andrea darted across the street so that she could conceal herself in darkness. The truck idled. Andrea couldn't make out the driver's face, only that his head turned left, then right, before the tires slowly bumped onto the asphalt. She had only a split second to see inside the truck as it turned toward downtown. The streetlight hit their faces. The driver, the passenger, Bernard Fontaine. Star Bonaire. November 26, 1981. The bowl slipped from Emily's hands. Pumpkin seeds scattered across the shed floor. Clay ripped himself away from Jack. His penis flopped against his jeans as he dragged them up around his hips. He stumbled backward, banging into one of the windows. The glass cracked. Emily could hear the fracture work its way into the next pane, then the next. Oh God! Jack was kneeling on the floor. His hands covered his face in shame. He rocked back and forth. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Clay didn't say anything. He looked equal parts terrified and enraged. Emily had no more words. Her brain was dizzy with what she had seen. She shouldn't be here. This was private. I'm sorry. She turned to leave, but Clay moved so quickly that he slammed the door closed before she reached it. Look at me. He grabbed her arms and banged her back against the door. If you tell anybody about this, I'll fucking kill you. Emily was too shaken to respond. She had not let herself understand it in the moment, but now she felt the knowledge settle deep into her mind. The two boys had been having sex. Clay and Jack. How long had they been doing it? Were they in love? Surely you had to love someone if you let them do that to you. Why did Clay treat Jack so badly if they were in love? Clay. Jack put his hand on Clay's shoulder. Get the fuck off of me. Clay violently jerked away. Jesus Christ, you queer piece of shit. Don't ever touch me again. Jack stood paralyzed, his hands still reaching into the air. He looked so hurt that Clay could have stabbed him and caused less pain. Clay, Emily said. She couldn't stand his cruelty. You can't— Shut the fuck up, Emily. Clay's finger was in her face. I meant what I said. Don't you fucking tell anybody. She won't. Jack's voice was raspy. He had started to cry. She won't tell. She better fucking not. Clay wrenched away from Emily. He started pacing across the shed floor, hammering his fist into his open palm. His feet were heavy on the stone. I'll tell everybody she came on to me. I'll say that she tried to blackmail me into marrying her, that she was going to lie to everybody about me being the father. Emily watched him pacing back and forth, the same way her father paced when he was deciding her future. Clay, she tried, I told you to shut your fucking mouth. Clay glared at her, jamming his finger in her direction again. I'll destroy you, Emily. Don't think I won't. Go ahead. Emily's words were strong, but her voice was weak. She had done nothing to this person but care for him and love him for almost her entire life. Tell them I tried to blackmail you. Tell them I'm a whore. Tell them I gave you a blowjob behind the gym. What possible damage could you do to my reputation? I'm already utterly destroyed.
"Emily," Jack whispered. "What, Jack?" "They're already saying all of those things," Emily said. "Thanks to Blake and Ricky, thanks to you, Clay." Clay had the audacity to look offended. "I never repeated those rumors. You never stopped them." Emily was so tired of these cowards hiding behind their own twisted sense of morality. "You could have stopped everything, Clay. You could have made this okay. This?" He threw out his arms in an open shrug. "What the hell are you going on about? This?" She held her stomach. "This baby. You could have set the tone with the clique. You could have made it clear to the school that I shouldn't be cast out." "Cast out?" he repeated. "That's ridiculous." "Is it?" She hated herself for using her mother's words, but they were so damn fitting. "Clay, you're the one who gets to decide who the right people are. Everyone looks up to you. One gesture, one word, can mean that someone is in or out. You could have protected me." He looked away, instead of trying to contradict her. "You could do it now." For the first time in weeks, Emily saw a real way out of this. She had begged her mother for legitimacy, but Clay was far more powerful in Emily's small world than Esther. The only reason people at school think it's wrong is because people think it's wrong. "You could change everything for me. You could make it okay." "How are you so stupid?" he demanded. "The only thing it would change is that people would think I'm the father. Why else would I be taking up for you?" Desperation constricted her chest. "Because you're my friend." The word friend lingered, a distant echo in the small shed. They had been friends for more years than they could both remember. All of them, in some way, had always been in each other's lives. Clay shook his head in disbelief. "I can't be your friend anymore, Emily. Surely you see that. Everything has changed." She wanted to scream until her throat bled. Nothing had changed for him. He was still popular. He still had the clique. He was still going out west to college. He still had a future. "Emily, you have to understand," Clay said. "My parents thought it was me. I had to swear on a Bible. They were going to force me to marry you." "Force?" Emily said, as if she had no say in the matter. "I don't want to marry you. I don't want to marry anyone." "Bullshit," Clay said. "If you get married, all of this will go away." She pressed together her lips so that she didn't laugh in his face. Nothing was going to go away for Emily. The baby would still be growing inside of her. Instead of interning for a senator and learning about macroeconomics and tort reform, she would be cleaning vomit out of her hair and changing diapers. Clay said, "I can't risk my parents thinking that I lied. They'll disown me. You know how religious they are. They'll put up with a lot of my shit, but not that."
"They made it damn clear to me I'll have nothing," she finally laughed. "Well, God forbid you lose your beloved parents. Go fuck yourself, you stupid, conniving bitch." Clay's anger sparked like a warning flare. "I will not get stuck in this pissant town. I will not live the rest of my life surrounded by fucking bourgeois cocksuckers who don't read books or talk about art or understand the fucking world that we live in. And I sure as shit will never see either of your fucking faces ever again." Emily heard a sob from Jack. He was staring at Clay, a mournful expression on his face. His devastation spread like a miasma straight into Emily's heart. Every day, over and over, they both lost the same things again and again. "Clay," Jack said, "you said I could go with you. You said Emily would have missed Clay's transformation had she not been watching him so closely." His handsome features contorted into a monstrous hideousness. Rage darkened his eyes. His elbow was cocked back as he ran across the room, and then he smashed his fist squarely into Jack's face. "Fucking freak!" Clay punched Jack so hard that his head splintered the wall. Then he hit him again and again. "You're not my fucking girlfriend!" Jack held up his arms in vain, trying to block the punches, not hitting back, though he was so much bigger and stronger than Clay. Even when a tooth chipped, a finger snapped back on his hand, he kept taking it. No, Emily's hands went to her mouth. She was horrified by the violence, incapable of stopping it. Clay kept pummeling Jack until they were both on the ground. His fist was like a pile driver. Even when it became clear that Jack would do nothing to stop him, Clay kept hitting him. It was only when Clay's energy was spent that he reluctantly stopped.
His face was slashed with blood. He was sweating profusely. He pushed himself to standing. Instead of leaving, he swung back his foot to kick Jack in the head. "No!" Emily screamed. "Stop!" Her voice was so loud that the air seemed to shake with it. Clay's head whipped around. His eyes were wild. "Stop!" Emily said, her voice urgent with fear. Clay had frozen, but only because he seemed to realize where he was, inside a shed that was on the Vaughn property with their pregnant daughter watching. His hand went to his face. Instead of wiping the blood away, he smeared it like horror makeup across his cold, hard features. He had finally, deliberately showed himself, his real self. The boy she had met in elementary school, the cool kid who had talked about art and books and the world, was a disguise for the blood-covered fiend who had nearly beaten his lover to death. Clay didn't bother to return the mask to his face. Emily had seen him now. She knew exactly who he was. He pointed his finger at her chest one last time. "If you tell anybody about this, I'll do the same fucking thing to you." He shoved her away from the door. Emily stumbled, catching herself against the wall. The door slammed so hard the fractured glass panes finally toppled over, splintering onto the floor. Clay would go home to the Morrows now. He would clean himself up before he saw them. He would sit at the dinner table and eat his mother's Thanksgiving dinner and watch football with his father, and neither of them would know that they were harboring a cunning, sadistic animal. Jack rolled over onto his back. He let out a pained cry. Emily rushed over to him. She dropped to her knees. She used the hem of her blouse to wipe the blood out of his eyes. "Oh, Jack, are you okay? Look at me." His eyes rolled. He was panting. Blood poured from his nose, his mouth. An angry gash split his eyebrow in two. His front tooth was chipped. The pinky finger on his left hand bent awkwardly to the side. Emily strained to help him sit up. He was too heavy. She ended up sitting on the floor. His head was in her lap. He was sobbing so hard that she started crying too. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "It's all right." She stroked his hair behind his ear the way Graham used to do when Emily was feeling bad. "Everything's going to be okay. We weren't—" "I don't care, Jack. I'm only sorry he hurt you. It's not—" He groaned again, forcing himself upright. Blood streamed down his face along with his tears. "I'm so sorry, Emily. I never wanted you to know what I am." Gently, Emily took his uninjured hand. She knew how lonely it could be when no one touched you in kindness. "You're my friend, Jack. That's who you are. Jack took a halting breath. "I'm not who you think I am." "You're my friend," she repeated, "and I love you. There's nothing wrong with you." Emily knew she had to be strong for him. She wiped away her tears. She heard the thunk of her father's car door slamming shut in the garage. He would shower and have a few drinks before she was expected at the dinner table. "I won't tell anyone," Emily promised Jack. "I would never tell." "It's too late," he whispered. "Clay hates me. You heard what he said. I thought I could go to college with him, maybe find work. But—" Emily felt her mind flood with reassurances, but they were all false. Clay was as finished with Jack as he was with Emily. She should count herself lucky that all he had done was turn his back on her. She had seen her father lose control so many times, but she had never seen a human being turn into a monster right before her eyes. "I won't tell," Emily said. "Not that I think you should be ashamed, but if you— Nardo knows." Jack leaned his back against the door. He looked up at the ceiling. His tears ran unabated. "He saw me and Clay together. He knows." Emily's mouth opened, though the real surprise was that Nardo hadn't told the entire school. "What? Jack had to stop to swallow. "I asked Nardo if he's the father." Emily leaned her head back against the wall and stared up at the ceiling. She had spent hours poring over her Columbo investigation. Had Jack figured it out? Why hadn't he told her? "I'm sorry," Jack said. "Nardo, he didn't confess. He told me to fuck off, and then he said that he'd seen me and Clay together, and if I kept asking questions—" Emily felt her heart thumping inside of her chest. She knew the malice that Nardo was capable of. It made no sense that he would keep such a salacious secret. Jack sniffed. But I had already asked everybody, even Clay. But Emily didn't know how to say it other than to be blunt. Clay is clearly not into girls. Jack shook his head. He likes girls too. He's not like me. He can pass for normal. Emily could hear the self-condemnation in Jack's voice. He said, everybody denied it, for what it's worth. They all had their stories pretty much down pat. Who is everybody? Emily was having trouble understanding what he had done. She had shown him her Columbo investigation last month, and he'd said nothing. Who did you talk to? Nardo, Blake, Clay, Ricky, Wexler. The same people you talked to. His breath wheezed through his nose. I'm sorry, Emily. I know you were working on your own investigation, but you were so obsessed with it. Obviously, for a reason. But I thought I could figure it out because I could look at it more clearly, like without the emotions you have. Nobody thinks much of me. I'm invisible at school, and I hear things sometimes, and I thought I could put it together, but I failed. I failed you. You didn't fail me, Jack. Emily took a deep breath. Nardo implied that it was you. Jack gave a humorless laugh. Yeah, well, consider the source. He said you sold him the acid we all took at the party. I did, Jack said. I got it from my cousin. Emily turned her head to look at him again. He hadn't been avoiding her because things were tense. He had been hiding something. Were you there, Jack? Did you see something? No, I promise. I would have told you. Jack turned to look at her too. Nardo made me leave before anybody got there. But after it happened, Clay was really upset. He told me that you got really mad at him at the party. He saw you through those big windows that overlook the pool. You were outside, and you had taken your dress off.
He made you put it back on. It was really cold. And you started screaming at him. About what? He couldn't tell why you were so mad. He said you were hysterical. All he could do was go find Nardo. Emily conjured the scene in her head, not from memory, but as a sort of projection of what could be the truth. Her standing naked by the pool, Clay rushing out to dress her. No, that was too chivalrous. He'd wanted to know what happened. He would have made some joke about her nudity, and then he would have gotten annoyed because she was overwrought. But she had been overwrought because someone had raped her. She asked, "What did Clay tell you happened next? They were all too fucked up to drive you home." Jack used his arm to wipe blood from his face. Nardo called Mr. Wexler because he knew Wexler would shut up about it. They didn't know what else to do. You were out of your mind. Blake had to give you a couple of bennies to calm you down. You were still yelling at Clay when Wexler and Nardo dragged you into the car. Emily looked away from him. She hadn't only been on acid. Her friends had given her a psychoactive drug that was prescribed to prevent anxiety and seizures. And then they had handed her over to ghastly Dean Wexler so he could be alone with her in his car. She asked, "Do you think Clay was telling the truth?" "I don't know. He's a liar, but they're all liars." Jack had started to weep again. "I'm sorry, Emily. I should have told you all of this before. I was ashamed, and I didn't know how to explain why Clay had confided in me without telling you about what I am." "I know what it's like to be judged by people," Emily told him. "I'm not going to judge you, Jack. It's none of my business." Jack took a sharp breath. "I'm so sorry." "You have nothing to be sorry about." Emily could not let him spiral into self-hatred. She knew there was literally no bottom to the darkness. "How did Nardo find out about you and Clay?" Jack shrugged, but said, "The only time I can think of was when Clay and I were in my dad's hunting truck. We took it to the logging road off the farm property, the one that comes out close to downtown." Emily knew the road. The old farm property belonged to Graham. She had created a trust so that one day it would pass to Emily. She asked, "Does Clay know that Nardo saw you?" Jack nodded, but asked, "What are you thinking?" Emily wished that she had her Columbo investigation, but she always kept it in her purse because that was the only place her parents would not look. She told Jack, "It's odd that Nardo has kept a secret from everybody else." Jack's lips parted in surprise. "You think Clay knows something about Nardo?" "Maybe."
Emily thought it made sense, but then a lot of theories had made sense at various times. Nardo would never turn on Clay. He's terrified of being alone. He needs someone to prop him up, tell him what to do, who to be. And Clay could turn the whole school against Nardo. No one would believe that he's queer, Jack finished. The words sounded dirty in his mouth. You're right. They'd end up turning on Nardo. And lots of kids are going to Penn. That kind of stink would follow Nardo all the way to college. He'd keep his mouth shut no matter what. Emily sighed, because she had reached the same conclusion. I feel like there's a wheel in my head, and it spins round and round, trying to point to the right person. Sometimes it's Clay, then Nardo, then Blake, then me? I never believed that, Emily said, unless I was telling myself that you're the best possible person it could be. I do love you, Emily, Jack said. I could marry you, so long as you know what I am. I can't change it. I've tried so hard. I love you too, Jack, but you deserve someone who loves you the way you want to be loved. Emily added, we both do. He covered his face with his hands. His life had been so difficult. She had always known he was lonely, but she had not realized until now that he'd been utterly alone. Jack, it's not your fault. She gently took away his hands and held on to them. All I want is to know who hurt me. I've given up on the person being punished for it. And I don't want to marry any of them or even know them anymore, to be honest. The thought of any of those jerks being in my life, making decisions for me or my baby, is not only terrifying, it's disgusting. I want to find out too. Jack used his arm to wipe his tears. What about your Columbo investigation? Is there anything new? I thought it was Blake for a while, she admitted. He's so transactional, isn't he? He manipulates people like game pieces around the board. He was so quick to offer a solution that would get him all of the glory and none of the blame. Jack nodded. What made you rule him out? He's the least popular of the three boys. I honestly don't think that Clay and Nardo would protect him. Like I said before, they feed off each other. Clay needs Nardo's adulation, and Nardo needs Clay's coolness, if that's what you want to call it. Blake is the obvious sacrificial lamb. It'd be the easiest way out, Jack agreed. I mean, if they blamed Blake, it would take the heat off them. Emily shrugged, but she had come to the same conclusion. Until she talked herself out of it, and the circle started to spin again. Sometimes I think it could have been Nardo. He's so merciless and selfish. He always takes what he wants. But I figured if it was him, Clay would turn on him, right? Clay always protects himself. Nardo saw me and Clay together, Jack reminded her. They're both holding loaded guns on each other. There's no guarantee with Nardo. He is very bad at keeping secrets, Emily said. It's almost pathological. If he sees an opportunity to hurt someone, the poison spills out before he can stop it. The thing inside his brain that warns him about consequences is broken. That's a good point, Jack said. It's why Clay is graduating early, heading out west as soon as he can. He said he can't trust Nardo to keep his mouth shut. What about Clay? You said he's into girls too. Emily felt her face flush, but she had come this far. I thought that maybe I could have done something to provoke him. Maybe I threw myself at him, and he gave in, but he was angry after the fact. Jack gave her a look. Emily, you weigh about 100 pounds, even pregnant. I think Clay could fend you off, and he's had plenty of opportunities before. Emily felt heat coming off her skin. Clay must have laughed about the crush with Jack. What about Wexler? Jack asked. He's a creep. The way he looks at the girls at school is gross, and he's always trying to find ways to talk about sex stuff with them, even in class. Emily didn't want to think about being in Dean Wexler's car the night of the party. She had been nearly comatose. He could have done anything, and Nardo probably had known that when he'd loaded Emily into the car. She told Jack, "Remember, Dean told me that he can't father children. No offense, but that sounds like something a guy would say so he doesn't have to wear a condom." Emily laughed. "I think you know as much about condoms as I do." Jack looked at the ground. The joke had hit too close. "I told you I'm invisible. I hear them talking in the locker room about sex and girls all the time. It's not nice what they say. Nardo especially, but Clay always laughs at his jokes, and Blake's usually there to twist the knife." Emily had seen this happen in real time. The more Clay could push Nardo towards acts of maliciousness, the happier Clay was. And Blake was always a willing participant in the destruction, alternately egging Nardo on and despising him for his cruelty. She supposed she should add Ricky to the depraved cabal. In many ways, she was the most vicious of them all. She asked Jack, "Why did I never see that they're all such reprehensible human beings? I loved them so much. They were my best friends. I trusted them completely." Jack suddenly turned bashful. "Say it," she told him. "We literally have no secrets between us." He nodded, because it was true. "I'm sorry, Emily."
Nobody ever understood why someone as nice as you was hanging out with them. Emily didn't understand why herself. Or maybe she didn't want to admit the reason. Clay had made them all feel so special, so cool. Why didn't you ever tell me? I mean, Jack shrugged. It was pretty obvious that they were terrible. Emily could only see that in hindsight, which was doubly depressing because just weeks ago, Ricky had accused her of being a Pollyanna. Still, Emily felt the need to defend them, at least partially. They hadn't all started out bad. Only Nardo had shown signs of his later brutishness, always yanking Emily's hair or snapping Ricky's bra strap. Clay had once been kind. Long ago, Blake had been sensitive. Even Ricky had been sweet, taking up for Emily in 3rd grade when someone had ruined her art project. Though, looking back, Ricky was probably the person who'd ruined it in the first place. She was such a spiteful bitch. "Emily, you're not going to be alone in all this, okay? I'm going to be here if you need me." "When you need me," Jack said. "I've already been accepted into the police academy for summer term. I only applied to get my dad off my back, but Clay doesn't want me to go with him, and I don't have any other options. I'm going to stay in Longbill and work for my dad when I get out of the academy." Emily's heart sank. If anybody ever needed to get out of this place, it was Jack Stilton. He needed to go to Baltimore or some other big city where he could find people like himself who were living happier lives. "No," she said. "Jack, don't do the easy thing. Fight for your happiness. You've wanted to get out of here since we were in elementary school." "What else am I going to do?" he asked. "You heard Clay. He's not going to change his mind. And my grades are shit. I'm barely graduating fucking high school. I can't join the army because they outright ask you who you are, and I can't tell them. I mean, I could, but hell, I could end up in prison. Or dead if my dad finds out. At least in Longbill, I know the people I'm dealing with, and they think they know me." Jack, Emily couldn't argue with him. He was just as trapped as she was. "If you really do become a cop, if you can stomach it, will you make me a promise?" "Of course. You know I'd do anything for you." "I want you to find out who did this to me," Emily said. "Not for my sake, because I don't want any of those callous, hateful bastards in my life. I want you to catch him for the sake of the girls who come next." Jack seemed surprised by the observation, but not because he disagreed. "You're right. Criminals have a modus operandi. They repeat their patterns. That's how you catch them. Promise me." Emily's voice cracked. She could not imagine another girl having to go through what she was going through. "Please, Jack, promise me." "Emily, you know I'll—" "No, don't make a promise because I'm crying. Make it because it matters. What he did to me matters. I matter." Emily got on her knees, hands clasped in front of her. She was suddenly overwhelmed by sorrow for everything she had lost. "He didn't just rape me, Jack. He knew that I wasn't really there, that I was more like a receptacle." "Emily, no, don't tell me that's not what happened." Emily fought back the wave of devastation. "It wasn't only that one night that he hurt me. The stain is on my soul. He turned me into nothing. I am ruined because of him. My life that I worked for, that I planned for, is gone. All because he decided that my wants, my desires, were nothing compared to his. You can't let that happen to another girl. You can't." "I won't, Emily. I'll find out who did this if it kills me." Jack was on his knees too. He carefully wrapped his broken hands around hers. "I promise." 10. Andrea kept to the shadows as she followed the beat-up old Ford truck. Nardo was behind the wheel. Star had pushed her body against the passenger side door, putting as much space as she could between her and Nardo. He didn't seem to care. He drove slowly down the road, his arm hanging lazily out the window as he smoked a cigarette. Andrea searched the dark expanse of road behind her, hoping to spot a government-issued black SUV that told her one of the 6 surveillance teams had followed the truck from the farm. But the teams were set up on the entrances and exits. They weren't monitoring an old logging road that had probably been wiped off the map during the last century. She turned back around. The truck was still moving. There were no payphones on the street. The motel was 10 minutes away. This was what Compton had been afraid of, that men like Wexler and Nardo always had an escape plan. Andrea was not surprised to find Nardo making a run for it. He had moved on from Clay Morrow. He could move on from Dean Wexler. Andrea bolted out in the open, taking a chance as she sprinted up the stairs to the police station. She yanked on the locked door. She looked inside the lobby. There were no lights on inside. She knocked on the glass. Nothing. Shit, she muttered, running down the stairs. The arrest warrant had to be in front of a judge by now. Any moment, Bernard Fontaine would go from being a person of interest to a fugitive. If Andrea lost sight of him, they might never find him again. He would never face justice. Melody Brickell might not ever see her daughter again. There was a phone in the restaurant. The diner was 100 yards away. Andrea let all the catastrophes rain down in her head as she jogged toward the pink glow of the neon lights. She had no backup. Her waterlogged gun was on its way to Baltimore. Nardo had a history of carrying a concealed weapon. She knew by the shape that it was a microgun, which narrowed it down to one of the most popular 9mm, the Sig Sauer P365. That meant 10 in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. He also had Starr in the vehicle with him. In seconds, she could turn from passenger to hostage. Andrea darted into a doorway as the brake lights glowed. She watched Nardo pull into a space a few yards from the diner. The rumble of the Ford's engine cut. The emergency brake raked up. Nardo flicked his cigarette onto the sidewalk. He got out of the truck and slammed the door. He stretched up his arms to the sky, bending his back in a stretch that pulled the white t-shirt out from his cargo pants. Andrea held her breath, waiting. Starr sat in the truck. She didn't move until Nardo gave her permission by way of a flick of his wrist. She pushed open the door. She turned her body. She slid off the seat. Her feet touched the ground. She trailed several feet behind Nardo as they both disappeared inside the diner. Andrea did another quick inventory, not to catastrophize, but to make herself aware of her physical state. Her fight or flight was going berserk. She was sweating. Her heartbeat was as tight as a cymbal. Adrenaline was making her dizzy. She was on the balls of her feet. Her muscles were tight. Her fists were clenched. She was holding her breath. She opened her mouth. She sucked in air. She exhaled, then inhaled, then out, then in again, until the dizziness passed. Andrea silently listed the things she had not observed. The truck had not been speeding. Nardo had not been constantly turning, looking for tails. He had not continued down the road on his way out of town. Starr was not driving while Nardo hid in the back of the truck. There was nothing frantic about any of their actions. She felt jarred by a sudden realization. Nardo wasn't making his escape. He was fucking with Ricky. Melody Brickell had told Andrea he was in the diner at least once a week. He always dragged Starr along to serve as his audience. Andrea pushed herself away from the building. She took one last look over her shoulder. The road was clear. There was no one coming. She kept her arms loose at her side as she walked down the sidewalk. 10 more paces and she was in front of the diner. She looked past the neon signs. There were only 3 people inside. They were arrayed in a lopsided triangle across the restaurant.
Nardo was at the sharpest point, taking up space in the semicircular booth. Ricky was standing behind the counter near the cash register. Starr was sitting on a stool at the far end. She was staring straight ahead at the tiled wall. Her hands were clasped in front of her, which made her angular shoulder blades stick out from her back like 2 shark fins. Andrea had reached the entrance. She looked through the glass door. Her eyes found the security camera in the corner, the full bar behind the cash register, the long hallway that led past the bathroom, the kitchen, and exited onto the boardwalk in the Atlantic. Andrea reached for the door handle. Her fight or flight tried to overrule her. Her skin felt clammy. Sweat had pooled into the band of her pants. Her vision was so crisp that her eyes ached. She reminded herself that they wouldn't know any of these things. All that mattered was how Andrea looked when she walked into the diner. She opened the door. "Oh shit," Ricky said. Andrea looked awful. She had survived a fire. She'd nearly broken her nose. She'd cut open her forehead. She'd split her lip. If she looked sweaty and shaky, there was a damn good reason for it. Nardo bellowed, "What? Whoa, Ricky Joe, Porky Pig just showed up. Better not violate your restraining order." Star said nothing. She didn't even turn around. Ignore the asshole. Ricky used the knife in her hand like a pointer, indicating a red line of tape on the floor. 25 feet, the restraining order. Nardo kept coming to the diner because he wanted Ricky to violate it. Ricky had marked the line so that she wouldn't. The camera in the corner kept them both honest. Star was there because the game would mean nothing if no one could watch it. None of which mattered because all that Andrea needed was a telephone. She walked toward the counter. She let herself look at Nardo. His arms were splayed across the back of the booth. A large plate of spaghetti was on the table. While Andrea watched, he lifted a stein of beer as if to toast her. Ricky had kept his plate warm. She had known he was coming. "You okay, hon?" Ricky's jaw worked her chewing gum. She was slicing fruit for the breakfast rush. The bangles on her wrists tapped against the counter. She was like her own percussion section. The knife hit the cutting board, then her gum popped, then the bangles clicked, then the knife hit the cutting board. "I'm good." Andrea positioned herself at the counter so she could keep an eye on Nardo. The mirror behind the bar gave her a full view of the restaurant. The cash register was on her left. Ricky was at a diagonal across the counter on Andrea's right. Star was in her periphery. The woman had taken no notice of Andrea's entrance. The counter was empty in front of her. She had not moved since Andrea had walked through the door. "Heard about the fire, hon?" Ricky was keeping one eye on Andrea as she sliced a cantaloupe. Their discussion at Ricky's house had not ended well. She was clearly still on guard. "I can fix you a sandwich. We're out of pasta." Andrea noticed the sign taped to the cash register. "Phone is not for customer use." "Hon?" Ricky asked. Andrea had to swallow before she could speak. "No thanks. Can I have some tequila?" "Looks like you need it." Ricky let the knife clatter onto the cutting board. Without asking for a brand, she grabbed the Milagro Silver off the bottom shelf. "I could smell the smoke from my place. Damn, that house has been around for yonks. Hard to believe it's gone. Everybody's okay, right?" "Yes." Andrea could see the sweat from her hands had dripped onto the counter. She had to get Ricky back on her side. "I'm not supposed to tell anybody." Ricky perked up as she filled a shot glass to the rim. "The judge's husband, Franklin." "Right." Andrea leaned forward, kept her voice low. "He wasn't doing well to begin with, but after the fire—" Ricky gave a slow nod to say that she understood. "It's sad the amount of tragedy that family has had to put up with over the years. Is Judith okay?" "She's sad. It might help if she heard from you." Ricky nodded again. "I'll make some food. People always need food. I'm sure the judge will be grateful." Andrea reached into her back pocket and pulled out her phone. She tried to look as if she'd just remembered it was broken. Crap. Crap is right. Ricky placed the tequila in front of Andrea. "You stick that thing in a microwave?" "It got damaged during the fire." Andrea felt her voice growing thin. She cleared her throat. "I know you've got a sign, but can I use your phone?" "The sign's for tourists." Ricky reached under the cash register. She lifted up the phone and plopped it down on the counter. Andrea stared at the ancient-looking machine. A cord ran out the back. The receiver was connected by a springy cord. The number keys were on the base. Andrea's plan had been to take the cordless phone into the back hall for privacy. The corded landline wasn't going anywhere. "You okay, hon?" Ricky was back to the cutting board. She gave Nardo a telling glance. "Yeah, rough day." Andrea looked at the mirror. Nardo was watching. Ricky was watching. Only Star seemed to not care. Andrea picked up the phone. She told Ricky, "I forgot to say the call is long distance, but I can give you cash." "That's cool." Ricky grabbed a handful of strawberries. "Just make it quick." Andrea dialed the only number she had ever memorized. The phone rang once before it was answered. "Darling?" Laura sounded like she hadn't gone back to sleep. "What is it?" "Hey, Mom, I'm sorry I didn't call you back after I left the hospital." "What?" Her voice trilled up in alarm. "When were you at the hospital?" "No, I couldn't fall asleep." Andrea could see that Ricky was openly listening to the call. "I forgot to ask, do you mind calling Mike for me? His number is stored in my stupid phone." Ricky made a face at the broken iPhone, as if she was part of the conversation. "Mike?" Laura demanded. "My Mike? What does Mike have to do with the hospital? Tell him I walked down to the diner to get a drink. Andrea's hands were steady as she rolled the shot glass between her fingers. I got a message at work from our neighbor. He needs Mike's help. Renfield got out. Okay. Laura's voice had turned deadly calm. During her criminal days, she had communicated exclusively through codes and ciphers. I'm writing this down. I'm supposed to call Mike and tell him you're at the diner, correct? Sure. And I don't know what the other part means, but I'll tell him verbatim. I got a call from our neighbor. He needs Mike's help. Renfield got out. That's right, Andrea said. Thanks, Mom. I love you. The receiver went back into the cradle. Andrea took a sip of tequila. Her fingers were slick on the glass. Ricky left the phone on the counter. She kept the knife moving back and forth, but her eyes had never left Andrea. That was your mom? Andrea nodded. My cat got out. He only comes when my boyfriend calls him. I wish I had time for a pet. Ricky was smiling, but there was an edge to her tone. Bit late for a phone call, isn't it? Ricky glanced at Nardo again. Her curiosity had crossed into suspicion. Andrea knew that Ricky had seen her dial the number. Mom used to live in Georgia, but she moved to Portland last year. Maine? Oregon. Andrea resisted the temptation to check on Nardo. She felt like he was staring a hole into her back. They're 3 hours behind. She was watching TV. I love Oregon. Ricky wasn't going to let up. What part? Laurelhurst, Andrea said. It's on the eastern side of Portland. She lives near the park with the Joan of Arc statue. There's some great live music at the coffee house. Ricky relaxed, but only slightly. Sounds nice. It is. Andrea finished her tequila. She let herself find Nardo in the mirror. He had pushed away his plate. He dropped his empty stein onto the table. Waitress? Ricky ignored him, but the blade struck the cutting board with tellingly loud thunks. Hey, waitress, Nardo called.
You got any more of that tequila? Ricky forced the knife down on the counter as if she was keeping herself from using it on Nardo. She grabbed the bottle. She slammed a shot glass down on the counter. Andrea looked at Nardo. He was smirking. Andrea was calculating. Laura would have called Mike immediately. Andrea had no doubt that he would pick up the phone. Protectees only called during life and death situations. Andrea's at the diner. Renfield got out. She needs your help. At the hospital, Mike had used the name Renfield to describe Nardo, and he sure as hell would know something was wrong if Andrea was asking for help. Her gaze traveled to the clock on the wall. She watched the second hand tick between the numbers. 2 minutes for Laura to relay the message to Mike. 2 more minutes for Mike to relay it to Compton. 4 minutes for Compton to mobilize teams. The closest marshals were at the farm, but go, girl. Nardo rapped his knuckles on the table. You need to lift those spirits. Improbably, Ricky laughed. She was watching Star with a look of sick satisfaction on her face. The sound of her knife hitting the cutting board turned into a staccato as Star went through the slow mechanics of delivering the drink to Nardo. Her yellow dress swayed back and forth on her angular frame. Her bare feet sounded like a whisper as they brushed across the floor. Andrea's eyes found the mirror again, but this time she wanted to see outside. The blue truck was the only vehicle in the street. She looked at the clock again. Only a minute had passed. Waitress, Nardo called to Ricky again. Where's my dessert, old girl? Maybe I should speak to the manager. The service here is atrocious. Ricky rolled her eyes for Andrea's benefit, but she followed his order. She used a chef's knife to cut off a large chunk of chocolate cake. Then she dropped the plate on the counter for Star to retrieve. Andrea clenched her teeth as Star haltingly traversed the room. Silently, she ran through the timeline again. Laura to Mike, Mike to Compton, Compton to the surveillance team. They wouldn't rush into the building. They would see 3 potential hostages. They would assume that Nardo was armed. Like Andrea, they would assume it was a Sig Sauer P365 with 10 opportunities to take out 3 different hostages. Andrea couldn't do anything about Ricky or herself, but Star was inches away. She was reaching for the plate with Nardo's slice of cake. Her chapped lips were parted. Andrea could smell the sickly medicine odor of her breath. Andrea said, I talked to your mother. Star said nothing. She misses you. She wants to see you. Hun, Ricky told Andrea, I know you're trying to help, but... The plate dropped from Star's hand. The thin china broke in 2. The cake rolled off the edge, smearing across the counter. Fuck's sakes. Ricky reached for a bar rag to clean up the mess. Nardo asked, "What happened over there?" "Your fucking Skeletor broke a plate is what happened." Ricky turned around to wet the rag at the bar sink. "Jesus, Nardo, why can't you just leave?" Star's head was bowed. Her eyes glistened with tears that would not fall. Andrea told the girl, "Go down the hall. Walk out the back door." "Walk out what, you say?" Nardo was pushing himself up from the table. "Star, heel. Back to your spot. Be a good little doggy." Andrea could not stop Star from returning to her place at the end of the counter. She watched the woman slowly spin around on the stool to face the blank tile wall again. "Come now, Southern gal." Nardo slowly walked across the room. "I've only taken dear Star out on loan. She's expected back in one piece." Andrea stood up. She wasn't going to be sitting when Nardo reached her. "Keep it cool, RoboCop." Nardo showed her his hands, but he kept walking. "Star's the best girl on the farm, didn't you hear? She won a trophy." Andrea had no time to form a response. Two things happened in quick succession. Ricky started laughing. Jack Stilton walked through the door. He was wearing jeans and a faded Bon Jovi t-shirt that stretched over his beer belly and dipped into his waistband. His gun was on his belt, not his service weapon, but a revolver. The single-action Ruger Blackhawk chambered a .454 Casull. One shot could literally crack open a bowling ball. Andrea felt her heart sink as Stilton nervously glanced around. He wasn't here to save the day. He was annoyed to find that he wasn't the only customer in the diner. He was also drunk. She could smell the alcohol from 15 feet away. Look at that doe-eyed fuck. Nardo scooped the piece of cake off the counter with his hand. "Waitress, I'll expect a discount." Ricky ignored him, asking Stilton, "What do you want, cheese?" "A drink?" He said it like a question, the words slightly slurred. Andrea could see his cruiser parked in the street. He was off duty. He was intoxicated. Compton had said she would call Stilton when Wexler and Nardo were in custody. He clearly had no idea what was going on. "Fuck's sakes," Ricky said. "Can any of you assholes read the giant neon sign in the window? We close at midnight." "Sorry, hon, I don't mean you." Andrea didn't acknowledge the apology. She watched Nardo walk toward Star. The outline of the Sig Sauer was visible under the back of his shirt. He made a loud groan as he sat beside her at the counter. He bit into the cake, eating it with both hands. Ricky made a disgusted noise before telling Stilton, "Make it fast, cheese. You want Blue Earl or tap?" "Whatever's easy." Stilton sat at a table with his back to the door. He gave Andrea a wary appraisal. "What are you doing here?" Nardo said, "Cheese smells a mouse." "Shut up, asshole." Stilton was still turned toward Andrea. "I thought you were supposed to be watching the judge." Andrea made her fists unclench. Her heart was beating so hard she could feel it against her shirt. There's another team guarding her family at the hospital. "Come now, Deputy Pig, that's not the whole story." Nardo had finished the cake. He wiped his hands on his shirt, leaving chocolate stripes across his chest. "Cheese, your friendly Marshal was trying to save poor Star. Isn't that right, Ricky? Star's mommy wants her back." Ricky rolled her eyes as she placed a can of beer on the counter. She asked Andrea, "You mind doing the honors, hun?" Andrea was grateful for the excuse to go to Stilton. She handed him the beer, but instead of returning to her place, she sat beside him at the table. "Look at that, Ricky. Cheese has a girlfriend," Nardo said. "Sorry to burst your bubble, Deputy Pig, but Cheese curdles at the sight of pussy." Ricky laughed as she packed the fruit into containers. Andrea didn't care about the woman's bizarre sense of humor. She glanced down at Stilton's giant cowboy revolver. The strap across the handle was unsnapped. She tried to get his attention, but he was busy gulping down his beer. She looked at the clock. 12:05 a.m. 8 more minutes, at least. Could she take Stilton's gun off him? Would he struggle? Could Andrea get the revolver in her hands, stand up, line the sights, before Nardo reached behind his back and pulled his own weapon? Star was the problem. She was sitting directly beside Nardo. Andrea was a good shot at the range, but this was real life. Every nerve in her body was tingling. Her breaths were shallow. Sweat dripped down her back. She wasn't sure she could hit one without endangering the other. She looked at the clock. 12:05 a.m. The second hand had barely moved. Damn it. Ricky was looking at the clock, too.
"Last orders, people. I have to wake up in 6 hours to do this shit all over again." "Don't be a party pooper, old curl." Nardo had spun around on the stool to face Andrea and Stilton. He had an animal instinct that something was off. A sane person would heed the warning and leave. Nardo leaned his back against the counter, elbows resting on the edge. "Waitress, how about one of those beers?" Andrea tuned out Ricky's sarcastic response. She waited for Stilton to look at her. Then she glanced down at his gun. He could take Nardo into custody. He could end this right now. Stilton's eyes narrowed. The cop part of him was drowning in alcohol, but he had to be picking up on the stress. Andrea couldn't stop herself from looking at the clock again, begging the hands to move. She stared until the second hand clicked to the next marker. 12:06 a.m. A phone trilled. The air turned so thick with tension that Andrea could hardly breathe. The phone rang again. Stilton dug into his pocket. Andrea saw the caller ID. USMS Compton. He looked at her for clarification. She gave the smallest shake of her head, begging his mind to clear so that he didn't make a mistake that got them both killed. Stilton cleared his throat. "Hello?" The phone was loose against his ear, propped up on his crooked pinky finger. Andrea could hear the murmur of Compton's voice, but could not make out the words. "Huh," Stilton said. There was a long pause as he listened to Compton. Andrea could guess what the boss was saying. Wexler in custody, Nardo at the diner, arrest warrant in place, could be armed and dangerous. Stilton did the exact wrong thing. He looked at Nardo as he responded. "I'm at the diner now," he said. Sure, I get what you're saying. No problem." Andrea watched Stilton end the call. He placed the phone face down on the table. He moved slowly, resting his arm on the back of his chair. His fingers were inches from the handle of the revolver. But he left the gun in its holster. "Nardo," Stilton said, "why don't you tell me about Emily?" Andrea bit her lips so hard that blood swirled into her mouth. "Fuck me," Ricky said. "Let it go, Jack." Nardo snorted. His elbows were still cocked back on the counter. Either he or Stilton could reach for their weapon at any time. Bit of a slut, wasn't she? Andrea felt her jaw ache from clenching together her teeth. Why was Stilton asking about Emily? Compton had clearly given him the go-ahead. Why wasn't he making the arrest? Stilton said, "I know you raped her." "Do you?" Nardo turned his head to the side, making it clear that he knew Stilton was armed. "I'm not up on the law, old boy, but I believe the statute of limitations ran out, maybe 35 years ago." "So admit it," Stilton said. "You raped her." "All right, that's it." Ricky rapped her knuckles on the counter for attention. "Jeez, you're drunk." "Nardo, I'm tired of your shit. I want everybody out of here. You too, hon." No one moved. The room turned so quiet that Andrea could hear the blood rushing through her body. Nardo said, "Hell yes, I fucked her." Ricky gasped. Andrea's heart stopped. Stilton didn't move. "What?" Nardo looked delighted by their responses. "Don't tell me no one's ever thought it before. Of course I fucked her. Did you see her tits?" Andrea tried to quell a sudden staggering panic. She had chased a confession for days, and now that it was here, all she could think was that none of them were going to get out of this alive. "Stilton," she said, "Nardo has a gun. So do I." Stilton wrapped his fingers around the handle of the revolver, but he inexplicably left it holster. He told Nardo, "You didn't fuck her. You raped her. What I did was fill every single hole that young lady had with my cock." Nardo drank in Stilton's look of horror. She was gagging for it. She couldn't get enough. "Nardo," Ricky warned. "Here." Nardo cleared his throat and hurled a wad of phlegm on the floor. "Test my DNA against Judith's. All that it will prove is that I came inside of her mother. Though if you must know, I came inside of Emily several times." The nerve at Stilton's temple started to twitch. His fingers were so tightly wrapped around the grip of the revolver that his knuckles were white. He was going to shoot Nardo. There was no way around it. And he was so drunk he would probably end up killing Star in the process. "Jack," Andrea tried, "you need to—" "What about Dean?" Stilton's voice had caught on the man's name. He looked stricken, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Dean drove her home." Nardo's smirk turned into a sadistic grin. "Well, who knows what the old boy did in the car?
Our Mr. Wexler certainly does like a girl who can't say no. Fucking hell, Ricky said. Nardo, shut your mouth. As a point of interest, I think all the ladies at the farm are proof of the concept that the old boy can't father a child. Nardo couldn't stop himself. He was reveling in Stilton's anguish. Tell me, Cheese, is Emily why you turned to the bottle? Are you still mourning the loss of a brain-dead baby breeder? Nardo, Ricky yelled, there's a goddamn United States Marshal listening to every word you're saying. I am so fucking bored with this stupid fucking town. It's been 40 years, and all anyone ever whines about is who's the father, who's the father. Nardo's voice had taken on a whiny mimic. So now the deep, dark secret is out. Big fucking deal. Worst case scenario, I get visitation rights with my gorgeous granddaughter. Stilton stood up so quickly he knocked over his chair. His gun was finally out. He pointed the revolver at Nardo's chest, cocked the hammer with his thumb. It's over, cocksucker. They know about the blackmail. Star, Andrea tried in vain to get her attention. She was downrange. Her back was a target. Star, move. Blackmail? Nardo seemed unconcerned. It's been 20 years since you fixed that DUI for me. You're the one who'll get in trouble. Stilton laughed. Not me, you dumb fuck. The judge. She gave them everything. For once, Nardo didn't have a quick response. Ricky was the one who answered. What are you talking about? The knife was back in Ricky's hand. Star was still in the line of fire. Andrea felt like her heart was shaking inside of her chest. Star would not move. Ricky was unpredictable. Stilton could barely hold his gun. Nardo was seconds away from having his hands on a weapon that could kill all of them. Cheese, Nardo said. You need to think about what you're doing. Think about what I know. Tell it to the marshals. I don't give a fuck anymore. Stilton's voice cracked again. He had started to cry. That call I just got? That was the deputy chief marshal. They already dragged Wexler out in handcuffs. They're coming for your sorry ass right now. The next time you see daylight, it's gonna be through prison bars. Star finally moved, but only to turn around. She asked Stilton, Is Dean okay? Nobody is okay. Stilton walked toward Nardo. Tears streamed down his face. He had to use both hands to steady the revolver. I promised Emily 40 years ago that I would find the asshole who raped her. 40 goddamn years I've been hounded by that piece of shit. 40 goddamn years, and I got you. I finally got you. Nardo's smirk was back. Fuck you. Again, two things happened quickly, one right after the other. Nardo reached his hand behind his back. Stilton pulled the trigger. The explosion was like a cannon going off. Andrea ducked down, hands covering her ears. She saw the right side of Nardo's body jerk back. The bullet had ripped open his neck. Blood spattered Star's face and chest. Ricky started screaming. Nardo slapped his hand to the side of his neck. The Sig Sauer P365 clattered to the floor. His eyes had gone wide. His lips were trembling. Don't move. Stilton cocked back the hammer again, lining up for a second shot. No! Andrea pushed down the muzzle. Nardo was unarmed. He was not going to pick up the Sig Sauer. He was not going to do anything for much longer. There were two common carotid arteries, one on each side of the neck.
The structures varied, but the point of each was to deliver oxygenated blood at a high volume from the heart to the brain. An aneurysm, clot, or obstruction to blood flow could cause a massive stroke. If the supply was diverted outside the body, then death by exsanguination could occur in 5 to 15 seconds. Nardo's hand was the only thing keeping the blood inside of his artery. I'll call an ambulance. Ricky scrambled for the phone. She punched in the number. You murdered Emily, Stilton told Nardo. Tell me the words. Let me hear you say it. Nardo's mouth opened. A gurgling sound came up from his throat. His teeth had started to chatter. His skin had turned waxy. Blood was seeping between his fingers like water through a sponge. Please, Stilton begged. You're not going to make it. Just tell me the truth. I know you murdered her. Help! Ricky screamed into the phone. "My husband! Oh God! Help!" "Say it," Stilton said. "Look at me and say it." Nardo's eyes focused, but only for a moment. He looked directly at Jack Stilton. The corner of his mouth quivered in a smile. Stilton said, "Please." Nardo took away his hand, the gesture like a showman introducing the final act. A torrent of blood sprayed from the severed artery. He was dead before he hit the ground. Bible drove while Andrea sat in the back seat of the SUV with Ricky. The woman could not stop sobbing. She was shuddering under the thin cotton blanket from the ambulance. She had refused to go to the hospital. She had refused to make a statement. She had told them that all she wanted was to go home. There was no legal reason to deny her wishes. Honestly, Andrea wanted nothing more than to get away from the diner. She knew she should be glad that Nardo was dead, but she could not get past the feeling of injustice. He would never pay for raping Emily. He would not stand trial for her murder. Even though his death had been violent, he had still somehow managed to go out on his own terms. He did not deserve a peaceful ending. As Esther Vaughn would say, he hadn't earned it. What? Ricky bit back another sob. What will they do with the body? Andrea exchanged a look with Bible. There was a reason they had volunteered to drive Ricky Fontaine home. Nardo had admitted to the rape, but not the murder. On the surface, the difference didn't have a distinction, but to make a case beyond a reasonable doubt, they needed independent verification. Eric Blakely had drowned 40 years ago. Clay Morrow was in prison. Bernard Fontaine certainly wasn't talking. Jack Stilton had all but proven that he'd had no hand in Emily's murder. Dean Wexler had invoked his right to remain silent while 4 marshals were escorting him down the stairs from the farmhouse. Ricky might be the only person on Earth who could confirm that Bernard Fontaine had murdered Emily Vaughn. Andrea told her, "Nardo's body will be taken to the state morgue. They'll do a full investigation." Ricky cried out again. The shaking worsened. She clutched the thin blanket around her shoulders. For once, the silver bangles around her wrists were silent. Ricky had tried in vain to resuscitate Nardo. His blood had formed a glue around the bracelets. "Here we are." Bible pulled up the steep driveway to Ricky's house. He turned to the back seat, telling them both, "Sorry, I need to make a phone call. You ladies let me know if you need anything." "Ma'am?" Ricky looked down when Bible rested his hand on her arm. He said, "I'm very sorry for your loss." Andrea got out of the SUV. She walked around to the other side to help Ricky. The harsh floodlights did the woman no favors. She had aged in the last hour. The lines in her face were deeper. Dark circles ringed her eyes. She leaned heavily on Andrea as they climbed the stairs. The door wasn't locked. Ricky pulled it open. Andrea didn't wait for an invitation. She went around the living room, turning on lamps. Then she climbed the short flight of stairs into the kitchen. The chandelier over the table glowed as she walked to the stove. The kettle was already full. Andrea turned on the gas and waited for it to catch. She called down to Ricky, "Tea will be ready in a minute." She listened, but Ricky had no response. Andrea walked to the edge of the stairs. She could see the top of Ricky's head in the living room. The woman was sitting on the couch. She was rocking herself back and forth, the blanket still clutched tight around her shoulders. The paramedics had said that she was probably in shock. Andrea was in shock too, but she had put too much of herself into this effort to let herself give in. She found a dirty mug in the sink, a sponge on the windowsill. She strained her ears to listen for Ricky. The sound of her soft cries traveled up from the living room. Andrea carefully washed and dried the mug. She walked to the fridge. She looked at the photos, the postcards, the reminders and receipts. Some of them were so old that the ink had faded. None of them felt particularly personal. Most of the postcards seemed to be from tourists who talked fondly about their time at the diner. They reminded Andrea of the anodyne notes in Ricky's yearbook. "Chorus was a blast. Remember chemistry too? Don't ever change." Andrea picked up one of the red pill bottles on the counter. Instinctively, she reached for her iPhone. She had no way of looking up the generic names on the labels. The only ones she recognized were diazepam, which was Valium, acetaminophen codeine, which was Tylenol 3, and oxycodone, which was Percocet. Laura had tried all three at various stages of her cancer treatments, but only oral morphine had managed to lessen the pain. The kettle started to shriek. Andrea turned off the gas. She reached up to search the cabinet, but then she thought better of it. She walked to the top of the stairs again. She called down to Ricky, "Where do you keep the tea?" Ricky had hooded the blanket over her head as if she wanted to disappear. "The tea?" Andrea repeated. "Cabinet." Ricky's voice was scratchy. "Cabinet by the sink." There was nothing but spices and a large box of chamomile tea in the cabinet. Andrea sloshed boiling water into the mug, dropped in the tea bag. She found a coaster on the counter. By the time she made it down the stairs, Ricky was no longer sitting on the couch. She was standing at the console table, blanket still clutched around her shoulders. Her face was bloated from crying. The paramedics had tried to clean her up, but Nardo's blood stained her shirt and clumped in her dyed hair. Andrea placed the coaster and mug on the console table. She saw that both drawers were open. Ricky had laid out some of the snapshots, the birthday party, the wedding photos, Nardo and Clay sitting at the counter in the same diner where one of them has just died. Ricky picked up the framed photo. "Only two of us left now." Andrea could hear the desolation in her voice. They had been her world, especially Nardo. Ricky said, "I guess that's it, right? You'll tell the judge that Nardo did it." Andrea nodded, but said, "I wish it was that simple, but Nardo didn't confess to everything." Ricky took a shallow breath, but she didn't look up at Andrea. "Nardo admitted that he had intercourse with her, and the DNA will prove that one way or another. But he didn't say anything about Emily's murder." Andrea waited, but Ricky only stared at the photo in her hands. "Ricky, did Nardo ever talk to you about her, or about what happened the night of the prom? Did Emily say something, or Clay was the one who brought her into the clique?" Ricky's voice sounded flat. Her eyes had gone glassy. "Nardo never liked her. She was so boring. She didn't belong. Emily never belonged." Andrea watched as Ricky gently placed the frame back on the table. "Nardo was 18 when it happened. I mean, you'll fuck anything at 18, right? Even a mousy little bitch." Andrea could hear anger creeping into Ricky's tone. The woman still didn't want to believe Nardo had raped Emily. What she said, he didn't know anything.
Emily only told her parents that she was raped because they were furious when she got pregnant. She was such a liar. Ricky looked down at the snapshot of Nardo and Clay in the diner. She traced her finger along Nardo's boyishly round face. The night of the party, she was flirting with everybody. She started on Clay, then she tried it with my brother. He ended up locking himself in the bathroom to get away from her. Andrea watched Ricky press her palm flat, covering Nardo, as if she could somehow protect him. Emily was supposed to be my best friend. I hated her for fucking him. Nardo was mine. He belonged to me. And now, her voice caught. "He's gone. I can't believe he's gone." Andrea watched Ricky break down again. She covered her face with the blanket. Her cries were almost like a keening. Her shoulders bowed as if the burden of what she had carried all these years had finally broken her. "Ricky," Andrea tried, "did Nardo ever talk about it? About what happened?" "Fuck." Ricky looked around the room. "I need a tissue." Andrea gently placed her hand on Ricky's shoulder. "If you could give me a minute." Ricky shrugged off the blanket before walking up the stairs. Her hand gripped the railing as she pulled herself up. She was still shaking her head when she disappeared into the kitchen. Andrea reached down to retrieve the blanket. Her head nearly banged into the corner of one of the console table drawers. She looked inside. Ricky had left the drawers open. She had shown Andrea some of the contents. She had no reasonable expectation that Andrea would not see the rest. Andrea stood up, then she backed up a few steps, standing on the tips of her toes so that she could see into the kitchen. Ricky's back was to the stairs. She had braced her hands on either side of the kitchen sink. Her shoulders were shaking as she cried. The blanket dropped from Andrea's hands as she walked back to the table. She picked up Eric Blakely's New Mexico death certificate. The document was old, but she could still feel the imprint where the typewriter had punched out the letters. She set it aside and rummaged around the left-hand drawer, finding receipts for a coffin, cremation, a black tux from Maggie's formal wear. Andrea remembered the metal case. Ricky had kept it in her shrine for a reason. She reached her hand to the back. The pocket index looked exactly the same. The silver pointer was still lined up to AB. Andrea used her thumbnail to press the button on the bottom. The top of the case sprang open. She saw one name: Brickell Melody. The street address was the one that Andrea had visited the day before with Bible. She imagined the 7-digit phone number had not changed. The handwriting was beautiful, almost like a kindergarten teacher's. Andrea did not recognize the script from any of the witness statements. Jack Stilton's almost illegible cursive, Ricky's circles over the eyes, Clay's randomly capitalized letters, Nardo's tight scribble, Eric Blakely's heavy-handed block that almost sliced through the paper. Nor did she recognize it from Melody's mixtape, or what she had assumed were Emily Vaughn's affirmations. Andrea tried to figure out how the device worked. The pages were hinged at the top. Alphabetized tabs ran top to bottom. Extra pages were in each section. The pointer had a clip that held up the previous pages out of the way. She closed the lid. She moved the pointer down to CD. The case sprang open again. Her focus was drawn to 2 underlined words at the top of the page: Columbo Investigation. Andrea's heart went into her throat. The beautiful handwriting belonged to Emily Vaughn. She backed up again. She checked on Ricky. The woman was still standing at the sink. She was still crying. Andrea read the first word under the Columbo header: Clay? She had to swallow before she could continue to the next line. Dean Wexler, October 20, 1981. Dean says that he's not the fucking father. Admitted he picked me up at the party. Said Nardo called him to take me home. Said I was fighting with Clay by the pool when he got there. He promised he would hurt me if I ever publicly accused him. He grabbed my wrist. It really hurt. Update. I looked up the condition in the library, and he could be telling the truth about not being the father, but that doesn't mean he didn't do something, right? Andrea read the next entry. Ricky Blakely, October 20, 1981. She said I am a liar and that I have had sex with lots of people they don't know during band camp, debate club, etc., not only at the party. She accused me of being a Pollyanna and said my parents would plot to make Nardo marry me because that's what rich people do. She also said I ruined everything for the clique. Oh, and that I want to force Clay to marry me, which doesn't make sense because my parents already struck a deal with Nardo's parents, apparently. She never wants to talk to me again. She called me a stupid slut and told me to leave her house. I have always known that she can be spiteful, but she was awful to me. Why did I ever think she was my friend? Andrea flipped up the page. There was writing on the back. The cursive was smaller, the lines bunched together. Blake, same day. He said he was zonked out at the party and that he pissed himself. He was locked in the bathroom the whole time. He says he isn't the one who did it. He asked me to marry him, but only to help himself politically. I told him no, and he said that I should flush the baby. He made a pass at me and actually put my hand on his thing, and it was gross. Blake is as bad as Nardo. Why did I never let myself accept what a horrid human being he is before now? Andrea saw her hands were shaking as she turned the page. Nardo Fontaine, October 21, 1981. I hate him so much. He's such a jerk. First, his parents sent a stupid letter saying to stay away from him. Then, the same day, he found me in the library and wouldn't shut up. Nardo admitted that he called Mr. Wexler the night of the party, but said he had to bribe him with acid to get him off his hands. I was arguing with Clay, according to Nardo, but they've all clearly gotten their stories straight, and the story is that I am the bad person. Nardo told me that Jack was at the party and sold us acid, the implication being that Jack is the one who hurt me. I don't believe him. Jack could have sold the acid, but he would never do that to me. Nardo is such a liar. Sometimes he says cruel things only to hurt people. It worked. Andrea found Clay next, by far the shortest of the entries. Clay, October 21, 1981. His exact words: "You played the game.
You need to take the loss. Have some dignity. The notes had taken on the form of a diary after the clay entry. The ink color changed. The dates skipped forward. The writing was more cramped, filling the margins on each side. Andrea skimmed rapidly through the pages, her eyes randomly picking up Emily Vaughn's thoughts from 40 years ago. Jack didn't do it. He promised he would help me, and I know he will. On my last day at school, Clay told me he is sorry that this is happening, but I think he was only being nice to keep me quiet. He doesn't understand what this means for my future. Nardo grabbed my breast in front of the entire school, and it really hurt, but he laughed when I cried. I think Ricky is the person who taped maxi pads to my locker and colored them red. I think Ricky cut a hole in my t-shirt. I know that Ricky tore up all of my notes from English class. Ricky is the only person who could have smeared shit on my flute case. Ricky said I deserve to die. Ricky was downtown when I went to pick up my stuff at Maggie's for tonight. She chased me down the street. I have never seen her so furious. She said if she saw me anywhere near Nardo tonight, she was going to beat me to death with her bare hands. I don't care. I'm going to the prom anyway. None of them will be there. They would never sully themselves with the plebs. Andrea flipped up the page. She had reached the section for WX. There were only blank lines after that.
The date of the last entry was April 17, 1982, the day of the prom. She picked up the receipt for the tux. $20 was not enough to buy a tuxedo, but it made sense for a rental. The logo at the top was from Maggie's formal wear. The date was April 17, 1982. The description read B-tux, which Andrea had assumed meant black tuxedo. She was wrong. Back in 1982, Eric Blakely was a fully grown man who would wear a man's tux. It was probably impossible to find rental tuxes for women. Much as today, it was almost impossible to find work pants for female law enforcement. You had to make do with what was available in the kids section. Andrea, of all people, should have realized that the B stood for boys. By Emily Vaughn's own hand, Ricky had been at Maggie's formal wear that day. She had been picking up a boy's tuxedo to wear to the prom so they would all match. Andrea looked at the group photo again. She had never noticed before, but they were all wearing shades of the same colors. The clique. Emily had been cropped out of the picture. 40 years had passed since Ricky had beaten the life out of Emily Vaughn, and she still could not stand to look at the girl's face. Andrea put down the photo. She walked up the stairs. Ricky was still at the sink. Her back was to Andrea, but she asked, "Everything okay, hun?" "Yeah." Andrea had heard a false ease in the woman's tone. "I was just thinking about something." "What's that?" Ricky's voice still sounded off. "They tell you at the academy to never make assumptions. I think someone made a really bad assumption about Emily's case." Ricky kept her back to Andrea. "Yeah? I don't think the person who raped her at the party is the same person who killed her." Ricky looked into the window over the sink. She found Andrea's reflection in the glass, using it like a mirror. Emily had something she called her Columbo investigation. She kept notes on everybody who might know what had happened to her at the party. I assumed it was a notebook, but it wasn't, was it? It was her address book. Andrea waited for a reaction, but there was none. She had it with her when she was attacked, only the police never found it. She was naked. Her purse was missing. "Do you know what happened to it?" Ricky said nothing, but she had to know what was in the console drawer. There were black threads on the shipping pallet in the alley. Andrea paused. "Did you wear a black tux that night, Ricky? You already told me that you were at the prom." Ricky's head dropped. She stared down at the sink. She was still gripping the counter. The rubber bracelets and silver bangles had settled around her hands. The light picked out the faded scars where she had tried to slit her wrists. Bible's words came back to Andrea. "If they're homicidal, they're suicidal." "You should," Ricky coughed. "You should, okay? I need to get some rest." "It's been 40 years, Andrea said. "Aren't you tired of living with the guilt?" Ricky coughed again. "I want you to leave. Please leave." "I'm not leaving, Ricky. You need to tell me what happened. This isn't for the judge or Judith. You need to tell me for yourself." "I don't know what you're—" "I can't, okay? I can't." "You can," Andrea insisted. "You've suffered enough. How many times have you tried to kill yourself because you can't live with what you did?" Ricky was bowed over by the weight of her guilt. She pressed her forehead to the edge of the sink. Please, don't make me. It's tearing you up inside, Andrea said. Say the words, Ricky. Just say the words. The kitchen went silent. A clock ticked somewhere. Ricky finally took a deep breath. Yes, she spoke in a raspy whisper. I killed her, okay? I killed Emily. Andrea opened her mouth, but only for air. I told her to stay away from Nardo. Ricky leaned her elbows on the sink. She put her face in her hands. I saw her talking to him outside the gym, flirting with him, pushing his buttons. She couldn't stay away from him. Andrea said nothing. I didn't. Ricky coughed into her hands. I only wanted to warn her, but I lost control. She wasn't supposed to be there. I told her not to come, and I couldn't stop myself. Everything happened so fast. I don't even remember going into the alley, picking up the board. I was so angry, so fucking angry. Andrea knew that Ricky was capable of that kind of rage. What she did not know was what had happened next. Emily Vaughn had weighed 152 pounds at the time of her attack. There was no way that Ricky had moved Emily on her own. She asked, "Did your brother help you move her body from the alley?" Ricky shook her head, but said, "That's why he left. He was terrified that someone had seen him or that he would be arrested, and he knew he couldn't, that he would have to tell the truth about." Andrea listened to her voice trail off into more sobs. "Why did you take off her dress?" "Blake said there could be evidence or, I don't know. I did what he said. We burned it all behind the house." Ricky sniffed. He was good at that kind of thing, figuring out the angles, finding details that other people had overlooked. Andrea couldn't disagree. He had managed to cover Ricky's tracks for 40 years. "I'm sorry," Ricky whispered. "I'm so fucking sorry." Ricky's shoulders started to shake again as she cried. The woman never cried so hard as when she was crying for herself. She was docile for the moment, but there was no telling how long that would last. Andrea put a firm hand on Ricky's shoulder. She was about to escort her outside, but then she noticed a splatter of dark liquid across the dirty dishes in the sink. Andrea's first thought was that it was dishwashing liquid, but then she noticed the partially dissolved pills streaking through the black like constellations. Ricky coughed again. Bile dribbled from her lips, ran down her shirt. Her eyelids were fluttering. She was swaying on her feet. Andrea's head swiveled toward the red pill bottles on the counter. The Valium, the pain meds. All 3 bottles were empty. The gurgle from Ricky's throat was eerily similar to the one Nardo had made at the diner. She started to collapse. Andrea grabbed her around the waist. Instead of guiding her to the floor, Andrea gripped her left fist in her right hand and drove both hard into Ricky's abdomen. "No!" Ricky heaved into the sink. Melted pills and chunks of undigested food splattered onto the dishes. "Please!" Andrea gave her another quick upward thrust. Then again, until Ricky spewed a stream of vomit onto the floor. The orange and yellow pills formed a nauseating rainbow across the linoleum. Andrea put all of her strength into another vicious thrust. Ricky gagged so hard that her body convulsed. She kept gagging, convulsing over and over until nothing more would come out. All she could do was start crying again, wailing like a lost child. "Why?" she begged. "Why didn't you let me go?" "Because," Andrea said, "you didn't earn it." 11. 1 month later. Andrea sat at the bottom of the stairs inside her Baltimore apartment building. Her phone was to her ear as she listened to Bible describe Judge Esther Vaughn's funeral service. The cancer had taken her faster than anyone expected, or maybe the woman knew when to make an exit. She had given a full statement to the prosecuting attorneys. She had recorded her dying declaration. Then she had gone home to her house in Baltimore, had a light lunch with Judith and Guinevere, then laid down for a nap and never woke up again. "Weren't a lot of people there, considering all the judge's crimin'," Bible said. "But Judith's friends from art school showed up by the boatload. Damn, those people can drink." Andrea smiled. Drinking was, in fact, the only reason to go to art school. She asked, "Did she talk about what happened with Nardo and Ricky?" "Well, Judith, she's a practical lady," Bible said. "Not much of a surprise that her father was a bad man. As for Ricky, I got no idea. Judith is glad the old gal's copped a plea and is going to prison for the rest of her life."
I think it gave Esther some peace to finally know,
And if Esther was happy, then that usually means Judith was happy. Andrea thought that sounded a lot like Judith. For all of Judge Esther Vaughn's indomitable, intimidating, illegal activity, she had always loved Judith. At her core, she had been nothing more than a lost old woman whose daughter was murdered and whose husband used to beat her. Partner, you should have seen the spread they laid out. You ever had hasty pudding? It was the judge's favorite. Andrea only knew about it from the worst earworm song ever. What makes it hasty? Hell if I know. Probably named after some Yankee farmer who liked pudding, Bible said. Tell you what, I hoovered up so much of that stuff, I'm going to have to give up bread for the rest of the month. You know what they say, the skinny marshals love their wives, Andrea finished. What the hell does that mean anyway? Bible chuckled. You know they make you take that physical fitness test once a year. Used to be they could fire you if you got a little on the tubby side. They can't do that anymore on account of it being discrimination, so now if you pass the test, you get 2 weeks off to spend with your beautiful wife. Or husband, if that's the case. The inducement sounded familiar. Gordon had created a PowerPoint presentation to highlight important details from the USMS Employee Handbook. Andrea's only response had been that Citibank would probably take her last student loan payment out of her burial insurance. Hey, partner, Bible said. You good? I'm good, Andrea said, though she wouldn't be completely good until Dean Wexler's deal was signed off and the psychopath was in prison. They couldn't prove he'd done anything to Emily Vaughn. Fortunately, tax fraud, tax evasion, wire fraud, and various other tax-adjacent crimes were crimes that the United States government took very seriously. The best deal Wexler could get was 25 years in a federal prison. He was 65 years old. Even with good behavior, by the time he got out, Wexler would be in his 80s. Andrea had been glad to hear that part of the agreement ensured that he wouldn't end up in a cushy club fed, the same as Clay Morrow had. Wexler would serve his time at FCI Berlin in New Hampshire, a medium-security institute with dormitory housing and a nationwide federal staffing crisis that made everything more dangerous. Wexler would have to wear a prison uniform, mop the floor, and clean his own toilet, subsist on processed foods, wake at 6 every morning, and have his bed made by 7:30. All his mail would be screened. His phone calls would be recorded. His visitation would be limited. Nothing he had would be his own, not even his free time. And still, it wasn't enough. The only consolation Andrea could give herself was to remember Wexler's happy pronouncement while they were riding in his old Ford truck the day that Alice Polson's body had been found. Wexler was bragging about how charmed his life had become after leaving his teaching position. If life really did make you pay for your personality, Dean Wexler would never raise his eyes and see an endless expanse of sty ever again. Andrea cleared her throat. She got to the hard part. How are the girls doing? The girls? Bible repeated. This part was hard for him, too. Every other day, they talked about whatever assignment they were doing and the weather forecast and Cussie and the boss, but eventually, always, they got back to the girls on the farm. After Wexler's arrest, ambulances had been on standby to take the girls to Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. Only 3 of the 12 had accepted the offer. One of them had passed away after failing to thrive. One had walked out of the hospital. The other was so malnourished that an expert from the CDC had been called in to manage her care. Star Bonaire had rallied the remaining volunteers. She had somehow become their de facto leader. They were at the courthouse every time Wexler made an appearance. When he was taken back to jail, they would return to their own prison at the farm. Bible said, You know, Cussie, my wife, she was over there this morning with Melody Brickle, talking to Star. They were letting the girls know they got options when the government finally seizes the place. A group home, maybe? Or they all got family somewhere. The boss says she and Melody are banging their heads against the wall trying to get through to them, but I think it makes them feel better. I'm sure it does. Andrea heard footsteps on the stairs. Mike held out the bottle of wine. Sorry, Bible, I need to go. Take care of your hand, bird brain. Aw, don't make another parakeet joke, partner. That's a cheap shot. Andrea laughed as she hung up. Mike sat behind her on the stairs. She leaned against his leg as she looked up at him. Mom and Gordon are unpacking my books. Mike looked wary. How's that going? Gordon offered to make a spreadsheet. There's already been a heated discussion about whether to alphabetize or group by section. They ask your opinion? Nope. You gonna organize them by color once they're gone? Yep. She kissed him on the mouth. Her fingers scratched into his beard. Don't fuck with my mom. Baby, you know I would never do that. Andrea knew he would do exactly that, but there was no reason to delay the inevitable. The motion detectors triggered the lights as they walked down the long hallway. Her new apartment was smaller than her previous one, but at least it wasn't above her mother's garage. It wasn't above anything. Andrea had only been able to afford a basement unit in Sobo, which was what the locals called South Baltimore. The landlord had cut the rent when she'd found out that Andrea was a marshal. Even with that, Andrea was going to be eating ramen noodles until she collected Social Security. If Social Security still existed when she was finally able to retire. Andrea shot Mike a final look of warning as she opened the door. He saw her parents and said, "Oh, look, Mom and Dad are here." Laura clutched a book in her hands. Gordon cleared his throat. Mike plastered on his stupid grin as he walked around the room. "Nice place you got here, Andy. This is clearly the first time I am seeing it, and I have no idea where the bedroom is." Laura's nostrils flared. Gordon cleared his throat again. Andrea grabbed the bottle of wine. She couldn't do this without alcohol. Her tiny kitchen was just off the living room and backed up to her even tinier bedroom. The bathroom was so narrow that the door scraped the toilet. She had exactly 3 windows. The one over the kitchen sink was long and skinny and offered a prime view of the footwear worn by the people traversing the sidewalk on the other side. Andrea was pretty sure she loved the place. She looked for the wine glasses, but quickly gave up. She hadn't managed to unpack anything before her parents came to help, mostly because she knew that her parents were going to help. She found 2 water glasses, a jelly jar, and a coffee mug, and a box marked "Stuff." Andrea turned on the kitchen faucet, squirted dishwashing liquid, grabbed the sponge. The dinner plates from last night were caked in sauce. Unbidden, her mind flashed up Nardo Fontaine taking his hand away from his neck. The blood had splattered all over Star. The woman hadn't screamed. She hadn't even wiped the blood from her face. She had sat down at the stool, clasped her hands on the counter, and stared ahead at the white tile wall as she waited for someone to tell her what to do. Andrea closed her eyes. She took a deep breath. This was how it happened sometimes. The trauma came back. Flashes of violence, flashes of pain. Instead of fighting it, instead of trying to change her whole life into something different because of it, Andrea had learned to accept it. The memories were part of who she was now, just like the memory of the triumph she'd felt when she'd taken Ricky Fontaine's full confession. Andrea listened to the sounds in the other room. Her absence had brought down the temperature. She could hear Laura lecturing Mike, Gordon laughing at them both. She slipped her iPhone out of her back pocket. Andreas's iCloud account had backed up the photos she had surreptitiously captured of teenage Judith's collage. The original piece had been destroyed in the fire. Andrea had the only proof that it ever existed. She scrolled past the liner notes from Melody Brickell's mixtape. The affirmations from what she'd later found out were from one of Melody's letters. The ultrasounds of infant Judith that fanned out from the center of the piece. The photos of Emily laughing and playing and doing everything but dying. Andrea had been so desperate to persuade herself that Judith looked like clay, but the fact was, she looked very much like her mother. Emily's light blue eyes were nothing like Clay's icy blue. As for Judith's sharp cheekbones and slight cleft to her chin, they could have come from some distant Vaughn or Fontaine, the same way Andrea had drawn her own piglet nose from her family's gene pool. She swiped the screen, stopping at the group photo Judith had placed among the other candids in her collage. It was the same photo that Ricky had given a place of honor for 40 years. The clique. Emily and Ricky were dressed alike, their liquid eyeliner and spiral perms placing them squarely in the 80s. The boys all had shaggy hair and wore their members-only jackets with the sleeves pushed up. Ricky resembled Nardo more than her fraternal twin. Blake and Clay could be brothers. Together, the group looked like they were posing for a prequel to The Breakfast Club, though there wasn't a jock or a princess. Andrea only saw the nerd, the basket case, and of course, all but one was an admitted criminal. Gordon's loud laughter broke the spell. Andrea heard a teasing in Laura's voice when she responded. For once, Mike apparently had nothing to offer. Andrea slid the phone back into her pocket. She stuck her hands into the sudsy water and started to wash the dishes.
Her fingers curved along the smooth edge of a plate. Again, her mind started to wander back to the diner. An investigation by the Delaware State Police had ruled that Jack Stilton's shooting of Bernard Fontaine was justifiable. Andrea couldn't disagree with the finding, though she wondered if Stilton would have found a way to kill Nardo anyway. He had been ready to take that second shot. The only thing that had stopped him was Andrea. She understood his hatred of Nardo. Stilton had been bullied by the asshole for years, including back in the late 90s when, according to Stilton, Nardo had threatened to out him as gay unless he made a DUI charge disappear. She couldn't imagine how difficult his life had been. Tormented by the murder of his high school best friend. Distraught over his lack of power to bring her killer to justice. Knowing Nardo was the key to solving the crime, but too terrified to confront him. Andrea knew that Stilton was an alcoholic and a misogynist, but he had also been Emily Vaughn's only true friend. "Hey." Mike's arms wrapped around her waist. He pressed his lips to the back of her neck. "You all right?" "Yeah." The lump in her throat reminded her not to lie to him. "I keep thinking about Star." Mike pressed his lips to her neck again. His 3 bossy sisters had taught him that not every problem had a solution. He simply said, "I'm sorry." Laura cleared her throat. She held up 3 wine glasses. "I found these in the box labeled bathroom." Andrea shrugged. "Why take a bath if you're not going to drink?" Laura frowned when Mike took the glasses. "I read that judge's obituary in the Times. No surprise that Reagan appointed her." "What a fucking hypocrite," Mike said. "Criminals who live in glass houses?" "Completely different," Laura scoffed. "You don't claw your way up to those levels of power without corrupting your soul. Look at my disgusting brother." Andrea was enormously grateful when her phone started to ring. The caller ID read, "Bible, Leonard," which was strange because it usually came up as USMS Bible. She told Mike and Laura, "I know you two can't play nice, but play fair." Andrea slipped out the door before her mother could argue. She walked toward the stairs as she answered the phone. "Are you calling me back about your chirpies?" There was a long pause. She heard the rumble of shouts and profanities that served as the distinctive background chatter of a federal penitentiary. Clayton Morrow said, "Hello." Andrea felt her hand go to her mouth. He said, "I heard you visited the old hometown." Andrea dropped away her hand. Her lips parted as she took in a deep breath. She did not cry out. She did not panic. She told herself the facts. Her father was in prison. Contraband cell phones were easy to obtain. Clay had spoofed Bible's number so that she would answer. He wanted something. "Andy," Clay said, "I heard the news about Ricky and Nardo. Such a toxic relationship. They always did deserve each other." Andrea took another deep breath. Dean Wexler might be a poor copy of Clay Morrow, but Clay's cruel tone reminded her of Bernard Fontaine. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Andrea stood up. She couldn't risk her mother coming into the hall. She climbed the steep stairs. She pushed open the door to the street. Traffic whizzed by, horns blared. Pedestrians filled the sidewalk. Andrea leaned her back against the building. If Mike was still at the sink, he would be able to see her feet through the narrow window. She asked Clay, "What do you want?" "Ah, there's that beautiful voice," he said. "I'd like for you to come visit me, daughter. I've put you on my approved list." She felt her head shaking. She would never visit him. "Your Uncle Jasper," he said. "I know you've been working with him." "I wasn't working with Jasper," she told him. "I was trying to make sure you never get out of prison." "Alas, I'm innocent," Clay said. "Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds as if you're wishing that I had actually killed her." Andrea felt her fingers clench around the phone. His parole hearing was in another 5 months. She was certain that Jasper was scrambling to do the unseemly work to make sure it was denied. For Andrea's part, she had vowed not to let her world stop on a dime for her psychopathic father. She had failed at doing her part to keep him locked away, but she was not going to let Clayton Morrow make her feel like a failure. "Nevertheless," he said, "I've got some very interesting stories about dear Jasper's gluttonous past that might interest you." "Like what?" she demanded. "He's been at every parole hearing you've ever had. You didn't think to use this information to shut him up before? Curious, isn't it? Why would I hold something back that could destroy him?" Clay chuckled in the silence. "Come see me, daughter. I promise you won't be disappointed." Andrea's mouth opened to respond, but no words came out. She could feel the cold air inside of her mouth. She thought about the oxygen flowing around her. circulating through her bloodstream, bringing life into her body. Clayton Morrow had not called because he wanted to spill dirt on Jasper. He was calling to pull Andrea back into his orbit. She could not let her world stop for him. He was a psychopath. His oxygen was attention. He needed Andrea to feed his fire. "Andrea," he sang. "I think you should." She ended the call. She slipped the phone back into her pocket. She looked out into the street. A bike coasted by. People were rushing to do their shopping. Children were negotiating homework. Millennials drank lattes. A Great Dane on a long leash trotted in front of her like a show pony. Andrea pushed away from the wall. She walked into the building. On the stairs, she could hear the low rumble of Mike's voice, the warmth of Laura's laughter, the constant clearing of Gordon's throat. Last month, her mother had accused Andrea of approaching every challenge in life as if it was a cliff that she had to fling herself over, completely out of control.
Letting gravity take over. Now, her life was more like a diving board. Andrea had finally learned how to jump. She'd already known